Chapter 434 Chapter 434 Dominating the Weak. Chapter 434 Dominating the Weak. After Qingshan returned to her seat, Jiang Hao had a strange feeling that she might have misunderstood something. He then turned to look at Hong Yuye, who had been staring at something for long enough now. Following her gaze, he saw Shaoli wandering around. She was probably restless because she hadn't found any food. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to Shaoli and instead tried to locate the disciples from the Clear Sky School. Although the senior members of the Clear Sky School were present, he didn't want to approach them. That would be inappropriate. After observing for a while, he still couldn't spot anyone from the Clear Sky School. One day had passed, but there was no significant progress. He hadn't found anyone from the end of all things yet. However, cries of astonishment frequently erupted from the crowd below. Even people like Chang Zizai often expressed admiration. Indeed, the younger generation possessed limitless potential, while the old folks like them were stubborn and stuck to the paths paved by their ancestors. Jiang Hao also wanted to follow the old path, but what he lacked was time. At this moment, a figure shot up into the sky, and a group of people chased after them. Are they competing in speed? Qingshan was surprised as she watched the figure in the sky. It seems like they are. Chang Zizai sighed. They aren't taking their job seriously. The Bright Moon Sect even arranged for such competitions. Is it the light and dust again? Qingshan chuckled. How many times has the Astronomical Academy's light and dust technique been ridiculed? Jiang Hao looked into the distance and saw the same Astronomical Academy disciple from before. He was still using the light and dust technique, albeit a slightly improved version. However, he was still lagging behind. Is that the light and dust technique? Hong Yuye watched he do with curiosity. It should be. Jiang Hao nodded. He was also surprised when he first saw it. Have you heard of it? Qingshan approached them. The light and dust technique was first learned by someone from the Astronomical Academy from an unknown source. It's said to be extremely powerful. Unfortunately, no one in other sects has learned it yet. What do you mean by no one has ever learned it? Chang Zizai asked. He told me that he saw someone using the light and dust technique perfectly. Even Hua Han saw it. That proves that our sect is not wrong. How many times has your sect said the same thing? Qingshan asked. It seemed like the Astronomical Academy had been humiliated because of the light and dust technique. However, he had no intention of using it again. He had only used it before because he had no other choice. Seeing that it was getting dark, Hong Yuye stood up. Jiang Hao got up to follow. Whenever Chang Zizai was about to speak, the two of them disappeared in an instant. He was puzzled. Qingshan and some others felt the same way. Silently, they vanished without a trace. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to provoke those two. At the Twin City Peak, tables and chairs appeared around Hong Yi. She sat down and Jiang Hao brewed some tea. The tea had not been used for a while, so there was still plenty left. When he finished brewing the tea, it was already nighttime. Jiang Hao sat down and took out the stone tablet. He wanted to see if there were any messages. Sure enough, Gui and the others were online. Text appeared on the stone tablet. Jiang Hao was speechless. Without entering, he couldn't chat with others. He hadn't participated after the first time. He probably wouldn't enter the chat unless there was something important. So far, he hadn't discovered anything. He could remain mysterious as long as he could stay out of sight. The more people he interacted with, the easier it would be for his identity to get exposed. That would be troublesome. For now, it was good as it was. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment won't be affected just because of rumors, Hong Yuye said suddenly. Jiang Hao looked up and saw Hong Yuye looking at the stone tablet. Does that mean the rumors don't affect it at all? If the person who is to achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is affected by the rumors, then it might cause some damage, Hong Yuya said. Jiang Hao nodded. That needed a solid and unwavering mind to withstand the overwhelming force of heaven and earth. The stone tablet had more incoming messages. Holy medicine seeds? Jiang Hao was suddenly interested. The next day, Jiang Hao arrived at the scene. He had used the excuse of finding the end of all things to come along with Hong Yuya. She had agreed, but their smile was somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, there were no more surprises. At the scene, he looked at the rewards on both sides. Alchemy, talisman crafting, formations, forging, defense, understanding of magical arts, and more. He spotted 3 seeds in total. Alchemy, forging, and formations all had seeds as the top rewards. Jiang Hao felt tempted, but he didn't know anything about them. He looked at the category of body techniques and found that the highest reward consisted of 3 items. 1 unknown holy medicine seed, 1 unknown bright moon sect cultivation technique manual, and 1 unknown pill. 3 to choose from. All he needed to do was to win. Jiang Hao understood the rules. By suppressing his cultivation at the Foundation establishment realm, he could participate in the competition. He needed to use his body technique to catch up with the Golden Core Realm cultivator at the front to be declared the winner. It feels like a game. He then asked some more questions related to the competition. He asked whether anyone had succeeded before. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. After making sure that there was no one he recognized, he decided to participate. He was not worried about his fellow disciples from the Heavenly Note sect, but rather the people he knew from the Bright Moon sect. Because in everyone's eyes, he was a senior. If he participated so suddenly, it might seem like he was trying to dominate others. It was better to be anonymous. Sometimes he envied the thick-skinned nature of the spirit beast. It didn't have any shame. Soon, he became one of the participants in the competition. He was joined by 9 others. Ahead of them was a woman in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. Dear fellow disciples, if you can surpass me, you will be eligible for the rewards. If you can maintain your position, you can freely choose the highest rewards. A reminder, I'm using my Golden Core Realm for this task. If your body technique isn't up to par, you can withdraw now, said the woman at the Golden Core Realm. Jiang Hao and the others remained silent. They waited for the competition to begin. Looking around, he noticed that quite a few people were suppressing their cultivation, with only 2 genuinely at the Foundation establishment realm. It was a little like dominating the weak, indeed. However, a holy medicine seed would benefit him, so he aimed to obtain it. It all came down to who had a deeper understanding of body techniques. Chapter 435 Chapter 435 He must be a senior from my academy. Chapter 435 He must be a senior from my academy. On the high seat, Chang Zizai felt somewhat disappointed when he noticed that Jiang Hao hadn't arrived. He always felt like there was something more to discover with him. It might not be significant to others, but it was crucial to him. 1 sentence from him had made their morning readings better. Such a person happened to be a senior at that. Otherwise, there were many ways to get him to join the academy. Chang Zizai, are your people still competing in movement techniques? Asked Qingshan. Probably not. I heard they were badly defeated, and going there would just result in ridicule. Everyone would say scholars should go back to their books, Chang Zizai said helplessly. Then, he looked curious. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Some of our sect's people also competed, and some elders asked me to keep an eye on a disciple. Unexpectedly, he went to compete in movement technique. It seems he finds that interesting, Qingshan said in annoyance. It is said that one disciple only studied for less than 2 years and then escaped from the sect, and he's still missing. I remember he told his master that he wanted to play hide and seek, and then they couldn't find him. I'm a bit worried that the same thing might happen this time. Why would disciples of Clear Sky School escape? Chang Zizai couldn't understand. Qingshan had no idea what those people were thinking. At this moment, they looked at the area where the movement technique competition was taking place. Sure enough, they saw a man with extraordinary bearing and an air of ease about him. Chang Zizai was stunned for a moment. Why are there people from the academy? His gaze fell on a woman. She was also a scholar who sought knowledge and enlightenment. He was surprised. Then, he saw the others around her, which shocked him even more. Isn't that disciple Jiang? Qingshan stared at him. He was still using his cultivation realm at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Why was that senior here? Was a movement technique competition really that interesting? They paid attention to the competition. Meanwhile, Hua Han came to serve tea once again. When she saw the seniors watching the competition so seriously, she looked in that direction. Huh! She saw Jiang Hao and stopped to watch. Who do you think will win? The seniors discussed. Jiang Hao's participation had made the competition more interesting. Of course, that disciple. After all, we can't lower ourselves to bullying children, someone said helplessly. It's hard to say. Movement techniques don't necessarily depend on high cultivation. Many people specialize in agility, like Light and Dust from the Astronomical Academy. That's why they were the weakest and the slowest, said a man carrying a sword. Chang Zizai was speechless. He had been ridiculed so many times because of the worthless disciples. If this disciple Jiang loses, won't he be embarrassed? Even if he wins, it's nothing special, said a woman. Hua Han didn't speak. In theory, that was correct, but it depended on how this senior would win. I don't know about the others, but I'm sure Light and Dust technique will fall behind. Light and Dust technique is famous, so he won't be the last. Chang Zizai's face changed, but he couldn't refute them. He had to stop those old men from making fun of the Light and Dust technique. It had become a constant joke now. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked ahead. He was ready to start. Suddenly, a spell bound them, and then the spell dissipated. In an instant, everyone rushed. Jiang Hao didn't fall behind. However, he didn't rush to exert himself but instead followed the others with the same calm and ease as Light and Dust taught him. But what surprised him was that a woman next to him used a spell somewhat similar to his. Light and Dust from the Astronomical Academy? Jiang Hao guessed. The woman also looked at Jiang Hao with some astonishment. She felt that the Light and Dust technique he used was somewhat similar and yet different. She couldn't describe it. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at a young man on the right. He had a smile on his face, and his aura displayed a Foundation establishment realm cultivation. Yet, he seemed as free as the wind. He seemed unbound and unrestricted. Pretty impressive. It seemed that agility was also related to one's state of mind. You guys are a bit slow. I'll leave you behind, he said, then quickly moved ahead. The remaining people were struggling to catch up. Jiang Hao smiled and suddenly felt that this was getting interesting. No matter who his opponent was, it didn't affect his inner peace. His steps were steady and balanced, and his aura was restrained. The scholars from the Astronomical Academy felt somewhat helpless. They thought this time they could earn others' respect. The woman from before wanted to greet her fellow disciple nearby and let him continue, but when she looked at the person next to her, she was stunned. There was a faint light on him, as if merging with sunlight yet appearing as tiny as dust. In the next moment, he disappeared, and then it seemed like he reappeared around them. Under the sunlight, he seemed to be everywhere and nowhere. Is that really the Light and Dust? For a moment, she was rooted to the spot. She forgot to even compete. Her gaze was locked on Jiang Hao. In just a few blinks, he had already reached the front. He stood on the same line as the leading two. At the high seat, the powerful seniors were stunned when they saw Jiang Hao use the light and dust technique. Some felt that he was intentionally trying to lose. It was even more humiliating for the Astronomical Academy. But when Jiang Hao's figure was covered by the light and seemed to be everywhere, they were all stunned, especially Chang Zizai. He looked at Jiang Hao with excitement without saying a word. He knew what technique that was. Light and dust technique. The real deal. I understand now, Chang Zizai said excitedly. This senior might be an elder from our academy. He recently returned from seclusion, comprehended the light and dust technique, and encouraged us to continue our morning readings. He must be from our academy. Who else would use that technique? Maybe he saw that our academy was being insulted by all of you, so he personally chose to compete to let you all witness the glory of the light and dust technique. Everyone felt that it made sense. Don't praise yourselves too much. It's obvious that this senior has comprehended the light and dust technique and is kindly demonstrating it to your academy, which is in such a sorry state, Qingshan said. It's definitely our academy's senior, Chang Zizai insisted. At this moment, Jiang Hao was still chasing behind someone. He observed the man whose blood was burning strangely. The man exuded a hostile aura as if he wanted to surpass the Golden Core Realm cultivator ahead of him. That wasn't easy. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that the Golden Core Realm cultivator's movement technique was flawless. Your movement technique makes me feel like I've seen it somewhere before, yet it also feels unfamiliar. But it doesn't matter, the young man from the Clear Sky School said as he moved on. Jiang Hao paid no attention to him and continued to observe the man with the blood aura. The man noticed someone overtaking him and his gaze turned hostile. Something strange. Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal ability. Chapter 436. Chapter 436. Are you really here for clues? Chapter 436. Are you really here for clues? Upon seeing the feedback, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. It turned out that he was indeed a member of the End of All Things, and he even knew about another thing, the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. A Golden Core Realm cultivator carrying the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Jiang Hao found it highly unlikely. In a place like this, a Golden Core Realm cultivator was too common, and they might be easily defeated and restrained when necessary. It would be a waste to carry the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl for nothing. However, he guessed that the End of All Things member likely intended to use the pearl to disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Given the goal of the End of All Things, they would indeed do such a thing. After thinking it through, Jiang Hao didn't take any further action and instead followed the woman in front. A short while later, he sensed Qi Tian's gaze, which was filled with anger and resentment. Ignoring this gaze, he took a step forward and surpassed the woman. However, he only surpassed her by a small margin. The one who had already left everyone behind was still ahead. The speed of that person shocked Jiang Hao. It seemed that the people here were indeed quite extraordinary. However, Jiang Hao didn't want to attract too much attention. He simply stayed ahead of the Golden Core Realm cultivator. At this moment, the Golden Core Realm woman felt the pressure. She couldn't believe that she had been overtaken by two people. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass the person next to her. It was an insurmountable gap. She couldn't catch up no matter what she did. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. His victory wasn't just due to his mastery of the technique, but also because of the influence of his mental state on his agility. Otherwise, winning would have been extremely difficult. But what about the one who won first place? The Golden Core Realm woman asked in confusion. It seems like he flew away and disappeared. There were too many of us, someone said. The Golden Core Realm woman was speechless. Jiang Hao was also surprised. It seemed that this person had participated in the competition just for the sake of it and not for reward. Jiang Hao obtained the seed. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he would find out tomorrow. When he went back to Hong Yuya, she teased him. Is that the clue you mentioned? Putting away the seed, Jiang Hao shook his head. Senior must be joking. The clue is that person. Jiang Hao pointed at the furious Qi Tian. What's wrong with him? Hong Yuya asked. I think he might be a member of the End of All Things. We just need to keep an eye on him, Jiang Hao said solemnly. Hong Yuya looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. He hadn't lied this time. Is he really here to find clues? Hong Yuya wondered. What's wrong, senior? Jiang Hao asked. You are really doing your best to complete the task I gave you, Hong Yuya said. I dare not slack off when doing tasks for you, senior, Jiang Hao said respectfully. Hong Yuya chuckled. That's how it should be. After that, Jiang Hao didn't participate in any more competitions and simply observed Qi Tian from a distance. Qi Tian seemed to want to find a major competition that he could win, but he lacked any particularly outstanding qualities, so it was unlikely that he would attract any attention. While observing Qi Tian, Jiang Hao also paid attention to Shaoli and the others. At this moment, Shaoli was sitting on the side and talking with the spirit beast. Chu Chuan was facing the people from before. Jiang Hao was quite interested to see what he would do. As he watched Chu Chuan, he suddenly felt that many people around him were also paying close attention, even Qi Tian. It seemed that it was because of Chu Jie. I didn't look for you on the first day because I didn't want to add pressure to junior sister Chu Jie. Now that junior sister is preparing for advancement, it won't be affected by you. The arena is right there. Dare you go up? You shall look down at Chu Chuan. What's there to fear? Chu Chuan glared at him. Wait a moment, Tao Yun suddenly said. According to the rules, we need 3 disciples from the same sect to participate together and take turns fighting. You can choose someone. After all, everyone's cultivation is suppressed to the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, Yu Sha said. Chu Chuan looked at Shaoli. Shaoli was called over. Soon, they had all 3 participants. From Heavenly Note Sect, Chu Chuan, Shaoli, and the Spirit Beast participated. From the Bright Moon Sect, Yu Sha, Tao Yun, and Hui Jian participated. At the arena, Chu Chuan was the first to jump onto the platform. He stared at Yu Sha and said, "Come on." Yu Sha sneered, but just as he was about to step up, Tao Yun jumped onto the platform. The formation activated, and the competition began. Yu Sha was speechless. He frowned but didn't say anything. In any case, he wanted to make it clear to the other person how insignificant an early stage of the Foundation establishment realm was. It was nothing at all. "I'll fight you," Tao Yun said to Chu Chuan. Chu Chuan knew that Tao Yun had rushed ahead of Yu Sha intentionally. Even if he wasn't a match for her, he still had to try. "You may not be aware of the difference between us, but the speed of your progress has made you a bit overconfident," Tao Yun said softly. "Fighting me is better than fighting Yu Sha. At least I don't have to endure too much humiliation." He didn't say that out loud, thought. In Tao Yun's view, Chu Chuan was already quite formidable, especially considering that he had accumulated 600 spirit stones before reaching the Foundation establishment realm. However, compared to Chu Jie, the gap was still too vast. Even if there was nothing between them, people would judge him harshly. He would definitely have a hard time at the Bright Moon Sect. As for what Tao Yun just said, Chu Chuan didn't believe it. Both were in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and no matter how talented the other person was, they couldn't be that powerful. "Sorry for this." Chu Chuan dashed out with a whoosh. Tao Yun shifted slightly to avoid his attack. In that small fraction of time, she struck Chu Chuan's arm with her palm. With a thunderous sound, Chu Chuan was pushed back. Jiang Hao watched and knew that Chu Chuan had already lost. The gap in strength was just too wide. Even if Chu Chuan used all his strength, he couldn't win against this young woman. Their gap wasn't in experience but in control of power. That was a gap that was difficult to bridge. At that moment, Jiang Hao saw Fang Jin walking over with a middle-aged man. It was the senior, Han Xiao, who had made a deal with him before. He looked up at Chu Chuan on the platform and was surprised. "Did I make a mistake back then?" "I think so." Fang Jin nodded. "I heard that he didn't have any special encounters. He just cultivated daily. At most, he had the resources given to him by you. He didn't have any famous teachers guiding him either." Han Xiao looked at Chu Chuan. "Did you invite him to join the sect?" "I did, but he refused," Fang Jin said. "He's got some backbone, but he's going to take quite a blow this time," Han Xiao said. Fang Jin looked at Chu Chuan without saying anything. At this moment, Chu Chuan attacked again. He was extremely fast. His techniques were seamlessly integrated with his fists and feet, as if he wanted to break through his opponent's defenses in one go. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hit his opponent. Sometimes, he was repelled by a single strike from his opponent. Boom! After exhausting all his attacks, Chu Chuan was pushed back by Tao Yun. "Surrender. You're not my match," Tao Yun said. Chu Chuan gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, his blood burned and his aura surged. He still couldn't keep up with Tao Yun's speed. However, as the flames burned in his body, his speed increased. Tao Yun was just dodging his attacks before, but now, she was actively defending herself. Jiang Hao watched and sighed inwardly. His unyielding personality would make him suffer. But this was his path, and stopping here would mean weakness. Chapter 437 Chapter 437 Defeating the Opponent with One Punch. Chapter 437 Defeating the Opponent with One Punch. Chu Chuan is going to lose, but he's quite formidable. "It's just that he seems a bit impulsive," said Bai Qiong beside Fang Jin. Jiang Hao heard this but didn't think it was untrue. Chu Chuan had to accept defeat with dignity if he wanted to become stronger. Only setbacks could teach him how to become a stronger individual. In the brutal world of cultivation, it was the best way for him to become stronger. As long as he didn't stray from the path, he would definitely shine in the future. In the arena, Tao Yun felt a bit uneasy. "Are you crazy?" She struck with her palm and injured Chu Chuan. She hoped it would make him lose before any more damage. Continuing the fight like this wouldn't be good. However, Chu Chuan stood up once again from the ground. His lifeblood continued to burn. He attacked once more. Tao Yun tiptoed lightly and then kicked. With a loud thud, Chu Chuan fell to the ground again. Tao Yun thought he wouldn't be able to get up this time. However, Chu Chuan stood up again. Once again, he started his assault. Tao Yun was uncertain and finally decided to fight alongside Chu Chuan. Their fists and feet clashed. They seemed evenly matched. Then, she found an opening. She struck Chu Chuan with her palm, but she was hit in the shoulder. It made her take a few steps back. Would this be enough? Tao Yun thought. Even though he had already suffered many injuries, Chu Chuan still stood up. Tao Yun frowned and attacked again. Chu Chuan fell to the ground yet again. This time, some bones in his body were broken from the impact. Surely, he can't get up now, Tao Yun thought. However, Chu Chuan struggled to get up. He looked at Tao Yun with an indomitable spirit. Then, he roared in anger, and his strength began to surge. He had made a slight advancement in his cultivation. Using this momentum, he launched another attack. However, Tao Yun's attack severely injured Chu Chuan, and he fell to the ground once again. This time I didn't hold back. You surprised me, Tao Yun said. If he had the same time and resources as her, he would have defeated her. Chu Chuan looked at Tao Yun from the ground. His eyes burned with shame. He was still too weak. He felt like a mad, powerless beast going on a rampage. The gap in strength was too wide. Senior brother Jiang had told him as much, but he wasn't willing to believe it. "Well done," said the spirit beast as it landed beside Chu Chuan with Shaoli. "A friend once told me that all difficulties you face in life are there to help you hone your skills to reach your potential. You should thank them for being the stepping stones to your success. I make friends with sincerity. But these little children don't show me any respect at all, even when they know you're my friend. Shaoli, let's teach them a lesson." Shaoli looked at Tao Yun and her group. "You all should fight me together. Only we can beat up our junior brother. No one else is allowed to do that." Chu Chuan looked at the spirit beast with excitement. He was grateful that Shaoli had said those words. Jiang Hao watched from a distance. He felt helpless. Who taught Shaoli to be so brazen? "The people from the Heavenly Note sect are really arrogant," Yu Sha said as he arrived at the arena. "I'll take you on alone. If you can defeat me, you win. I'll even give you all the spirit stones I have. If you lose, I won't take your spirit stones, but the next time you see me, you better lower your head and bow. Also, I'll be suppressing my cultivation to match yours. If you're unwilling, just take back your words. There's no shame in acknowledging your weakness. Do you still take pride in the fact that you achieved the Foundation establishment realm at a young age? Are you still proud?" Shaoli puffed up her cheeks. "Who's talking big now? If you keep provoking me, I'll get angry and hit you." "Then you better give it your all. I'm not Tao Yun. I won't hold back. I'll make you see how big the gap between us is with just one strike." Yu Sha sneered. The spirit beast and Chu Chuan stepped back. Tao Yun also stepped back. In the arena, only Shaoli and Yu Sha remained. Fang Jin looked at Shaoli and frowned. Who's that little girl?" "She's a bit strange," Han Xiao said. But he was more concerned about Chu Chuan. His recent burst of power had caught his attention. It seemed like he had really missed a promising talent. But there were so many talents out there and missing one shouldn't matter much. It was just that he had misjudged this particular child. It bothered him. Maybe his surge in power was just for a fleeting moment. He might not amount to much in the future. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Bai Qiong exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Han Xiao was puzzled and looked over in astonishment. What he saw left him shocked. Yu Sha lay on the ground. His teeth had been knocked out. He couldn't even get up. The girl who had struck him seemed a bit flustered. I didn't know he was so fragile." Shaoli turned to the spirit beast for help. She was anxious. Fighting outside with such abandon would get them in trouble. Her mother had scolded her before. She knew senior brother Jiang would scold her this time. Tao Yun and the others were stunned. They wondered if Yu Sha had let his guard down after all. Yu Sha, on the other hand, was astonished. He didn't even know what had happened. This is the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It was impossible. That punch had beat someone in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. But there was no change in the formation. It meant that the attack was truly of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Yu Sha lowered his head in shame. He didn't even want to get up from the ground. Jiang Hao watched Yu Sha and shook his head. In truth, Shaoli had not fought fairly. But there was no fairness in the world. However, when he saw Shaoli receiving many spirit stones, he was stunned. That child had kept his word and handed over all the spirit stones he had. "So, you can earn spirit stones like this?" Jiang Hao was somewhat tempted, but he held a senior's status here. If he were to engage in combat with the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, he would undoubtedly be mocked. It was better to keep a low profile. At night, Jiang Hao and Hong Yue followed Qi Tian. They wanted to see if they could find more people from the end of all things. But the more they followed, the more familiar Jiang Hao felt with his surroundings. They had followed him to the area where the team from the Heavenly Note sect was staying. What does he want to do here? Jiang Hao was puzzled until he saw the other person entering Chu Chuan's room. Then, he understood. It seems that the end of all things has targeted your junior brother, Hong Yuye said with a soft laugh. Jiang Hao hadn't expected the end of all things to come looking for Chu Chuan. He had expected them to find Lin Ji instead. However, in the Bright Moon sect, Chu Chuan's status was somewhat infamous. Besides, he had been pinned down today, so it was indeed worth trying to win him over. The question was how he intended to win him over. A moment later, Hong Yuye and Jiang Hao silently entered Chu Chuan's room too. Qi Tian was dressed in a black robe, and his face was not properly visible. When he entered, the formation began to cover the room. It was apparently done to prevent any accident. Who are you? Chu Chuan, who was sitting at the table, looked toward the door. Qi Tian stood there and gazed at Chu Chuan, but he didn't speak. Chu Chuan struggled to get up, but he remained alert. He seemed ready to flee at any moment. Don't worry. I am not your enemy, Qi Tian said. Not my enemy? Chu Chuan stared at the person who had suddenly appeared. Then, are you a friend? Chapter 438 Chapter 438 I want to surpass her on her pedestal. Chapter 438 I want to surpass her on her pedestal. 4 people stood in what looked like an ordinary guest room. By the window, there was a man in a black robe. At the table in the middle were several young people wrapped in gauze. A man and a woman were watching them from the shadows. However, no one noticed them. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. This was Hong Yuye's doing. Even when they stood in the room in front of everyone, no one could see them. He wondered if Hong Yuye used the same method to visit him. But his perception was not bad, and they both had the heaven extinction goo poison. When they got close to each other, they were able to sense it. We're not friends yet, but we can be, said Qi Tian said. What do you want to talk about then? Chu Chuan asked as he took a step back. Jiang Hao saw that he was trying to get closer to the window. He was attempting to escape. Is it true that Chu Jie from the Bright Moon sect is your childhood friend? Qi Tian asked. Childhood friend. Chu Chuan looked puzzled and then shook his head. Senior, are you mistaken? At most, we're just from the same hometown. I see, but I heard that you have a very close relationship with her. You even spent all your spirit stones to buy her a gift, said Qi Tian. His tone suddenly turned hostile. But they insulted you. They called you a country bumpkin and took your hard-earned spirit stones. Even Chu Jie didn't speak up for you, did she? Doesn't she know your situation? Doesn't she know that in your sect, you're just an ordinary disciple? Doesn't she know you only earn a few spirit stones a month? Does such a young woman deserve the gift that you bought her with all your spirit stones? Chu Chuan lowered his head. The words stung him. She is the Bright Moon sect's prodigy. She's different from you. She no longer cares about you. Perhaps in her heart you're no longer worthy of her, Qi Tian said. So? Chu Chuan asked. I can help you bring her down from her pedestal. I can help you make her suffer, and then you can go and comfort her. Women are at their most vulnerable when they're down, and that's the best time to win their hearts, Qi Tian said. Chu Chuan fell silent for a long time. What if I refuse? Then we can't be friends, but we won't be enemies either. I'll just turn around and leave. But you should think carefully. This is your only chance. If you don't seize it, there won't be anyone in this world who will lift a finger to help you. No one will understand you, Qi Tian said. Why are you trying to help me? Chu Chuan asked. Because we want to, that's all, Qi Tian said. We? Chu Chuan was puzzled. Yes. You can trust our strength, Qi Tian said. Chu Chuan looked at him. He was at the window now. He was searching for an opening to flee. If I agree, what would I need to do? He asked. It's very simple. You just have to carry something with you and wait for our instructions. Chi Tian hadn't finished speaking when Chu Chuan moved. He used his strongest force to hit the window. With a bang, Chu Chuan bounced back. Looking at Chu Chuan on the ground, Chi Tian sighed. It seems you don't trust me. Why should I trust you? Who even are you? Since he couldn't escape, Chu Chuan did away with the pretense. Does it really matter who I am? When you were insulted and pushed around, didn't you wish for someone to come to your aid? Do you really need to know who I am to accept my help? Chi Tian asked. Help me with what? Chu Chuan looked at him. Would Chu Jie have taken you to buy something you couldn't afford if it wasn't just to humiliate you and show you your place? Chi Tian asked. That's true. Chu Jie did take me to a shop where I couldn't afford anything. I couldn't even lift my head because of embarrassment, said Chu Chuan. Isn't that just it? Chi Tian said. Chu Chuan shook his head. I understand that everyone pities me, but I don't want pity. My senior brother did warn me. He explained everything to me so that I would be prepared before coming here. So, I understand that things change. It might not be as you would imagine them to be. And you can only truly understand it after you experience it. The answer is clear to me now, more than it is to you, it seems. What about the humiliation in that arena? Was that fake too? Chi Tian asked. Jiang Hao saw that he was trying to get closer to the window. He was attempting to escape. It was real, Ana 1 REITLT. Many people mock me. One remember all or it very clearly. But I won't be discouraged by it. I will fight for it, and one day I will take back my dignity from them. I will surpass them and make them understand that today's humiliation will fall on them as well. No one should bully the poor or the weak. Chu Chuan's eyes burned with determination. And why would I bring down Chu Jie from her pedestal? I want to surpass her on her pedestal, he said. Chi Tian was stunned. He felt that this child was ignorant and foolish, even arrogant. But he was deeply moved by Chu Chuan's determination. It seemed to remind him of his past. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned to leave. Jiang Hao glanced at Chu Chuan and felt it was time to let him go. Chu Chuan had stirred his immortal heart. In the future, he would definitely attract the attention of many powerful people. The cliff of broken hearts shouldn't hold him back. After that, he left and caught up with Chi Tian. Are you going to just give up? Jiang Hao caught up to him. Who are you? Chi Tian stepped back. He stared at the person in front of him. Late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The person seemed dangerous. You don't need to concern yourself with who I am. I'm just curious why you gave up on Chu Chuan just like that. I don't think the end of all things would look down on him so much, Jiang Hao said. When he heard the name of the organization he belonged to, Chi Tian was stunned. He thought of fleeing from there. Once the information was leaked, he would undoubtedly face death. The Bright Moon Sect was currently trying to eliminate them everywhere they went. Getting close to the Bright Moon Sect was extremely dangerous. No need to run. With your Golden Core Realm cultivation, you can't escape anyway, Jiang Hao calmly said. He had already mobilized all his power to prevent the person in front of him from fleeing or ending himself. People from the end of all things were capable of anything, so he couldn't be careless. What do you want? Chi Tian asked. I just want to know why you spared Chu Chuan, Jiang Hao said. He was genuinely curious. He could have been used to harm Chu Jie. There's no reason for it. Foolish and ignorant people like him have no value, Chi Tian said. It seems like you don't really like talking about this. Well then, I'll change the topic. Is the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl on you? Jiang Hao stared at him. I don't understand what you're talking about. What pearl? Chi Tian appeared completely bewildered. Jiang Hao whispered, Let's make a deal. If you cooperate, I can let you go. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. Let me first tell you what I can offer, and then you can decide. Chapter 439. Let me first tell you what I can offer, and then you can decide. Deal. Chi Tian looked at the man in front of him. If I don't want to, can I leave? Jiang Hao nodded. There really was no need to force the issue. Then I refuse, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao sighed. I suggest you listen to the whole thing first. I don't think you'll give me anything in return, and with your strength, I have no choice at all. Even if I complete your request, you'll still use me. When I'm not useful anymore, you'll kill me and find someone else, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao was surprised because this person saw through things quite clearly. However, he wasn't that kind of person. He usually killed people only if they were a threat to him. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Let me first tell you what I can offer, and then you can decide. Chi Tian was puzzled. He was on guard against any sudden moves from this person. But what surprised him was that as soon as he got closer, a force suppressed him. He couldn't move. For a moment, he was worried because he didn't want to die here uselessly. But soon, he realized he was overthinking. It seemed that this person just wanted to talk. When Jiang Hao offered him the deal, he was stunned. My reward is that I can help you kill an elder of the Blood Shadow Sect. Those words pricked his heart. Chi Tian felt that he could do anything for that one goal. Any elder? He asked. Of course. Jiang Hao nodded. You help me first and I'll work for you, Chi Tian said. Jiang Hao shook his head. That's not possible. I don't need you to serve me, and your life is worthless to me. I only want to make a trade. You get what I want and I can provide you with what you want. The elders of the sect must be powerful. Jiang Hao didn't know if he could kill an elder, but Sheng still owed him a favor. If he couldn't do it, maybe others could. But everything had to wait until after the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment succeeded. With Hong Yue around, the area he was responsible for should have no problem. After that, he could let Sheng take action. The only thing to consider was that there would definitely be people at the gathering who would be suspicious of why Sheng was making a move instead of Jiang Hao. It didn't matter. If Sheng felt it was important enough, he could make a move. What do you want? And why should I trust you? Chi Tian asked. Why should you trust me? Jiang Hao chuckled. Why do you trust the end of all things? Why do you want everyone to end? Can the death of the entire world compare to the death of one elder? You could kill those elders by yourself. Chi Tian looked at the man in front of him and finally lowered his head. Just tell me what you want and I'll do it, he said. Jiang Hao smiled. Do you have the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl on you? Yes, but... Chi Tian took out a small, sealed fragment. It was green and looked like a shard. Jiang Hao could tell at a glance that it was indeed a fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. He took the fragment and knew that this thing couldn't affect him much. But if used well, it might have miraculous effects on other things. The best way to make use of it would probably be to place it on Chu Chuan and make him get closer to Chu Jia. How much do you know about the end of all things? Jiang Hao asked. Not much, but I know they are powerful, Chi Tian said. Who brought you into the end of all things? One of my seniors. Does he know what the end of all things intends to do? He might know something. He often goes out. What else do you know besides that? They are targeting Chu Jia. It's said that Chu Jia is going to complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Once successful, the balance will tilt. Is that all? Isn't that enough? Jiang Hao shook his head. This information was far from enough. Now, it seemed that the only way to find out more was to find this senior. What do you want to know? I can ask around for you, Chi Tian said anxiously. I want to know the secrets of the end of all things, especially those related to the southern region. Do you know anything about that? Jiang Hao asked. I can ask around. I heard from my senior that as long as I succeed this time, he will take me to meet an expert. I can inquire for you, I swear. My senior is not as easy to control as I am, Qi Tian said. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Which elder do you want gone? Qi Tian was overjoyed. Chen Yi. He's here too. Jiang Hao nodded. Wait for my message. If I make a move, you'll have to ask around and find out more about your organization. Wait for me to make contact. After that, Jiang Hao disappeared in the moonlight. In the woods, Jiang Hao appeared beside Hong Yu. You're not going to kill him? Hong Yu asked. Not yet, Jiang Hao said. There really was no need to kill Qi Tian. However, once Jiang Hao helped him get his revenge, it would be difficult to control him. Jiang Hao didn't have a plan. He just wanted to plant a pawn. Even then, it would be difficult to succeed. The human heart was unpredictable. If the other person's revenge was put on hold, he would work hard. If the revenge was done, Qi Tian might refuse to fulfill his side of the bargain. Everything needed careful consideration. Right now, the thing of importance was the fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. There should be quite a few fragments here. All to destroy the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Jiang Hao said. Just that won't be enough. The Bright Moon Sect is not weak. They are far stronger than these ragtag masses. Even if the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is fragile right now, it is still something that an immortal sect has put all its effort into promoting. It won't be so easy to disrupt the attainment of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Hong Yu said. Jiang Hao nodded. The next day, they returned to the inn. Jiang Hao sat at the table and took out the holy medicine seed. The seed was reddish-brown and surged with a powerful aura. Other than that, there was nothing strange about it. Jiang Hao appraised it. Jiang Hao frowned. There were just so many conditions for the growth of this seed. It was the first time he had seen such a complicated seed. Plants like the heavenly fragrance Tao flower only needed watering once a day. High-grade spirit herbs needed both spirit liquid and spirit stones. But sweet leaf cold grass seed required so many things. He wondered how many spirit stones it would cost. However, once it took root and sprouted, he might get purple bubbles. Of course, the effect of the sweet leaf cold grass was also extraordinary. It enhanced one's cultivation aptitude. Unfortunately, he didn't need any improvement on that front. Cultivation aptitude was the speed at which one absorbed spiritual energy. He didn't really need to enhance that. If it were about enhancing comprehension, it would have been much better. Watering it 7 times meant it would take almost a month and a half to germinate. He could only wait until he got back. After that, he had to wait for others' reactions to the new findings and keep an eye on Qi Tian. Half a month later, around mid-June, the Tao conference was in full swing. During this time, Chu Jie appeared twice. One time, she used the Star Moon healing technique and allowed everyone to recover their peak physical condition. The other time, she bestowed blessings and helped with everyone's comprehension. Chu Jie's influence began to grow. In the evening, Jiang Hao received a message from Wan Xiu. Meet me outside the city at the Star Moon Temple. Jiang Hao was surprised. What did these people want with him? Chapter 440 Chapter 440 No Longer Daring to Show Off. Chapter 440 No Longer Daring to Show Off. The Star Moon Temple was located on a mountain outside the Star Moon City. It was said to be a place of worship for a celestial lord. Most visitors there were ordinary non-cultivators. Jiang Hao found it to be a small temple. Here, Wan Xiu stood on the rooftop. These two were relentless. Jiang Hao had no intention of getting too involved with. Powerful individuals were often unpredictable. Once they discovered that he was using Hong Yue's power, who knew what might happen? Powerful people were capricious toward the weak, but were polite to other strong individuals. Senior, why did you suddenly contact me? Jiang Hao asked. We've captured someone and learned some information. We wanted to ask for your opinion. Wan Xiu smiled. What happened? Jiang Hao was puzzled. The matters that even these seniors couldn't handle were beyond his capabilities. However, he had Hong Yuye behind him. If it was related to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, he could try asking her. Come. Wan Xiu jumped down from the roof and entered the temple. The temple was neatly kept. As Jiang Hao passed by a table, he reached out to wipe it and found that there was not even a speck of dust on it. It seemed like this small temple was maintained very meticulously. Inside the temple, there was an idol of a celestial lord that was surrounded by stars. But the name of this lord was unclear. Beneath the statue, a woman was tied up and lying on the ground. Cheng leaned against the statue as he drank his wine. Fellow disciple Jiang, he mumbled. Did your beloved not come here with you? Jiang Hao was speechless. It was a good thing she hadn't come with him. Jiang Hao looked at the woman on the ground and noticed that her waist and legs were a little exposed. For a moment, he thought these seniors were being a little improper in capturing her like this. The woman had long hair. She was gagged with a white cloth, and she looked furious. This is a member of the fallen immortal clan. Her cultivation isn't bad. Based on the information you provided earlier, we tracked her down, Wan Xiu said. Jiang Hao was surprised that they had been busy with this for the past half-month. What are they planning? Jiang Hao asked. The fallen immortal clan has collaborated with the End of All Things, as well as a special group called the Saint Bandits, Wan Xiu said with a smile. Now, the most obvious thing is that these three parties are teaming up, and they have clear divisions of labor. The End of All Things wants to disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment by using certain things, such as the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. The Fallen Immortal Clan has powerful individuals who are taking action and want to undermine the reputation of the Bright Moon Sect by spreading rumors about us. This will make the others doubt us, and some might choose to willingly withdraw. The Saint Bandits are the strangest of them all. They wait for an opportunity, and will only strike when the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is about to be completed. At that time, if the seniors of the Bright Moon Sect are held back, things could get quite fatal. Can't the Bright Moon Sect handle these three forces? Jiang Hao asked. They can. Cheng stood up. Dealing with them is not difficult, but the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will take the strength and focus of all the powerful individuals. The whole of the Bright Moon Sect's strength and power will be focused on the Heavenly Tao at that time. Jiang Hao nodded. It seems attaining the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was much more difficult than he had imagined. The Bright Moon Sect had to use all its strength and power, and the other forces were simply taking advantage of this vulnerability. Now we plan to find the fallen immortal clan and deal with them first. However, this person isn't talking. Wan Xiu looked at Jiang Hao. We want to ask for your help to find their hideout. Trying to spy on them proved difficult. They aren't weak and have acquired treasures and methods to help them. If we try anything, they might notice and move elsewhere. Jiang Hao felt helpless. He didn't have any intelligence to offer. Should I use the daily appraisal? After some thought, Jiang Hao decided against it. He had already made use of this method in the Lawless Tower. Now, with these two seniors watching, it was better to keep a low profile. After observing the woman for a moment, Jiang Hao shook his head. I was just lucky before to come across the information. I can't do anything right now. In that case, would you like to compose a poem to express your regret in this situation? Wan Xiu quickly asked. Jiang Hao was speechless. Why are you so obsessed with poems? Jiang Hao didn't say anything. If these two people continued watching him, he might get into trouble. Fortunately, this was the eastern region and he belonged to the south. If they were in the south, it would prove to be risky for him. Disciple Jiang, no poem at all? Wan Xiu pressed him. I really can't remember anything right now, Jiang Hao said. Just one line? Then, we'll never ask for it again, Wan Xiu said earnestly. Jiang Hao was at a loss. In the end, he bid farewell to the two. He didn't recite any poems, but he did promise to do his best to help. He also learned one thing from Si Qing. Early July was the most suitable time for the advancement of the heavenly Tao. Just half a month remained till then. Back at the inn, Jiang Hao informed Hong Yuye of the situation. 3 forces. Hong Yuye was silent for a while. Then, she said, if the Earth's extreme heart-devouring pearl falls into the hands of the end of all things, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment this time will most likely fail. Do they have it? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye smiled. The disdain was clear in her eyes. It seemed they didn't have any more fragments. But why was Hong Yuye so confident that they wouldn't be able to get more of the fragments? The day before July, Jiang Hao received another message for a gathering. Tomorrow is the day for achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet. The gathering was scheduled for midnight. When it was time, Jiang Hao entered the gathering. Senior Dan Yuan was also present this time. After greeting the senior, they all sat cross-legged on the ground. You should all have guessed the purpose of this gathering, Dan Yuan said. Friend Sheng, please go on. With a nod of thanks, Sheng said, if nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow will be the best time for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Borrowing of the power can happen at any time. I hope Gui and Jing can assist me when the time comes. No problem, Gui said with a smile. I've obtained quite a few good things this time, but competing with the strong for the top spot is too difficult. I'm fine with it too, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. He was also curious about what would happen tomorrow. He hoped everything would go smoothly. If anything went wrong, a small fry like him couldn't handle things. Unfortunately, Xiao Li and the others would be present too. He had been keeping an eye on them for the past month. Han Ming was the most active participant. He constantly challenged people. Sometimes he won, and sometimes he lost, but his insights were improving, and his experience was growing. After obtaining a pill, he quickly reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. He was full of confidence and went around telling people that he was lucky to have advanced. Han Ming's performance attracted the attention of the seniors in high positions. They openly acknowledged his blessings and his ability to use his blessings to propel himself to the top. The location is not a problem. Now let me tell you about some information that I found out recently, so you can be prepared, Sheng said. I've heard that members of the fallen Immortal clan will launch an attack at the crucial moment. They might hide themselves in the most prominent locations, so you are still safe. But please be careful. If there is a problem, the people from the Bright Moon Sect will rush over to you immediately. Chapter 441. Chapter 441. I'm not a match, but I have someone backing me up. Chapter 441. I'm not a match, but I have someone backing me up. Is someone attacking already? Gui didn't look concerned. If they can break through my encirclement, then it's beyond my ability to deal with. Please do your best, Gui, Sheng said. Jiang Hao remained silent. He didn't want to say it, but despite his weak cultivation, he had someone strong backing him up. His silence surprised both Sheng and Gui. Do you have more information? Dan Yuan asked. I found someone from the end of all things who was carrying a fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. There should be more people like him, Jiang Hao said. I found members of the fallen Immortal clan. They're quite stubborn, but under my curse, they spilled some information. The fallen Immortal clan is cooperating with the end of all things. It seems like they've come for revenge, Gui said. I don't have any direct information, but I heard some related things. Many places want to resist the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. They claim that it damages the overall great luck of various regions. These people have formed a force to stop the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Lu said solemnly. Many people had such thoughts. It was inevitable. Jiang Hao frowned. He felt helpless. However, he had a different opinion and perception of things, mainly because he had more exposure. If he knew nothing, he would hide in a corner and act when the time was right. Survival came first. Only if he survived could he attempt other things. After all, the battle of major forces was not something an ordinary cultivator like him could interfere with. I heard about that too. The Bright Moon Sect has made preparations on two fronts. One is with Senior Sheng from the Clear Sky School, but he hasn't appeared for some reason. Even if his master allowed him to leave, he hasn't shown up, Sheng said in confusion. Jiang Hao understood why. It was because of his appearance. The Clear Sky School had the means to heal Shang An's face, but he might have refused. Tomorrow probably won't be without issues. You need to stay vigilant. When the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment begins, it will inevitably attract attention from nearby. If other strong cultivators aren't pleased with it, they might intervene. Nothing is certain, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao understood that stopping the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would require the intervention of very powerful cultivators. The gathering then ended. Daybreak would mark the start of a crucial moment. Jiang Hao informed Hong Yuye of the situation. Hong Yuye didn't say anything, so Jiang Hao could only wait and watch. After brewing tea, he began to study the 7 forms of the Heavenly Blade. During this period, he also learned the 1 heart palm and the 4 forms of the Heavenly Blade. Although he hadn't had much opportunity to use the 4th form yet, he needed to study it in case he had to use it soon. He wouldn't use it unless he was pushed to the brink. When he thoroughly understood it, he could modify it and teach it to Chu Chuan as a parting gift when he left the sect. The other 3 forms became more powerful and easier to understand the more he studied them. As for the 1 heart palm technique, he had studied it sufficiently. He had attempted to imprint it on animals, but it had failed. It seemed that even for casting an imprint, the right person was needed. He couldn't find the right person for now, so he had no choice but to wait. The two of them gazed at the moonlight and sipped tea as the sun slowly rose on the horizon. A new day began. Along with the rising sun, the vast power of the Bright Moon Sect awakened. This was the culmination of this month's efforts, which had reached its peak. It's starting, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao nodded. He looked ahead. He was eager to see how special this event would be. At daybreak, a group of people emerged from the underground. They split into several teams and moved ahead. One group headed towards Star Moon City. Are we attacking the Bright Moon Sect directly? Just a few of us might not be up to the task, said someone mid-flight. No, we're not launching a direct attack. We're cooperating with some of the members of the End of All Things to attack from specific locations, said a middle-aged man leading the group. Will we succeed? A young person asked. Maybe not, but it will have some effect. Unfortunately, we couldn't catch Chu Chuan. Otherwise, we could have caught them off guard. The leader sighed. They quickly flew over Star Moon City and continued onward. Where do we sneak in? We can see the location where the attainment of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will begin from that side. Is that an important location? Yes. For such an important location, the Bright Moon Sect will undoubtedly send people to guard it. Why don't we contact the End of All Things and choose a less prominent location? I think our chances of success would be higher that way. The leader stopped in his tracks. What if that location also has guards? In that case, we can find a wider place. We can either enter or retreat if we have to, suggested a young woman. What place would be suitable? The Line Canyon to the south. It's dangerous if we get ambushed, but it's a suitable location. Is there any other place? The Twin City Peak to the north. It's spacious, but it's also easy to be noticed. They continued discussing the terrain. Finally, the leader pointed to the Twin City Peak. Let's enter from here. The terrain is complex, with mountains and rivers, and high altitudes have some restrictions, which can be advantageous for us. The only drawback is that we need to figure out the direction. We can do that. Gu Qing and her group infiltrated from there before, so they've mapped out the best route. Someone produced a map. Good. Prepare your magical treasures. After entering, we'll strike at the weakest point. After that, we'll retreat, regardless of success or failure. The others nodded, and they continued on their way. Inside the Bright Moon Sect, Shaoli and the others arrived at the square. I feel like something's off today. Chu Chuan looked around. People seem very serious. It's probably because of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Mu Qi said as he joined them. It's the purpose of the Tao Conference, after all. What is the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Shaoli asked. The spirit beast stood on Chu Chuan's shoulder and looked at the sky. This doesn't look good. The spiritual energy around us doesn't make me feel good. It's as the beast said, Mu Qi said solemnly. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is the most important event that is going to happen today. They will use all their power and even borrow ours to attain it. Who would need such a massive power just to reach the Foundation establishment realm? Chu Chuan asked in shock. Such a grand exhibition just to reach the Foundation establishment realm was unheard of. It's that girl Chu Jia, Mu Qi said. Everything is for her. It is to ensure her success in achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment today. It's said that attempting the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment only happens once every few thousand years. It's even more rare and difficult to succeed at it. Just goes to show how exceptional Chu Jia might be. Chu Chuan was stunned. He remembered what Jiang Hao had told him. Chu Jia was even more remarkable than he had thought. Nonetheless, he still hoped for Chu Jia's success. Normally, such an important matter wouldn't be disclosed because people might not want her to succeed. But now, it's all in the open. It all depends on the showdown between the two sides at this point, Mu Qi said. Chapter 442 Chapter 442 All eyes on her, but not all hope rested on her. Chapter 442 All eyes on her, but not all hope rested on her. Chu Chuan finally understood what Chu Jia wanted to become and what she needed to face in order to achieve her goal. After a short walk, he found that rumors were everywhere, and they were mostly negative. Let's go back to our seats. You probably won't be allowed to challenge others today, Mu Qi said to them. Shaoli didn't mind. She didn't like fighting with people. She just waited every day for this event to be over so she could go back and eat. Junior sister Shaoli, how many people have you fought here? Mu Qi asked on the way. Just a few. They said they'd give me spirit stones if I won, Shaoli said. Did you earn a lot of spirit stones? Mu Qi asked. Shaoli reached for her storage magic treasure. These are for buying gifts for senior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao? Mu Qi asked. Shaoli nodded. Mu Qi smiled. Don't buy anything too expensive. Considering junior brother Jiang's personality, he'll find it troublesome if it's too valuable. Shaoli's mind was full of thoughts about buying desserts for Jiang Hao. She didn't know what senior brother Mu Qi meant by too valuable. Son, the people from the Heavenly Note sect all arrived in their designated area. The Peak Master of the Law Enforcement Peak, Qing Lu, and the Cliff Master of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Ku Wuchang, were both on guard. Whether it turns out good or bad, We can't avoid whatever happens today. I don't know what might happen, Qinglu said. The Clear Sky School and other formidable sects are here too. It would affect us too much, I think, said Ku Wuchang. Qinglu sighed and looked at Chu Chuan and Shaoli. These two disciples of yours are quite remarkable. Ku Wuchang frowned. Shaoli indeed was promising, but... He shook his head and didn't say anything more. He wanted to teach her many things, but it was a pity she couldn't pay attention. He then turned to look at Lu Xingchen. Your disciple is also quite unique. Although others are not lacking in talent, he seems to be different. Different? Qinglu smiled. If you knew his reason for joining the Heavenly Note sect, you would find him even more unique. This caught the attention of everyone, including the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, who hadn't spoken yet. Qinglu smiled. I still remember his reason. He said he was bored and wanted to join a demonic sect. While they were talking, there was a commotion nearby. Let me go. If I stay here, I'll definitely die. They want to harvest us to build their foundation. Let me go. They saw a young man struggling against two people who were restraining him. They seemed to be fellow sect members. They tried to persuade him. Junior brother, don't be like this. How could the Bright Moon sect harm us? I think they are about to explain everything. Just calm down. Calm down? They clearly want to smother us. Let me go. If you don't leave, you'll die, but I don't want to die, the young man said frantically. At this moment, a disciple of the Bright Moon sect walked over to them. He looked at the three people. What are you doing? Our junior brother believes in rumors too easily. If you explain things to him, everything will be fine. He still trusts you deep down, said one of the senior disciples who was holding onto the struggling junior. The Bright Moon sect disciple nodded. I see. Come with me then. I'll explain it to you. But before the young man could speak, the Bright Moon sect disciple used his magic treasure to take them away without another word. Mu Qi and the others watched this unfold. Do you think that is normal, senior brother? Han Ming asked. If this were in our Heavenly Note sect, these three would be a source of spirit stones. Mu Qi shook his head and laughed. Most of the people who chose to stay in the Bright Moon sect could be categorized into three types. Those who believed that the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was beneficial and harmless. Others believed that the Bright Moon sect was too powerful and didn't dare to oppose them, so they had to go along with whatever they planned. Some others were completely clueless. Apart from these three types, a few others were just looking for trouble. After all, the doors of the Bright Moon sect had never been closed, and everyone could return to the Star Moon City every day. Why wait until now? As more and more people gathered, everyone could sense the presence of a greater force, and they all seemed to become a part of it. Everyone looked up at the highest seat, where all the brilliance seemed to converge. Footsteps sounded. She's here, Mu Qi said. In an instant, all eyes were focused on the girl wearing a white gown as she slowly walked towards the highest seat. Her face was filled with determination. There was no one beside her. Her master had told her that everyone was there to help and support her. When she finally succeeded, she would have to face everything alone anyway. She knew she couldn't be afraid. She must overcome her weaknesses. When she finally reached the highest seat, onlookers could finally see her clearly. At this moment, it seemed like she could understand the emotions of everyone below. Doubt, mockery, anger, disdain, admiration, envy, jealousy, joy, encouragement, nervousness, anticipation, and various others. All eyes were fixed on her. As she looked at the sea of faces, she felt nervous. She almost wanted to step back. But she took a step forward and stood at a spot where everyone could see her. At this point, she couldn't retreat. Esteemed seniors and guests, I, Junior Chu Jie, greet you all, said Chu Jie. Her voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard clearly. People fell silent below. I understand that all of you have heard the rumors. Today is the day when I am supposed to attain the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and we need your help. She sounded grateful and determined. My master once told me that this is an extremely difficult path. He said he would understand if I refused because once I set foot on this path, there's no turning back. Succeeding in this path would mean taking the responsibility of the world, she said. I'm still young and inexperienced. I don't know about many things, but I know about my own merits and qualifications. My master told me that if I succeed today, it wouldn't be because of my qualifications or because of the Bright Moon Sect. It would be only because of the help and support from all the guests and seniors gathered here today, said Chujia. This is the path of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It means the blessing of heaven and earth, and taking responsibility for the well-being of the whole cultivation world and the people within it. I understand that this path is incredibly difficult, but with the help of my sect, I stand here today. I only ask for one request from all of you. Chu Jie bowed respectfully. Her voice resonated throughout the entire Bright Moon Sect. Please, esteemed seniors, help me reach the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. As her words fell, the entire Bright Moon Sect was shaken. A great force formed, and it began to rise around Chu Jie. Below, the multitude of people also felt the shock. Chu Jie's words gave them a clear understanding for the first time. Chu Chuan breathed rapidly. He realized that the responsibility Chu Jie carried on her shoulders far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 443 Chapter 443 I'm sorry. Chapter 443 I'm sorry. Jiang Hao could see the high platform and hear Chu Jie's voice clearly. He felt admiration for her. She's only 17 this year. At the age of 17, Jiang was still at the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He was living cautiously in the spirit herb garden and avoiding contact with others. But this girl before him, at 17, was preparing to attain the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. She was taking on the responsibility of all the people of the world. She was even prepared to stand alone. The level of self-awareness far exceeded that of others. The pursuit of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was for those with great potential, and such individuals often had to sacrifice themselves for the sake of all living beings. For example, if the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl exploded, Chu Jie would have to willingly go and suppress it. How many people could compare to such a formidable 17-year-old girl? 17, Hong Yuye said in amazement. Indeed, she's quite extraordinary. As they talked, a figure suddenly leaped up. He had a green light around him. It looked like an aura from the earth extreme heart-devouring pearl. However, the moment he leaped, a blade swept past and cut him into shreds. He turned into ashes. The green light dissipated into the air. People nearby were terrified, but others hadn't even noticed anything. However, the Bright Moon Sect disciples who had been observing everything were shocked. Is there a powerful expert helping us from the shadows? This caught them off guard. Whoever had attacked wasn't someone ordinary. How's it going on your end, senior brother? Subai walked over. It's stable for now. It seems a strong individual is helping us out in secret, which has helped a lot. However, those from the end of all things won't give up easily. The big problem now is that the Saint Bandits could appear at any moment. They might not stay idle once they're here. I don't know how long I can hold out against a senior from the Saint Bandit. A man sighed helplessly and looked at Subai. The other areas are up to you, junior brother. The fallen immortal clan isn't a major threat, but don't underestimate them. They're good at sneaking in. Alright, senior brother, please be careful, Subai said. He quickly left to complete his task. Outside the Bright Moon Sect, intruders began to infiltrate the area. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment had begun, and it was a crucial time for everyone. Boom! Suddenly, a light descended and was about to crush those below. Whoosh! A wave surged, and then a figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and he held a wineskin in his hand. He appeared drunk. "Si Cheng. You know me." The person snorted, and the battle erupted. The opponent seemed to want to disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment in the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, Jiang Hao on the Twin City Peak could vaguely feel the violent fluctuations of energy in the surrounding area. From his position, he couldn't see the battle. He only occasionally caught glimpses of it. Power erupted and continuous explosions were apparent. It seemed that even a slight trace of that energy could severely injure him. Such a battle made him anxious. If it reached here, it would affect him too. The impact brought about by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't even get involved even though he was in the Soul Ascension realm. It was fortunate that many formidable seniors were around to lend a hand in the fight. What he needed to do now was wait for Chu Jie to seize the opportunity and advance to a higher realm. At this moment, Chu Jie closed her eyes, and her aura began to surge. She resonated with the force converging with the Bright Moon Sect. Then, the force resonated with heaven and the earth. Then, she used the aura of everyone present to guide and absorb the surging force to form the essence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. In this way, she would ascend to become a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm cultivator. The first step went smoothly. She was already resonating with the surging force and was beginning to resonate with the heavens and earth. Many people below watched her. They were nervous. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was obviously special. Now they had the chance to witness it firsthand. They also felt that if they assisted in this, they would gain some reward. Chu Chuan stared intently at Chu Jie. He realized that the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment far exceeded his expectations. With great power came great responsibility. The two of them had chosen different paths, each with its own unique difficulties. Chu Jie's determination to choose this path was not something to be underestimated. Shaoli and the Beast were also closely watching everything. Boom! The surging force began to move upward toward the heavens and earth. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down and hit the converging force. With a bang, the entire surging force endured tremendous pressure. At the same time, Chu Jie trembled slightly, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. However, she did not stop what she was doing. Several more lightning strikes followed, and even Shaoli had trouble standing. Then, the heavens and earth began to glow radiantly. The surging force also changed with it. It was vast and boundless. However, several dark auras swept over. The dark auras began to destroy the surging force as if they didn't recognize the Heavenly Tao. The disciples of the Bright Moon Sect frowned, but they weren't in a hurry to act. Chu Jie would have to overcome this on her own. As long as she maintained the aura of others, she could destroy these dark. If it really couldn't be done, they had a backup plan. On the high platform, Chu Jie's brows furrowed. She seemed to hear the voices of all living beings. What kind of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is this? Are you using our lives to help you build it? You're a demon. Kill this Demoness. Do you think ordinary people like us don't have a right to live? You took away our luck and our lifeblood for the sake of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. How can we survive? What can we rely on? Please spare us. I'm begging on my knees. Don't pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. We are all just ordinary people. Why do you want to hurt us? There was a massive flood. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has taken away the protection of the immortals. My child is gone. Give my child back to me. There's a flood. Help. What kind of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is this? Does it have to deprive us of our cultivation? Why are you taking away our aura? On what grounds are you doing this? What do you represent? Give me back my father and my mother. Countless voices and numerous complaints rose over all other sound. They aimed to shatter Chu Jie's resolve. Tears welled up in Chu Jie's eyes as she heard them all. She murmured, "Please. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have come looking for you. They wouldn't have brought disasters upon you. Everything is because I wanted the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Everything is because my determination has harmed you. All your lifelong suffering is my doing, and I won't deny it. I'm willing to shoulder your pain, but I can't give up now. They want to make me surrender, and I can't. Once I bow down, there will be no chance to stand up again. I'm sorry. They fear me, and I can't fall now. I'm sorry. My success is built upon your sacrifices. I'm sorry. Even if I succeed, I can't make it up to you. Please forgive me. The only thing I can guarantee is that if a great calamity strikes the heavens and earth, I will walk at the forefront without hesitation. I'll stand in front of you and block the danger. I won't retreat or perish. So, please lend me a helping hand. Please help me achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment." Chapter 444 Chapter 444 To See the World. Chapter 444 To See the World. Something had changed. Jiang Hao noticed could see numerous auras pouring in and becoming one with the surging force. There was a brilliant golden light and a blackness that corroded everything. Resentment and hatred seemed to be rapidly taking over the surging force, but the person in the center did not retreat. The surging force began to stabilize. If she took even one step back, everything might collapse. "Senior, were the words in the black mist a test?" Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. Her eyes seemed to ask if he was really so naive. "Does it need such a test?" Jiang Hao was amazed. "This is the force of heaven and earth, not just the collective power of the eastern region. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment integrates the will of all beings in the world. The voice that came from the depths of that force is the voice of those from some corner of the world. No matter how powerful the Bright Moon Sect is, they can't take care of everyone," Hong Yuye said calmly. Did that mean the end of all things attacked ordinary people? Jiang Hao lowered his head in thought. Louis had told them that the end of all things was spreading rumors everywhere. To make the rumors sound real, they might have harmed others. Even if someone figured out the rumors were false, they would be helpless. Not all people wanted the truth. They just wanted to vent their grievances. Even if they couldn't understand the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, it didn't matter. If the person trying to achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment felt guilty and faltered, the Heavenly Tao would fall apart. Boom! Chu Jie soared into the sky and entered the surging force of heaven and earth. She was attempting to become one with the force. She needed to accept it first before absorbing it. At this moment, a lotus flower appeared under her feet, but half of it was eroded by darkness. Chu Jie sat cross-legged on it. Regardless of darkness or light, she accepted both. She didn't evade or retreat. Everyone watched, but the surging force of heaven and earth didn't seem very stable. "Why aren't they harnessing luck yet?" Jiang Hao asked. "You have to ask her that. Only after passing this test can she qualify to harness the luck that will help her integrate with the force of heaven and earth. Then, she will successfully achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment," Hong Yuye said. "Ask her." Jiang Hao didn't know how to go about it. "Let's go take a look." Hong Yuye was also curious about this. None of those present had experienced the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment before, and they were curious and puzzled. With a flash of red light, Jiang Hao felt his own will entering the surging force of heaven and earth. Immediately after that, he entered a white light sphere. The surroundings instantly changed, and he was in front of a pavilion surrounded by immortal clouds. Two people were standing at the entrance, a slightly dark-skinned young girl and a middle-aged man. "From now on, this will be your residence. Do you like it?" the middle-aged man asked. My residence? It's so big," the young girl exclaimed in surprise. "It's not that big. Rest for a few days and I'll take you out for a walk," the middle-aged man said. "Go out for a walk? Didn't you say I need to cultivate?" the young girl asked in confusion. "Why are you in a hurry to cultivate? Senior Sister Bai told me that as long as my cultivation realm is high enough, I can go find young master." The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "A high cultivation realm is not easy to achieve, so don't rush it. Enjoy your time for now." The young girl nodded. "How should I address you? They all call me Hao Yu, but for now you can call me Senior Uncle." "All right. My name is Chu Jie." "Young master sometimes calls me Shao Jie. You can call me Shao Jie too," Chu Jie said. "All right. I'll call you Shao Jie then." When the conversation ended, Jiang Hao noticed that the scene began to disappear. Next, they were standing by a small stream. Chu Jie was excited as she stepped into the stream. "Senior Uncle, the water here is so cool. Young master used to take me to the stream to catch fish, but he often fell in." "Is that so? Then you should be careful," Hao Yu said with a smile. Jiang Hao was puzzled, and he turned to look at Hong Yuye. "Is this a test too?" Hong Yuye didn't respond. Jiang Hao had no choice but to continue watching. They played by the stream for a while, and then Hao Yu led Chu Jie to a riverbank. Here, the water began to deepen, but fortunately, the current wasn't too strong. After some time, Chu Jie arrived at the bank of a great river. The water surged and left Chu Jie in awe. After that, they reached the coast and looked out at the sea. Chu Jie, who had never seen the sea before, was stunned. She had never realized that something could be so vast. In the next scene, Chu Jie stood on the surface of the sea. She was surrounded by the ocean on all sides. There was nothing as far as the eye could see, except for water. Then, the water under her feet turned dark. Chu Jie cowered behind Hao Yu in fear. She was afraid of falling. Hao Yu smiled and flew into the sky with Chu Jie. As they flew over the boundless sea, Chu Jie was shocked. The surroundings changed again, and they stood on a small pile of rocks. "Is the sea beautiful?" asked Hao Yu. "Yes, it's beautiful." Chu Jie nodded. "Can I bring young master with me next time?" "Of course," Hao Yu said softly. "Rest for 2 days, and then we'll explore the mountains." After that, Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye saw Chu Jie play among the rocks, climb up the hills, weave through the small mountains, shout from the mountain peaks, and gaze from the high summit. Finally, they witnessed the magnificent scenery among the mountains. Jiang Hao noticed that Chu Jie was gradually growing taller, and her skin was becoming fairer. She saw some animals in the forest. She even played with some mythical beasts and rode a powerful divine creature to the mountain peak. "Is it beautiful?" Hao Yu asked with a smile as they came upon a city. "Yes, it's so beautiful. It's so high and magnificent," Chu Jie exclaimed excitedly. "Rest for 2 days, and this time we'll meet the people." Hao Yu chuckled. Jiang Hao felt somewhat overwhelmed. He could see the light in Chu Jie's eyes. And after experiencing mountains, rivers, and landscapes, she had acquired a kind of grandeur. Jiang Hao was looking forward to the next thing. The scene shifted, and Chu Jie arrived in a small village where she lived for a month. She was very accustomed to the way of life there. They then moved to a place filled with refugees and survived on relief supplies. It was difficult to do anything other than survive. Later, they went to a slum area where there was nothing except a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and they had to beg for their livelihood every day. Then, they moved to a small town and started a business. 1 month later, they moved to the city and met some wealthy families. Another month passed, and they entered the imperial city. It was a grand place with numerous high-ranking officials and nobles. After witnessing their lives, Hao Yu led Chu Jie to stand on top of the imperial city. At night, they ascended into the sky and stayed among the stars. Shao Jie, look at the sky. What do you see? Hao Yu asked. Stars. Chu Jie said. Do you still remember the mountain and water you saw earlier? Hao Yu asked. I remember, said Chu Jie in excitement. Despite the hardship she had endured these past few months, she still yearned for distant places. Do you know what all those mountains, rivers, and landscapes add up to? Faced with Chu Jie's confusion, Hao Yu smiled. It's the world and its people. Chapter 445 Chapter 445 100,000 Spirit Stones are just pocket change. Chapter 445 100,000 Spirit Stones are just pocket change. Jiang Hao listened to Master Hao Yu's words and was surprised. So, is this how the Bright Moon Sect teaches its disciples? He was very curious. The Heavenly Note Sect never taught anyone like this. Even their most talented disciples had never received such teachings. It's not suitable for everyone, but those who are suitable are usually extraordinary, said Hong Yuya calmly. Is this the test? Jiang Hao still couldn't see what the test actually was. Her inner conflict should be emerging soon, Hong Yuya said. The scene changed back to the small attic. This is for you. Master Hao Yu tossed a storage treasure to Chu Jie. There are 100,000 spirit stones here. 100,000 spirit stones? Chu Jie exclaimed. Isn't that a lot? Not much. Just enough to buy some tea leaves, Master Hao Yu said. If it's not enough, come and ask me for more. Jiang Hao was speechless. Okay, Chu Jie said joyfully. She placed half of the spirit stones in another storage treasure. What are you doing? Master Hao Yu asked curiously. Nothing. Chu Jie immediately put it away. The scene shook and returned to the small attic. This time, Master Hao Yu looked serious. It seems that the situation has exceeded my expectations. What I showed you before was not enough. Now I need to show Vu something else. At this moment, Chu Jie was a graceful young woman. There was no trace of her previous self. It was as if she had completely transformed into a different person. She was puzzled. What do you want to show me this time, Master? Good and evil, Master Hao Yu said solemnly. This time it might confuse you. If you get it right, we will decide whether you can truly pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If you get it wrong, whether you like it or not, you will have to give up on the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. No matter how talented you are, it'll not be enough. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cannot be achieved with talent alone. What is it? Chu Jie asked in confusion. Do you remember when I showed you the suffering of the world before? Master Hao Yu asked. Chu Jie nodded. I do. That was to broaden your horizons and lay the foundation for your state of mind. Your future success depends not on your talent for cultivation but on this. Master Hao Yu pointed to his heart. You can think of it as your state of mind and willpower. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment also requires these qualities. If you doubt yourself, you will fail instantly. Life will end and the path will disappear. So, this time, you need to find the answer to good and evil. If you can't find it, focus on your cultivation and stop thinking about the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If you find it, you need to think carefully. I will support you whether you choose to give up or persevere. Chu Jie nodded, but she didn't quite understand why she needed to find the answer to good and evil. Wasn't it straightforward? Jiang Hao was also curious about the answer. He saw things without a definitive concept of good and evil. If someone treated him well, they were good. If they treated him poorly, they were evil. However, he never harmed ordinary people just for the sake of it. The scene shifted, and Jiang Hao saw a person breaking into a house in the city to steal something. Is this act good or evil? Master Hao Yu asked. It seems wrong, so it's evil. Chu Jie hesitated. Should we stop them? Master Hao Yu asked. Of course. Chu Jie nodded. Master Hao Yu pointed at the scene, and soon, someone noticed the thief. The thief was beaten half to death and sent to jail. The scene shifted again. In a city suffering from a severe epidemic, a middle-aged doctor opened his doors to help others. Is he good or evil? Master Hao Yu asked. Definitely good, Chu Jie said. The scene shifted once more. This time, a group of bandits emerged from the forest, killed the guards, and stole medicine and some silver. Are they good or evil? Master Hao Yu asked again. Evil, Chu Jie said. Isn't this quite simple? Chu Jie thought. The scene changed once more. This time, a group of righteous individuals surrounded the bandits and killed them all. What about this? It should be good. Chu Jie was unsure. She doubted whether the master would throw such simple questions at her. All right, let's start over. Master Hao Yu snapped his fingers, and instantly, they saw the entire city. At this point, they saw a doctor who wasn't respected. He carried the medicine and threw it into a well. The next day, many people began to feel ill. A few days later, a poor man with his dying daughter went to seek medical help everywhere, but no one dared to treat her upon hearing about the disease. That night, as he watched his daughter on the brink of death, he decided to take a risk and steal the medicine that could cure the disease. He went to a medicine hall and he was caught stealing. He was beaten half to death and thrown into jail. He never made it back to his daughter, who survived for 3 days but eventually died from hunger, not the illness. On the same day, the doctor who had poisoned the medicine in the medicine hall was highly regarded by everyone. In the prison, the man heard that relief was being sent from the capital, but the local lord secretly diverted it. After he was released, he looked at his daughter's lifeless body with great sadness. In the end, he gathered some people and took the relief that the local lord and his cronies intended to divert to another city and distributed it to the refugees. However, the lord and his group quickly realized what was happening. They assumed the man and his group of people were bandits, and they were killed. After seeing all this, even Jiang Hao frowned. Chu Jie was even more shaken. The scene shifted once again. It went back to the beginning and showed someone stealing. Now, is he good or evil? Should you warn the people inside that someone is stealing the medicine? Master Hao Yu asked Chu Jie. This time, she remained silent. Let's look at something else. Master Hao Yu led Chu Jie to a farmer's home. They raised cattle and sheep. Suddenly, a wolf rushed in, snatched a sheep, and was about to flee. Is this wolf good or evil? Evil. Should it be killed? Shouldn't it? Then kill it. The wolf died. The scene then showed a den of wolf pups. Some of them were still nursing. They were waiting for their mother to return. However, the mother wolf did not return. Several wolf cubs starved to death. Tell me, was killing the wolf an act of goodness? Master Hao Yu asked. Chu Jie hesitated. Then, don't let it prey on the sheep. The wolf was isolated from the flock. Because it couldn't find food for a long time, it eventually starved to death, and some of the wolf cubs died while others survived by eating the mother wolf's flesh. But they still couldn't hunt any sheep and eventually starved to death. When you show kindness to the sheep, you show cruelty to the wolf. The same goes for humans. When you show kindness to one person, it might mean that someone else receives your cruelty. Master Hao Yu said to the young girl beside him. So, what is truly good? What is truly evil? Is what you do an act of good or evil? Chu Jie fell silent. Jiang Hao sensed that this was the test. Good and evil. If Chu Jie couldn't provide an answer that she felt confident in, she would fail the test. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would also fail. But what is the answer to good and evil? In Jiang Hao's view, it was all about perspective. But was it enough for a person with great luck to just accept that? Chapter 446. Chapter 446. This is my answer. Chapter 446. This is my answer. Jiang Hao lowered his head. In his view, the concept of good and evil was elusive. Once you get caught in them, you would enter a whirlpool and lose yourself. Jiang Hao's answer to both choices presented by Master Hao Yu was to ignore it entirely. It didn't impact him in any way. However, Chu Jie was different. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment couldn't be a self-centered endeavor. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was the blessings from heaven and earth. If she could maintain a calm and rational state of mind, she would reach the peak of this path. She didn't have the luxury to detach herself from this dilemma. Do you have an answer? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hoa shook his head. No, because I never think about these things. Hong Yuye was silent. Jiang Hao looked at Chu Jie. He didn't know if she had the answer yet. The question troubled Chu Jie for a long time. She looked melancholic, and she seemed unable to find joy in anything. It wasn't until she grew up into a young woman that she went to see Master Hao Yu. Do you have an answer now? Master Hao Yu asked. Master, I want to pursue the Foundation establishment, Chu Jie said solemnly. A regular Foundation establishment realm? Master Hao Yu asked. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Master Hao Yu frowned. That's not the answer I was hoping for. But it's the answer the Sect wants, Chu Jie said. The Sect? Master Hao Yu chuckled. Who am I? The Sect Master? Chu Jie said. Yes, I am the head of the Bright Moon Sect, and the Sect follows my will. So, you don't have to be influenced by others, Master Hao Yu said firmly. But I still want to pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Chu Jie said. Do you know what your decision will bring? Master Hao Yu asked. Some of my seniors in the Sect will die on the day I pursue this path. The eastern, western, southern, and northern regions, and even farther places, will suffer hardships because of my decision, Chu Jie said. Master Hao Yu was shocked. Who told you that? Chu Jie shook her head. I thought of it myself. If someone supports the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, there will definitely be others who oppose it. If someone benefits from it, there will be someone who suffers because of it. It's what you taught me. When one receives goodwill, someone else receives cruelty. If the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is considered good, then evil will occur somewhere. Master Hao Yu looked at his disciple. He felt that her aptitude was much higher than he had initially thought. Do you still want to pursue the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? I do. Do you understand what is good and what is evil? Chu Jie lowered her head and said softly, I don't. After a moment of silence, she looked up at her master. Good and evil are definitions created by others. How can someone like me understand it? Then, what is your answer? Master Hao Yu asked. At this moment, Chu Jie began to integrate with everything in the world. Her lips moved as though she was saying something. There is no good and there is no evil. There are only consequences that one bears for making decisions. Everything shook, and Chu Jie's aura was everywhere. Jiang Hao also started to withdraw from that place, but Chu Jie's voice still echoed in his ears. If they consider me good, I will continue to stay in the sect and become a good person. If they consider me evil, I'll go to a demonic sect and become an evil person. They can define me by their assumption, but my path will never change. The path I choose, and my will remains unchanged. This is my answer. At this moment, a light shone and became one with Chu Jie. As Jiang Hao withdrew, he saw mountains, rivers, starry skies, and the vast sea. Withstanding such power was far from what he had imagined. Moreover, he felt as if a dark force was enveloping everything around him, and countless voices were ringing in his ear, like the whispers of darkness. Why? Why do I have to suffer? Why must you harm me? You'll be fine, but what about me? What about me? Your goodness is built on our corpses. Jiang Hao withdrew and looked at the darkness. He lowered his head in silence. The ones who had inflicted suffering were the end of all things, but the one bearing the burden of responsibility for all the pain inflicted was the one pursuing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. At this moment, he felt something surging within him. It's starting to draw upon your luck. As long as your luck doesn't encounter any issues, you can guide the power into your spirit and help establish the Foundation establishment realm, said Hingyu. Jiang Hao stared ahead. He knew the moment had come. Success or failure hinged on this one action. At this point, the surging power was moving toward Chu Jie's body. She was already beginning to establish the Foundation establishment realm, and the Heavenly Tao was her spirit. Everyone present could feel that they were helping her build the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Once they faltered, it would affect the progress of it. Jiang Hao didn't dare to leave from here. His luck seemed to be good and had a significant effect. As he paid attention to his surroundings, she saw the sky changing. The clouds began to surge. A faint laughter echoed somewhere. Ha ha, this foundation building is truly unprecedented. It's a pity to give it to a little girl. Give it to me instead. From the sky, a pale hand shrouded in clouds reached out toward Chu Jie. Such a strength made Jiang Hao's heart race. This kind of formidable expert was not someone he could contend with. He glanced at Hong Yuye and realized that she had no intention of intervening. You want this? What a joke. Who do you think you are? A figure from beneath the bright moon sect soared into the sky. A powerful force clashed with the hand in the sky. With a loud bang, the hand retreated, and the person who had acted revealed themselves. It was a young man who appeared to be around 26 years old. What shocked Jiang Hao wasn't the appearance, but rather the feeling he got from that person. A brat like you thinks he can stop me? A voice echoed from high above. You little scum. The young man sneered. Me? Ha ha, you really dare to say such things to me. Courage? You flatter me. I just don't have the time. What are you worth anyway? Young and arrogant. Let's see if you can survive to say such things again. At this moment, mist covered the area, and a tremendous power surged in the sky as if the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Hao looked at the sea of mist and felt it to be somewhat familiar. However, he was more concerned about how long the young man could hold out. It was apparent that the young man was at a disadvantage. With the appearance of the hand, several powerful forces began to converge around the Bright Moon Sect. However, strong individuals from the Bright Moon Sect confronted each of them. Jiang Hao was powerless in the face of all this. If Chu Jie could successfully achieve her Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the strong individuals helping her would be free to fight. Then, everything would be resolved easily. Chu Jie frowned. The darkness in the surging power was affecting her progress. It seems that the influence of the end of all things is significant. I need to help her. Hong Yuye turned to look at Jiang Hao. I'm not sure my strength is enough, Jiang Hao said. Activate your cultivation technique, Hong Yuye instructed. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He activated the 100 revolutions of Heavenly Note. Hong Yuye still stared at him without doing anything. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He circulated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. In an instant, Purple energy enveloped him. Only then did Hong Yue reach out and grab his hand. Chapter 447 Chapter 447 The Purple Aura from the East. Chapter 447 The Purple Aura from the East. To the south of the Bright Moon Sect, some intruders turned into puddles of blood and died on the spot, while others struggled. I already wrote on a paper and pasted it outside. It informs everyone that this place is dangerous. Why didn't you believe it? Baizhu sat on a tree branch and looked very sheepish. One really didn't want any conflict with you. The people stared at the woman in front of them. They hadn't expected that what was written and pasted outside was true to this extent. As soon as they entered the encirclement, they fell under a curse. They were unable to guard against it. They opened their mouths as if to say something but couldn't utter a word. Baizhu sighed in helplessness. There were people who came in here before you. Fortunately, they were not very strong. Then, she looked up in the direction of the Bright Moon Sect, where mist covered the area. The power inside was formidable. Even she dared not approach it because she might end up dead. The impact brought about by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was astonishing. Now that she was here, there would be some benefits if she could help them succeed. These benefits couldn't be sensed or touched, but they would manifest in the future. I wonder if she will succeed. Baizhu looked at the girl amid the immense power. How can such a young girl accommodate a power like this? She could even sense the curses within that power. Indeed, many people wished for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment of the Bright Moon Sect to fail. Even if she succeeds, it'll be too difficult for her. Baizhu sighed. She had no choice but to guard this place as best as she could. This was the only way she could help. To the east of the Bright Moon Sect, Su Bai killed someone, but he didn't feel any joy. Instead, he felt that something was wrong. There are fewer people. He immediately sent someone to check. Soon, a woman flew over to him. Senior brother, I found out that they split up. Some of them might have gone north. North? Su Bai was surprised. Where? Maybe the Twin City Peak, said the woman. Su Bai didn't hesitate. Leave some of our people here. As for the others, come with me. Soon, they arrived at Twin City Peak and tried to track down the people. Soon, Su Bai and the others were surprised when they found some people on the ground knocked unconscious. A young man used his magic tool to investigate. They are unconscious. Su Bai and the others examined the people and found out that they were indeed from the fallen Immortal Clan. They had a map in their hands which showed the route they wanted to take to infiltrate the sect. Who could have done this? Asked a woman who was inspecting the surroundings. It feels like they were walking and suddenly passed out. They might not know what might have happened to them even if they wake up. At this moment, one of the people woke up in a daze. What happened? He was confused that he and his group had been captured by the Bright Moon Sect. Su Bai looked at Twin City Peak in amazement. The method used was quite sophisticated. Let's go back, he said. The others also didn't say much. They felt that there were powerful experts involved in this. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky. They saw that the surging power seemed somewhat unstable. It seems junior sister Chu Jie's progress is slowing down. Is it because there are too many dark auras? Someone asked. Is there no way to dispel them? Su Bai fell silent. That depended on the seniors. The only thing they could do was control the situation outside and let the people inside do what they had to. However, just as they were about to leave, Twin City Peak began to shake. Several people turned to look and saw a purple light soaring into the sky. It radiated an immense purple aura in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand what was happening. Su Bai looked at the purple aura in astonishment. At this moment, inside the Bright Moon Sect, some of the elders were assisting in stabilizing the surging power, but the darkness was becoming worse. They were uncertain what the final outcome would be. We can't wait any longer. We need to get Sheng from the Clear Sky School. We need him to use his sage's heart to help guide the surging force. Tell them we are ready to pay any price they want, said someone. Others shared the same thought. At this moment, the person behind them moved to execute the plan. However, just at that moment, a streak of purple light shot into the sky. The purple aura caused a commotion in heaven and earth. Everyone was astonished. They didn't understand what it was. Then, the direction of the surging force changed. The purple aura that should have been in the north seemed to shift to the east. The purple aura became even brighter. It was a purple energy from the east. Several people who were sitting cross-legged suddenly stood up with a gasp. They stared at the purple aura in disbelief. Purple energy from the east, the auspicious sign of heaven and earth. What kind of person is willing to do this? Such aura, such courage. The appearance of the purple aura startled everyone. Even Wang Xiao and Sheng were shaken. The uniqueness of the purple aura and the strength of its presence left them momentarily stunned. What kind of expert was this? As far as they knew, apart from the Bright Moon Sect and a very few strong individuals, there were only 2 individuals who seemed mysterious around here. In a moment of daze, Sheng recalled Jiang Hao. "You've really helped us a lot," Sheng said with a smile and raised his wineskin. At this point, the purple aura entered the surging force and swept the darkness away. With the addition of the purple aura, the mysterious hand began to retreat. It no longer dared to interfere. Both the surging force and the purple aura were extraordinary. Touching one of them was risky, let alone facing both. That would be like willingly seeking destruction. What an impressive person! You have the purple aura, yet you are willingly playing a supporting role. At this moment, there was only the young man left in the sky. He was covered in blood, but he managed to hold his ground. The appearance of the purple aura caught everyone by surprise. However, they all understood one thing. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was about to succeed. With the addition of the purple aura, the darkness began to recede. It didn't disappear entirely but was soon overwhelmed by the other auras. The golden light began to emerge once again. Voices emerged along with it. "Are you confused? Those evil people harmed you. What does it have to do with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Can't you see? They are afraid of it. Right now, you are helping the oppressors. People can't be brought back to life. These people are clearly afraid of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and they don't want it to happen. That's why I'm going to support you. Wake up, will you? The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is the way of the heavens. It's the heavens themselves. If they wanted to harm us, why would they go to such trouble? We have been suffering here for many years. If you need it, I can trade my life for one good deed." The voices sounded in Chu Jie's ears. She relaxed. "Thank you." At this moment, the lotus that had been covered by the darkness began to shine brightly. As the darkness receded, a golden light emerged. Guided by the purple aura, the surging force entered Chu Jie and transformed into the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. When the entire power was completely absorbed, Chu Jie opened her eyes. The aura of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment appeared, and her body was surrounded by a rainbow. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was a success. Chapter 448 Chapter 448 Appraising the Demoness. Chapter 448 Appraising the Demoness. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was a success. The entire Bright Moon Sect seemed to relax. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked to the spot where the hand had disappeared in the sky earlier. He tore open a crack with his bare hands and sneered. "You want to leave just like that?" Then, the man entered the crack. Roars and explosions could be heard from within it. Powerful members of the Bright Moon Sect also went to join various fights. Strong individuals emerged from various parts of the Bright Moon Sect. They headed toward the rear. Today, none of you will leave alive from here. We, in the Bright Moon Sect, value peace, but it seems you don't appreciate it. The enemies wanted to flee, but unfortunately, they had already lost their escape route. When they tried to break through forcefully, it turned disastrous. The Bright Moon Sect came upon them like thunder. Apart from the ones who had left quickly, there was really no way for them to escape. Jiang Hao was quite shocked. The Bright Moon Sect was indeed powerful. It was apparent how difficult it had been to establish the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Except for the Bright Moon Sect, the Clear Sky School, and other immortal sects, no other sect could even hope to achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. At the same time, a middle-aged man stood at the top of the Bright Moon Sect and bowed toward Twin City Peak. I am Hao Yu, and I thank you for assisting us in this time of need. May I have the honor to meet you? Jiang Hao could sense that the sect master was waiting for his response. Do you want to meet him? Hong Yuya looked at him. It's better not to meet him right now, Jiang Hao said. His cultivation was too weak. He shouldn't be seen getting involved with too many powerful people for now. It might attract unnecessary danger. The reason why the purple energy had such a great impact was because of Hong Yuya's help. Without her, he couldn't have done anything. Let's go then. Hong Yuya turned and left. Jiang Hao followed her. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their spot. Hao Yu didn't receive a response and knew that the person had probably left. He felt a little regretful. Under Twin City Peak, Su Bai and others watched the purple energy soaring into the sky. They were moved. However, they didn't linger for long and quickly left. After they left, two people landed on Twin City Peak. One gelled a wineskin and the other looked a bit tired. They were Si Qing and Wan Xiu. As expected, they already left, Wan Xiu said. He wasn't surprised. Si Qing sighed. I want to see their true power someday. Do you think we can win if we join forces against friend Jiang? Wan Xiu asked. It's hard to say. We haven't fought him. Si Qing shook his head. It seems that trying to make friend Jiang remember the other lines of the poem is hopeless. Wan Xiu sighed. Si Qing drank the wine and sighed. Yes, it seems hopeless. Jiang Hao was unaware that someone was still thinking about him. He returned to Star Moon City. He was curious about the impact of achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. You'll know in a few days, Hong Yuya said. Can the southern region sense it too? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuya smiled. You'll find out when you go back. Jiang Hao didn't press for more information and instead asked about their next step. However, Hong Yuya remained silent. Jiang Hao understood that he would have to figure it out on his own. The Bright Moon Sect's Tao conference was still ongoing, so there was no rush to return to his own sect. There was still a month left until the end of the sect's mission. During this month, he had to complete the remaining tasks to avoid passing the deadline. He also needed to make a decision regarding Qi Tian's matter and whether to have Sheng make a move. As far as he knew, Qi Tian was indeed of value. But he wasn't sure if his senior brother would intervene right now because that would prevent him from going overseas to return to the end of all things. However, it wasn't a problem to make Sheng take action against the elder. Hong Yuya's intervention had already laid the groundwork for his achievement, and killing one person shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, the people at the gathering knew that he was on Twin City Peak, which meant that they would have a deeper impression of him as mysterious and powerful. It should keep him safe for the time being and prevent anyone from probing further. I should have a gathering in a few days to find out the situation with Qi Tian, Jiang Hao thought to himself. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Hao strolled around the city with Hong Yuya. Along the way, they saw some small animals scampering about. "Have you completed your studies of the one heart palm?" she suddenly asked. After a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Hao nodded. More or less. During these days, he had been studying various spells, including the one heart palm. "Have you tried it?" Hong Yuye looked at the animals nearby. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. He had indeed tried it out of curiosity, but he didn't want to tell her. "No," he said slowly. Hong Yuye smiled and looked at him. "Aren't you curious to find out if the one heart palm works on others?" "It would be too offensive to use it that way," Jiang Hao said. He didn't want to try it on anyone, whether they were male or female. It would bring him trouble. "What about animals?" Hong Yuye glanced at the nearby animals. She looked forward to a good show. "Senior, you must be joking," Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye chuckled. "Is that so?" She didn't press him further and instead headed toward the inn. In the inn, Hong Yuye sat at a table while Jiang Hao brewed some tea. After that, she asked him to prepare the bath for her. When Jiang Hao had finished preparing the bath water, he approached Hong Yuye. However, just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Hong Yuye was resting her head on her hand as if she were about to fall asleep. "Senior," he called out softly. There was no response. He walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her. "Senior." There was still no response. He instinctively looked at her chest, which was rising and falling. It indicated that she was only asleep and not dead. However, for some reason, he sensed that she was still able to conceal everything from him. He couldn't sense an aura or even life force from her. He could only rely on his eyes to observe her. Jiang Hao sat down and drank his tea. He didn't know what else to do. He could only sit beside her. He didn't dare to shake her awake. This wasn't the first time it had happened, anyway. He wasn't surprised. If he got too close to her, she would wake up. Jiang Hao sipped his tea and wondered if he could discover more about Hong Yuye when her defenses were down this way. He didn't dare to try to appraise her when she was awake because she would notice it. But now, she was soundly asleep. He could use his daily appraisal ability without getting too close to her. He appraised her. Looking at the information provided by the ability, Jiang Hao was even more puzzled. In previous appraisals, he had never been able to find out so much. This time, he did get some feedback, but many things were lacking. Her origin and her purpose weren't mentioned. He couldn't determine if her reduced defenses were due to her drowsy state, or if it was because his cultivation had grown stronger. Chapter 449. Chapter 449. Did you throw your caution to the wind? Chapter 449. Did you throw your caution to the wind? Jiang Hao looked at the woman in front of him with some confusion. He couldn't leave. But she had told him to prepare the bath for her. He had no choice but to wait. It wasn't surprising. At this moment, he used his techniques to maintain the temperature of the bathwater, so it would be ready when Hong Yuye finally woke up. However, the flower petals inside might bloom earlier than expected. If she didn't use the bath, it would be a waste of 1,000 spirit stones. This time, he had used the silver flower petals. 1,000 of them. Junior Brother Han has reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. It's been 2 years. I should try to advance too. He still had more than a year left before Han Ming returned, so there was no need to rush. Advancing now would be too noticeable. But once Han Ming returned, things would be different. After noticing Han Ming's progress, people wouldn't see his progress. Moreover, there was the Blood Wish path to protect him. This way, most people wouldn't pay too much attention to him. After all, he was just a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. As long as he stayed in the Spirit Herb Garden, no one would cause trouble. Those with lower cultivation realms wouldn't dare to come there, and those with higher cultivation realms had no reason to pay attention to him. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion and the Hindered Bones Forest wouldn't bother him again. As for other matters, it only remained to be seen. But no matter what trouble might come, they would be something along the lines of the Golden Core Realm or the Primordial Spirit Realm. All of this was within his capabilities. He took out a book and started reading. It was the Nameless Manual. After a while, Jiang Hao looked outside. The sky had turned dark, the moon was bright, and the stars sparkled in the night. The night seems more beautiful than before. He put down the book and looked at Hong Yuye. She was still asleep with her chin on her hands. He wondered if her hands were sore. Any normal person would have laid their head on the table to rest after a while. Her head was propped up on her hands for so long. It almost looked like she was only pretending to be asleep. When he saw Hong Yuye sleeping so soundly, he had the urge to use the one-heart palm on her. But he dismissed that thought. Luck only helped so far. Oftentimes, he could endure her attack and still survive because she didn't intend to kill him. Doing something foolish like that would be terrifying. The person in front of him was not an ordinary cultivator. She was someone who could make strong individuals in the Bright Moon sect take her seriously. Testing her patience would be suicidal for someone like him. In the middle of the night, he noticed that there was a surge of spiritual energy coming from the direction of the Bright Moon sect. It indicated that a strong cultivator was teaching the disciples there. This was considered a fortunate event for many people, and he also wanted to go and listen to the lecture. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave at the moment. Inside the Bright Moon sect, Master Hao Yu was giving a lecture. People of all cultivation realms could learn something from this lecture. It was easier for those below to comprehend the teachings, especially under the radiant light of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Some were delighted and some were worried. Ku Wu Chang looked at Shaoli, who had fallen asleep, and sighed in helplessness. He understood that the lecture wasn't boring. Shaoli simply couldn't pay attention enough to listen to it. He had given her trying to make her listen. Chu Chuan, on the other hand, listened intently. He felt that he had learned a lot from this lecture. But what shocked him even more was Chu Jie's advancement to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Many were in disbelief. Chu Chuan felt that his own progress was still too slow. He needed to consult Lord Beast and his senior brother when he returned to the sect. He needed to find his own path, which might be arduous. However, he couldn't back down. "Those are mine. Don't steal my meat, Beast," Shaoli mumbled in her sleep. Many people heard her. For a moment, everyone from the Heavenly Note sect was on their guard. Ku Wu Chang felt awkward. This was still okay among his fellow sect members because they were used to it. However, with so many powerful people around, what would they think of their sect when they heard this? The Tao conference was still ongoing. The next morning, Jiang Hao closed the book. He had spent the whole night studying and had learned a lot of things. As he delved deeper into it, progress became increasingly difficult. It would take some time to reap the full benefit. At that time, he would observe more, control his power better, and enhance his perception. By then, the world would be truly extraordinary from his point of view. His danger perception ability would also become stronger, as would his ability to conceal his cultivation. When he raised his head to check if Hong Yuye was still asleep, he found that she had disappeared. Then, he heard the sound of water splashing in the tub. Quickly, he turned and saw a person pouring water over her shoulder behind the folding screen. He was at the side, so the screen didn't cover her fully. He could see her shoulders. It seemed that she had felt his gaze because she turned to look at him. Their eyes met. Jiang Hao was speechless. Bang! Jiang Hao struggled to get up and sat with his back facing the folding screen this time. "Did you throw caution to the wind?" Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao sighed. Senior, you misunderstood. I was just concerned that someone might be in your bath. Jiang Hao was surprised that he had been so focused on the book that he hadn't noticed Hong Yuye getting up and going for a bath. It made sense. Her power was far superior to his own. Sometimes it was impossible for him to sense her. The stone tablet vibrated. There was a gathering tonight. It seemed that Sheng was ready to pay their reward. He also needed to go see Qi Tian. He could use this opportunity to see how determined Qi Tian really was and prepare for tonight. After informing Hong Yuye of his plans, he left after she finished her bath. Before leaving, he brewed some tea. At noon, Jiang Hao arrived at a guest house. It was Qi Tian's residence. Jiang Hao had long known about Qi Tian's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could he have kept an eye on him? However, when he entered, he smelled blood. Qi Tian was injured on his chest. You're injured? Jiang Hao asked. Startled by the sudden voice, Qi Tian prepared to defend himself. When he saw that it was Jiang Hao, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my enemies sensed something and sent someone to kill me, Qi Tian said. Jiang Hao nodded. He appraised Qi Tian. Jiang Hao looked at the feedback from the divine ability and realized that there was use for Qi Tian after all. He didn't know how long Qi Tian would remain true to his goal. Are you planning to leave? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, our sect doesn't plan to stay any longer. We've obtained everything we needed, and we'll be leaving in a few days, Qi Tian said weakly. Jiang Hao tossed him a healing talisman to help alleviate his pain. Are you prepared to go to the end of all things? I'm ready and I'm willing to do anything it takes, said Qi Tian eagerly. In that case, wait for my message, Jiang Hao said. He then left. How will I contact you when I reach the end of all things? Qi Tian asked. Just wait for me to contact you, Jiang Hao said before disappearing from Qi Tian's sight. Chapter 450 Chapter 450 How do you prove you didn't steal it? Chapter 450 How do you prove you didn't steal it? At midnight, Jiang Hao sat in his room and looked at the stone tablet. Then, he entered it. The stone tablet had turned out far more useful than he had anticipated. However, finding the owner behind the stone tablet was challenging. But he wasn't in a hurry because he knew that the owner must be incredibly powerful. He was relatively weak. Finding them might even lead to his death. He needed to wait for the right time. He needed to wait until he could stand a chance against them. Time was running short. But he had to make arrangements with Hong Yuye. Qi Tian was part of that arrangement. After that, he could continue to delay for some time, during which he could focus on getting stronger. In the public forum, Jiang Hao took his seat. This gathering was likely to catch up with the recent developments, especially considering the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. As soon as he arrived, he felt the gaze of others on him. It seemed like they wanted to ask him something. Please, don't look at me. Don't ask me anything. I can't answer your questions. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Because Hong Yuye had intervened this time, it had left Gui and Sheng in awe. Although he had succeeded in establishing himself as a mysterious and powerful figure here, he knew nothing much. Lu looked puzzled. It seemed like something significant had happened, but he didn't rush to ask the others. The four of them greeted Dan Yuan and then sat down. Since the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has been a success, you will feel the changes. Be vigilant, Dan Yuan said. What do we need to be vigilant about? Gui asked. This was good news for everyone. Jiang Hao was surprised. The fact that this affected the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was intriguing. He would need to check it out later. This time, the Saint Bandits made a move. You need to be cautious of them. The previous mission is still in effect, and any information regarding the Saint Bandits should be reported to me, Dan Yuan said. Then, it was Sheng's turn to reward them for their help. I need something cursed. The stronger, the better. Anything will do, Gui said. All right. I can provide it to you in a few days. Sheng readily agreed. Then, he looked at Jiang Hao. Gui also turned to look at him. The atmosphere seemed to change, and Lu couldn't help but ask, has something major happened? Dan Yuan smiled. I heard that during the process of achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the end of all things influenced the cultivators with negative rumors. At a critical moment when the Bright Moon sect was facing difficulties, purple energy suddenly emerged and swept the dark auras away. That was why it was a success. Lu understood what Dan Yuan implied. Sheng had informed them that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl hadn't erupted before because of the same purple energy. It was probably Jing's doing. After that, Jing informed them that he had given the pearl to a cultivator in the demonic sect. Jing had become mysterious and unpredictable. What do you need, friend Jing? Sheng asked earnestly. I will make sure you are satisfied. Help me severely injure someone, Jiang Hao said. Severely injure someone? This puzzled Sheng. Who is it? Chun Yi of the Blood Shadow Sect. After injuring him, it would be great if you could hand him over to Qi Tian of the Blood Shadow Sect, Jiang Hao said. Sheng nodded in agreement. Then, Lu brought up the matter of the small island. I investigated and found out that the members of the End of All Things were looking for a great evil on the small island. I think they were searching for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, but I don't think they succeeded. After discussing a few more matters, the gathering came to an end. Since it was an impromptu gathering, they didn't have much to discuss. After leaving from there, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he just needed to wait. Everything that needed to be done had been done. The matter was over, and he didn't need to worry about it for a while. Back at the sect, he could finally focus on his sect duties. If the sect wasn't causing any trouble, he could concentrate on growing spirit herbs and accumulating spirit stones. The holy medicine seed would likely be a helpful aid. 3 days later, outside Starmoon City, Qi Tian walked along the road with a pale face. They were about to return. There was nothing left for them to do here. However, he was somewhat unwilling to leave. That person hadn't shown up. Moreover, he would likely die at the hands of Elder Chen Yi of the Blood Shadow Sect on the way back. It seemed Elder Chen Yi no longer wanted to keep him around. The gap in their cultivation realms was too vast. Any defense from his side was meaningless. With his Golden Core realm cultivation, he couldn't do anything. Now, he couldn't even escape. He had missed the opportunity. He didn't want to run away. If that person was willing to make a move, he could finally have his revenge. If he escaped, he would be giving up on his hope. Tor revenge. Suddenly the group stopped. Qi Tian was puzzled. Qi Tian, someone called his name. It was a middle-aged man with white hair. Despite his age, he had a powerful aura. Elder Chen, Qi Tian said respectfully. Do you know what you did wrong? Elder Chen asked. Qi Tian was bewildered. Elder, I don't know what you mean. I heard that you were seriously injured. Is this true? Elder Chen asked. Yes. Qi Tian nodded. And you've almost recovered? Elder Chen asked again. Yes, after proper rest and recovery, I should return to full health soon, Qi Tian said. Proper rest and recovery? Elder Chen sneered. I heard that someone in our sect lost a healing pill. Did you steal it? How could that be? Qi Tian was astonished. I have never done something like that. Are you saying it wasn't you? I told you before that I had a healing pill. It was with me until you got injured, said a woman furiously. I used all my savings to buy it. This is too much. No. Qi Tian looked at the crowd, pointing fingers at him. Please, Elder, I implore you to investigate this matter. I don't believe you took it either, Elder Chen said with a heavy heart. You are someone I watched enter and grow within our sect. I know what kind of person you used to be, but people change. Especially when faced with death, it's understandable that one would take desperate measures and go down the wrong path. If you didn't steal it, then prove yourself. Yes, prove it, someone nearby said. But how can I prove it? Chi Tian asked through gritted teeth. You see? You can't even prove your innocence, and yet you claim you didn't steal it? The angry woman said once again. Then, do you have any proof that I stole it? Chi Tian asked furiously. You ask me to find evidence and yet claim you didn't steal it? Said the woman. If you didn't steal it, why are you so nervous? Chi Tian was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Elder Chen said in a low voice, Chi Tian, it seems I can't help you. If you really did steal it, then I'll have to represent the sect in punishing you. Elder Chen, Chi Tian realized that they intended to kill him here. He would die whether he stole the pill or not. Chi Tian felt despair when faced with the immense power of the elder. He hadn't even taken his revenge yet, and now, it seemed like he never would. Suddenly, a voice called from behind them. Excuse me, which one of you is Elder Chen Yi? Chapter 451 Chapter 451 It's time for a poem. Chapter 451 It's time for a poem. A voice from behind caught everyone by surprise. Elder Chen Yi looked across and saw a man standing there. He appeared unremarkable at first glance, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. The man's demeanor and presence should not have been so ordinary when his aura was so powerful. Who are you, fellow disciple? Elder Chen Yi asked with a courteous bow. I've been entrusted with a task by someone to come here and do what I have to, said the man. May I know who entrusted you with this task and what you're here to do? Elder Chen Yi asked. He sensed danger, especially in the man's vast aura, which seemed like that of a giant. After a moment of thought, the man said something that astonished everyone. I've come to take your life. How dare you? Elder Chen Yi's aura erupted as he struck out with his palm. Boom! The palm dissolved, but Elder Chen Yi had already vanished into the sky. He fled. Elder Chen Yi was uneasy. He feared that this person might be unbeatable. The crowd below was bewildered. Some were unsure of what to do. Chi Tian had a guess, but he wasn't very sure of the event happening here. Rumble! The power in the sky rumbled. After that, everything began to calm. Elder Chen Yi crashed heavily to the ground. His body was battered by the destructive force. He couldn't even move a muscle. The man descended from above. He looked calm and composed. Are you Chi Tian? He suddenly looked at Chi Tian in the crowd. Yes. Yes, I am, Chi Tian said. He didn't dare be disrespectful. He's yours now. You know what to do, right? The man said. Chi Tian nodded. I understand. He then approached Elder Chen Yi, drew a long knife, and thrust it down under the gazes of the group. Elder Chen Yi was shocked. Do you think I wouldn't do it? You dare to look at me like that? Chi Tian scowled as he produced a dagger and stabbed it into the elder's neck. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? He kept stabbing at Elder Chen Yi's neck. When you slaughtered my wife and my children, did you ever think this day would come? Did you think your profound cultivation could save you from my hatred? Did you believe you could do whatever you want? The knife went in and out of Elder Chen Yi's neck, and the shadow of death filled him with terror. No one dared to come to his rescue. He was stabbed repeatedly until he finally perished. Chi Tian was covered in blood. He looked at the woman from earlier. The pill? He asked. What pill? The woman stammered. The powerful man hadn't left yet, so they dared not behave rashly. The healing pill, Chi Tian said. It's here, she said as she took out a small bottle. Chi Tian took the bottle and stared across at the woman. Did I steal it? No. The woman shook her head. Now it's mine. Tell me, did I snatch it from you? Chi Tian asked again. No, the woman said fearfully. I gave it to you. You didn't snatch it. Chi Tian slapped her and left. Once Chi Tian left, the powerful man also disappeared from the scene. Jiang Hao was wandering around outside. He was thinking about whether he should sell the heaven rejuvenation pills he had on him. Currently, he had a decent amount of spirit stones. He had a total of almost 35,000 spirit stones. Selling the pills could fetch him even more, although the prices here were somewhat lower. Near the Heavenly Note Sect, he could sell them for 7,000 to 8,000 each, but here it was common to find them at 4 or 5,000. Occasionally, the prices were lower. After considering it for a while, he decided not to sell them and kept them for now. If necessary, he could sell them later. After some thought, he spent 3,000 spirit stones to purchase a heavenly return pill. Even at that price, he could still make a decent profit back at the Heavenly Note Sect. He continued to walk through the market and came across some collars. How much for the primordial spirit collar? Jiang Hao asked. 5,000 spirit stones, the middle-aged vendor said. What about the golden core one? Jiang Hao asked. 2,500, the vendor said. Jiang Hao nodded. It was cheaper than at the Heavenly Note Sect, and the quality shouldn't be much different. However, 5,000 for a primordial spirit collar was a bit expensive. He hesitated and then prepared to leave. The vendor called him back. Wait a moment. Friend, are you really interested in buying this? Can you offer a lower price? Jiang Hao asked. It depends on which one you want. The primordial spirit collar. I'll give you a discount of 200. I guarantee you won't find a better price on this street. Is that true? You can take a stroll and see for yourself, but I can't guarantee that this piece won't be sold out in the meantime. After all, it's the last one. Jiang Hao frowned. After several exchanges, he managed to purchase the primordial spirit collar for 4,500 spirit stones. Later, he saw several other collars but didn't bother to ask about their prices. Once he bought something, he preferred not to know the price of other things afterward. A primordial spirit collar for 4,400 spirit stones? Are you kidding me? Wait. Don't go. I'll sell it to you. It seemed that someone had successfully negotiated a lower price. Jiang Hao was speechless. Today, he had lost another 100 spirit stones. After that, Jiang Hao stopped at a dessert stall. He ordered a regular pastry and sealed it with his palm-sized spatial seal. He made sure he had everything he needed. With his preparations complete, he left the market and found two people blocking his way. It was Wan Xiu and Si Qing once again. After a short while, the three of them sat in a noisy inn's dining area. Despite the noise, the place had a good ambience, and the wine was fragrant. Do you two have anything important to discuss with me? Jiang Hao asked. We consider this a poetic gathering among friends. Can't we find some time to drink and compose poetry together? Wan Xiu smiled. Who among us knows how to compose poetry? Jiang Hao thought about saying this but found it somewhat offensive. I'm here on behalf of someone. Si Qing placed a jade pendant on the table. This is a gift from the Bright Moon Sect for you. Jiang Hao accepted the jade pendant and saw the characters, Bright Moon, inscribed on it. This was the third jade pendant he had received. You can use this jade pendant to ask the Bright Moon Sect for help once. It may not be their full support, but they will definitely do their best, Si Qing said. Jiang Hao looked at the jade pendant and pushed it back to Si Qing. I shouldn't accept rewards without making contributions. The jade pendant had likely been sent to him because the people thought that he had assisted during the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. They probably didn't know for sure whether he had actually taken any action. They might only be suspicious of it. There was no evidence. Although the jade pendant was quite tempting, it came with too much responsibility. He might not be able to handle it. Moreover, if he accepted it, he would probably be confirming that he was the one who had helped with the purple aura. That would be dangerous. While they didn't seem likely to take action against him, who could say what they might do in secret? Considering all this, it was best not to accept the jade pendant. Sheng didn't insist. He put away the jade pendant. In that case, why don't you compose a poem, friend? Jiang Hao was speechless. He felt it was necessary to come up with a poem to get rid of them. Chapter 452 Chapter 452 Holding the Hand of the Demoness. Chapter 452 Holding the Hand of the Demoness. By the riverside, at a small stall, Jiang Hao used wine as ink and wrote some words on the table. After finishing, he stood up and bowed. Goodbye. The wine had been enchanted with a spell, so it didn't dissipate quickly. Wan Xiu and Sheng immediately began examining the words. They had come out to the inn in search of a quiet place. When they heard that Jiang Hao was willing to compose a poem, they were delighted. What mattered most was what he would write. I'll recite it first. Wan Xiu looked at the words and began reading aloud. Have you not seen that the Yellow River's waters come from the heavens? In life, one should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup be empty in front of the moon. Keep pouring the wine. Don't stop. Wan Xiu and Sheng continued reciting the poem. Sheng burst into laughter. Haha, Wan Xiu, look at this line. Throughout history, sages and wise men have all been lonely, but only drinkers leave their mark. Did you see that? It's meant for me. It's for me. Haha. I told you not to skip drinking with me. Do you regret it now? Wan Xiu looked at the person next to him, and then kicked him into the water. Sheng fell into the water once more. After struggling for a few moments, Sheng cried out for help, but Wan Xiu paid him no attention. He continued reading the poem. Once they were done reading, they carefully wrote the poem down in a notebook. You can take this to show the others, but it's a pity. Wan Xiu shook his head. He was certain now that these poems weren't written by Jiang Hao. Despite eating and drinking together, Jiang Hao didn't even touch alcohol. The poems didn't reflect his temperament. However, he was curious. He reached out and pulled Sheng out of the water. Few saved. I have a question for you. What is it? Where is the Yellow River? In the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, there are a total of 128 rivers with the same name and 36 cities with the same name. Which one are you referring to? Wan Xiu fell silent for a moment and then kicked Sheng back into the water. This time, the wineskin didn't fall into the water with him but remained in Wan Xiu's hand. Watching Sheng struggling in the water, Wan Xiu took a sip of wine and felt annoyed. With a swish, the wineskin hit Sheng on the head. Come on. The water only reaches your knees. Sheng was stunned for a moment, and he stood up. It turned out the river wasn't very deep. Haha, you crack me up. Thud. Sheng fell into the deeper end of the water. Help, help. Jiang Hao returned to the inn. He thought that Wan Xiu and Sheng probably wouldn't come looking for him again. He didn't drink alcohol, so they would be thinking that he couldn't have composed that poem, after all. The real-life experience required to compose such a poem was missing. Both Wan Xiu and Sheng were intelligent, and they would have questioned it. All the necessary arrangements had been made, and he could return at any time. In the month of July, when he returned, he would be able to see the requirements for the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. 10 days later, Jiang Hao wandered around with Hongyi. He enjoyed the night. Some sects began to leave, while others remained to watch the ongoing competition. The intensity of the competition was ever increasing. Most of those who hadn't left yet wanted to see how strong these talented individuals really were. Jiang Hao also went to watch and indeed found them to be very powerful. However, he had a feeling that they weren't giving it their all, which left him somewhat disappointed. He couldn't witness their full power. There probably aren't any more clues left. Most of them have been handled by the Bright Moon Sect, Jiang Hao said. With the conclusion of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment ceremony, members of the Bright Moon Sect were now free to act, and they had indeed done a lot. Not only had the members of the End of All Things disappeared, but the rumors had also ended. Hong Yuye didn't say much, but instead led him to a restaurant and ordered some food. She made him spend a dozen or so spirit stones. "Come closer," Hong Yuye whispered. Jiang Hao was puzzled but moved closer. At this moment, Hong Yuye's hand pressed against his chest. Immediately, something began to spread. It was the one heart palm. Jiang Hao realized that it was time to return. Sometimes, he wondered if he could escape the clutches of this Demoness by returning directly to the sect. As far as he knew, Hong Yuye couldn't travel instantly from the Heavenly Note sect to the Bright Moon sect. However, he wasn't sure how long he could delay her. This left him in a dilemma about whether to leave behind a ring here for the future. However, if he didn't use it, someone might take it and activate it. Once that was done, he would lose that ring entirely. It simply wasn't worth the risk. He would have to consider it later. There would be opportunities to return to the eastern region or other places in the future. There weren't many rings left. There was one each for the beast, Shaoli, and the corpse realm. There was another one in the courtyard. Including the main ring, there were only 4 left. "Let's go to the Star River again tonight," Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao nodded. On the first day of their arrival, they visited the Star River. They had met Wan Xiu and Cheng there, which had spoiled the mood. Nevertheless, the place was spectacular. At night, with the starry sky reflecting brightly on the river, Jiang Hao paddled a boat on the Star River. Hong Yuye sat on a wooden chair at the bow of the boat and gazed at the Star River with a distant look on her face. She was lost in thought. Jiang Hao didn't know what was on her mind. This time, they didn't encounter any noisy people. Jiang Hao paddled all the way to the center of the Star River, where the stars shone brilliantly. It resembled a vast sea of stars. Jiang Hao stopped here. He was awed by the breathtaking scenery. The view was even more beautiful than when he was here before. The beauty of this place prompted Hong Yuye to stand up. After a long while, they left the Star River and docked downstream. "How do you plan to return?" Hong Yuye suddenly asked. After securing the wooden boat, Jiang Hao said, "The same way we came." "Can only one person return?" Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao thought about it briefly and was about to nod in agreement. However, the change in Hong Yuye's face made him change his mind. He said, "Trying it with more people is possible, but I can't be sure if there are any risks." They had tried it once before, and while it had been successful, they didn't know the details. "In that case, let's give it a try," Hong Yuye said. "Please extend your hand, Senior," Jiang Hao said. As Hong Yuye placed his hand in front of him, Jiang Hao took out the ring and placed it on her wrist. During the process, Jiang Hao dared not look into her eyes and focused on completing it as quickly as possible. "Apologies," he said as he grasped Hong Yuye's hand and activated the golden ring that connected to the courtyard. Then, the two of them disappeared on the spot. On the city walls, Cheng and Wan Xiu were drinking. Suddenly, they paused and looked toward the city. "It seems like they've left," Wan Xiu said. "They did. What a pity. All this feels boring again all of a sudden," Cheng said. He then turned to the person beside him. "What about you? When are you leaving?" "In a few days. I want to travel around. Unlike you, who stays here every day." "It's no fun at all," Wan Xiu said with a smile. "So be it." Cheng chuckled. Wan Xiu didn't pay any attention to him and looked at the Star River. Then, he kicked Si Ching out of his way. Chapter 453 Chapter 453 They still don't know about the great demons and its great power. Chapter 453 They still don't know about the great demons and its great power. In the Heavenly Note Sect, 2 people appeared in the main hall of Jiang Hao's residence. After 2.5 months they had finally returned. Jiang Hao looked around and noticed that nothing had changed. No one had entered the courtyard during their absence. "Don't you feel anything when holding my hand for so long?" Hong Yuye asked. Only then did Jiang Hao realize that he was holding her hand and let her go. "It's because the spatial distance we crossed was too vast and sometimes causes a sensory imbalance in the body." In truth, he hadn't noticed anything. Hong Yuye let out a laugh. She walked into the courtyard. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower filled the air with a faint scent. The leaves swayed gently. The immortal peach tree was also bearing fruit. They would be ripe soon. Hong Yuye began to disappear. "If you want to kill someone, you can try crossing great distances with others." Her voice echoed. Then, she disappeared. Jiang Hao understood that he needed to be cautious when crossing long distances in the future. At the very least, he should test his abilities. Short distances might not pose a problem, but traveling across prefectures was a different matter. "My ring. Where is it?" The things he had lost before were gone for good, but the golden rings were not disposable. Misplacing one would mean a significant loss. Fortunately, he still had 3 that could be used. During their travels, the rings had played a crucial role. Having fewer than 3 of them would severely limit their capabilities. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the spiritual energy in the surroundings had become even denser. It might be due to Bai Yi, but he would need to observe further. Half a month later, in early August, the group from the Heavenly Note Sect in Star Moon City was also planning to return. They had been here for quite some time, and they had already reaped all the rewards they could. Staying longer would be meaningless. It was better to return as soon as possible and use their gains. Lu Xingchen led a group of people to scout the route they would take back. The Spirit Beast and Shaoli went shopping. Chu Chuan, on the other hand, arrived at the Bright Moon Sect. He nervously approached a small attic. "This is where junior sister Chu Jie lives," Fang Jin said. "Thank you, senior," Chu Chuan said respectfully. This senior's strength was so great that he had no choice but to address him as senior. "Don't be so formal. You can call me senior brother or fellow Taoist. Are you really not going to stay in the Bright Moon Sect?" Fang Jin asked. "No." Chu Chuan shook his head and said, "I should create my own path instead of living under someone's shadow. Lord Beast told me that only by forging my own path can I make my own future." He didn't say the rest of it. He didn't tell him the part about how the beast had said that the future great demon was here to allow them to bask in its glory. "Alright, go in then. Junior sister Chu can't stray too far from here for a while, and the sect master doesn't allow her to meet with others because she's still in the Foundation establishment realm. There won't be any problems after a few months," Fang Jin said. Chu Chuan nodded and then walked inside. As soon as he entered, the beauty of the place captivated him. He couldn't help but think of his old, run-down house. He lowered his head to look at the ground beneath his feet. It felt like his feet would leave stains if he walked here. After all, in the Heavenly Note Sect, he would often collapse from exhaustion after practicing his cultivation. He hadn't paid much attention to keeping neat. Although he had taken a bath, he still felt disheveled. This place was like a fairyland and seemed out of place for him. At that moment, Chu Jie walked out. She was dressed in a simple blue gown. Their eyes met. Chu Jie opened her mouth but couldn't call out his name. Are you in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm already? Chu Chuan was the first to speak. Yes, Master said that I would advance rapidly in the future. If I'm not careful, I might get lost in the process of advancing and forget other important things, Chu Jie said. My senior brother mentioned that too. He said that if your state of mind can't keep up with your cultivation realm, disasters may occur, Chu Chuan said. Chu Jie nodded in agreement. I'm going back, Chu Chuan said. Chu Jie lowered her head. She looked conflicted. After a long moment of silence, she finally said, Will you come to the Bright Moon Sect in the future? Of course. Chu Chuan nodded. If he wanted to surpass everyone, he would inevitably need the people of the Bright Moon Sect. He would definitely come back here in the future. When are you going back? Chu Jie asked. Probably tonight. They're buying some things for the journey, Chu Chuan said. Shaoli had won a lot of spirit stones, and she was buying food everywhere. Even the disciples of the Bright Moon Sect's canteen felt like they were facing a disaster whenever Shaoli went to eat there. It wasn't because the canteen couldn't afford it, but she made them stressed and made them hurry with the food. The Cliff Master's reputation had suffered quite a bit. Oh, this is for you. Chu Jie took out a small storage treasure and handed it to Chu Chuan. Chu Chuan received the storage treasure in confusion. What is this? He looked at the contents of the storage treasure. His hands trembled when he saw what was inside. This, Chu Chuan hurriedly placed the storage treasure back in Chu Jie's hand. I can't accept this. Why not? Chu Jie asked in confusion. She had saved up half of her pocket money for this. It's too much, Chu Chuan said. With so much money, he was worried that he would lose his life before he reached his sect. It's just a little over 320,000, Chu Jie muttered. What? Chu Chuan didn't hear her clearly. Nothing. If I reduce it by a bit, would that be okay? She asked. How about 500 or 600? Chu Chuan suggested. That amount was something he could bear. Anything more would be risky. No. Chu Jie refused. Chu Chuan was speechless. I didn't mean that. Chu Jie didn't know how to explain herself. I understand. Chu Chuan smiled, even though he didn't understand at all. They talked for a while, but Chu Chuan noticed that it was getting late. He then prepared to leave. He also wanted to explore the attic and see what this fairyland was like. However, Chu Jie seemed distracted. She was lost in thought, so Chu Chuan didn't want to interrupt her. Besides, he felt stress staying here. He felt like he would dirty the floor. So, he decided it was better not to go up and explore. Chu Jie accompanied Chu Chuan to the door. Well, I should head back now. Chu Chuan bid her goodbye. When he turned around to leave, Chu Jie called out, Wait. Chu Chuan turned back to her. Last time, Chu Jie couldn't bring herself to mention the hairpin. Last time? Chu Chuan was puzzled. He then felt a bit anxious. Had she discovered him using the beast's name to make up for the lacking spirit stones? He felt embarrassed. He couldn't tell her that he couldn't afford the hairpin without the spirit beast's help. When he saw that Chu Jie was still wearing the hairpin, he asked, You wore it? Chu Jie touched the hairpin and nodded. I like it a lot. That's great. Chu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. Well, I'll be heading back now. And so, Chu Jie watched as Chu Chuan left. Chapter 454 Chapter 454 The Great Changes. Chapter 454 The Great Changes. In the Heavenly Note Sect, Jiang Hao looked at the peach tree in his courtyard. The peaches on the trees were ripening. It wouldn't be long before they could be picked and eaten. Turning his gaze away, Jiang Hao looked at a panel. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. He was almost 31 now. He recalled when he was 20. Unknowingly, 10 years had passed. Meeting Hong Yuye was 11 years ago. The speed of growth over these 11 years far exceeded his expectations. Whether it was changes in the cultivation realm or mental state, everything had happened quite rapidly. Even his understanding of the world of cultivation had progressed quickly, thanks to his access to the stone tablet. Thinking back, he realized that he had experienced so much in such a short time. Before the age of 19, everything had been relatively smooth, and he rarely encountered difficulties. Now, with more people and more things to deal with, he couldn't find the same peace of mind as before. I wonder how profitable mining would be now. With his improved cultivation, mining might no longer be as lucrative as it used to be, and it might be more profitable to focus on growing the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. Shaking his head, he shifted his attention to the spiritual energy in the courtyard. After observing for half a month, he noticed that not only had the spiritual energy increased in his surroundings, but it had also risen throughout the entire Heavenly Note Sect. It should be the same in the surrounding areas. No one knew why. It had suddenly increased. During this time, Jiang Hao took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and sealed it. He noticed that the number of days might increase. Since returning, he had observed that the progress in the outer sect's herb medicine garden had suddenly increased. It seemed that a small amount of lifeblood had appeared suddenly, and combined with the increase in spiritual energy, the progress was rapid. All signs pointed to one thing. The world was changing for the better, and the only thing that could be related to this was the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. To learn more, he sent Xing Chou out to gather more information. Now that the 3-month deadline had arrived, he needed to make a trip to the law enforcement hall. It was still the same senior sister from before. This senior sister seemed idle. She was always present at the reception. "Junior brother Jiang, are you here to submit a task? Is it completed?" asked the senior sister with a smile. "Junior brother Jiang, are you here to submit a task? Is it completed?" asked the senior sister with a smile. Jiang Hao lowered his head. "No." The senior sister smiled. "It's okay. Do you want to split the repayment into 3 months?" she asked. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Hao decided to repay in 3 months. 3 months? Okay. Would you like to repay 500 now or 1,000? Junior brother, if you have difficulties, we won't rush you. How about 500? If it's not convenient, you can repay within 2 years, which will be easier for you, said the senior sister. Jiang Hao was speechless. In the end, he handed over 1,000 spirit stones. There would be another 1,500 to pay in the future. When he left, the senior sister happily told him to come back next time. Jiang Hao gave a hasty response. He never wanted to come here if he could help it. With the amount of spirit stones he had paid to the law enforcement hall till now, it was enough to buy red azure tea. He now had 26,500 spirit stones left. Originally, he had 35,000, but he spent 3,000 to buy a heavenly rejuvenation pill. He had spent another 4,500 on a collar, and 1,000 to repay his debt to the law enforcement hall. He still owed them 1,500. If necessary, he could sell 2 heaven rejuvenation pills in the future. So, he was sure he had enough. His cultivation was currently only at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, and it wasn't easy to obtain heavenly rejuvenation pills. It would be much safer to wait until after reaching the golden core realm to sell them. Since he wasn't lacking spirit stones, he could only wait. At the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw the bubbles the moment he entered. Most of them were white. He felt good. He liked his life for now. If he went out, he not only had to interact with people, but he also had to do many things to keep himself safe. Facing powerful individuals would be fatal. He had to admit that there were many geniuses in the Star Moon City, and it was worth getting to know them. But after experiencing it, he still longed for the life he had built here. When he was in the Foundation establishment realm, he had offended the Sunset Immortal Sect and Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Later, killing Yen Hua had caused trouble with the Heavenly Saint Sect. Now, with time, it seemed that the Sunset Immortal Sect had let go of their grudge. Although it would take some time for the Heavenly Saint Sect to do the same, it couldn't be helped. Perhaps the Heavenly Joy Pavilion would finally let go as well. So, Jiang Hao thought it was safer to stay here and cultivate spirit herbs until those people could let go of their grudges. There was no need to go to other places. He couldn't escape Hong Yue's grasp anyway. At noon, Qingqiu returned. "How did it go?" Jiang Hao asked. "I did find a lot of information," Qingqiu said. "I went to the drought-affected areas this year, and they said that it has been raining for a month now, and the Zhuang family has survived. Not only that, but they also feel that this year might be a year of abundance. In places where there was flooding, the water receded, and many people managed to survive. They all feel that it's the mercy of the immortals and the blessings of heaven." Jiang Hao nodded. He knew that this was the influence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. He originally thought the impact wouldn't be so significant, but he hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. With the rise in spiritual energy, the land became even more fertile. It affected both ordinary people and cultivators. It was no wonder that all living things sought to destroy it. The better the environment, the more unfavorable it was for their development. "Is there any problem with your cultivation?" Jiang Hao asked. "There are some issues," Qingqiu said without hesitation. On this day, in addition to tending to some spiritual herbs, Jiang Hao was willing to help with some explanations. Qingqiu had been in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm for several years now. With a few more years of steady progress, he could try to advance to the middle stage. Don't try to advance too fast. It's easy to lose focus, especially when you see others catching up. Your state of mind at this moment is crucial, Jiang Hao said. Shaoli and Chu Chuan would soon surpass Qingqiu. It was easy to become impatient, especially for Qingqiu. So, he needed some guidance. "Senior brother Jiang, rest assured I understand," Qingqiu said respectfully. He understood very well. Junior sister Shaoli and junior brother Chu Chuan would both surpass him soon. Not only would they surpass him, but they might also make him feel lesser. "Have you been keeping an eye on Linji?" Jiang Hao asked. After Jiang Hao left, Qingqiu had kept an eye on Linji. "Nothing much has happened in the past few months." Junior brother Linji leads a very disciplined life, but he is often bullied by others, Qingqiu said. Qingqiu had known about Linji for a long time, as he had inquired about Linji's background before. However, Linji was only at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm despite so many years. But for some reason, senior brother Jiang was interested in him, which left Qingqiu puzzled. However, senior brother Jiang must have his own reasons. All Qingqiu had to do was wait and see. Although senior brother Jiang was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, he gave Qingqiu the feeling that he had seen and experienced a lot. After all, as long as senior brother Jiang was around, anything in the spirit herb garden could be handled. This had been Qingqiu's experience over the past few years. Chapter 455 Chapter 455 Heavenly King comes and goes as he pleases. Chapter 455 Heavenly King comes and goes as he pleases. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, senior brother Jiang. During the recent trip outside, I heard a lot of people talking about the Blood Wish path. Qingqiu hesitated for a moment. What is it? Jiang Hao asked. They said you are practicing the Blood Wish path, and there was an incident related to it in an area outside. It happened in the last few months. Many people believe that you are attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm using the Blood Wish path. If it were just the people within the sect, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem is that the Black Heaven sect, the Sunset Immortal sect, and other sects have received news about you practicing the Blood Wish path. Now, in their eyes, you are a bloodthirsty demon who has committed an unforgivable sin. They might start a crusade against you, Qingqiu said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. When did this incident happen? It was around the end of April, near the location of the sects, Qingqiu said. End of April. Jiang Hao remembered that he was still within the sect at that time. He left in early May. But who would care about that? The demonic sect didn't care if it was him or not. They just believed it to be true. The immortal sects wouldn't have anyone to vouch for or against him either. So, there was nothing more to be said. Once something happened, and if someone popped up who matched the description, it was a done deal. Were there any good people left in the Heavenly Note sect? Jiang Hao smiled self-deprecatingly. He was indeed no saint, but there were certain things he hadn't done. Do you think you might need to explain things, senior brother Jiang? Qingqiu asked. Explain. Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. No need to worry about them. It's their business how they feel. Explanation would be of no use. Since these people had already made up their minds, there was no changing it. Everyone had to pay the price for their actions. Whether it was him or them, they had to take responsibility for their deeds and their word. Furthermore, an explanation could never dispel their suspicions. He was, after all, a disciple of a demonic sect. There was no need for him to defend himself. They wouldn't dare to barge into the sect, and it didn't matter how they tried to attack from outside. There's one more thing, Qingqiu said. Senior brother Jiang, did you go to the Sea Fog Cave before? It seems that something has happened there, and they want you to confirm something. The Sea Fog Cave had problems? This surprised Jiang Hao. The next day, he talked with the people from the law enforcement hall and then followed a senior brother who had reached the Golden Core realm to the Sea Fog Cave. On the way, they also found several juniors who had previously visited the cave. Ji Bian from the law enforcement hall. Wu Shi from the Thunder Fire Peak. Qiao Xiu from the 100 Bones Forest. All of them were surprised to see Jiang Hao and wondered why he had returned. Soon, they arrived at the Sea Fog Cave. Normally, the poisonous mist would have extended much further, but when they arrived at the stone tablet, there was no trace of the sea fog. Now, let's confirm it again. Is this where you all stopped last time? The senior brother at the Golden Core realm looked at everyone. The sea fog retreated? This was unexpected for Jiang Hao. However, he thought it was unlikely that the people from the Thunder Fire Peak had come here and dispelled it. The Thunder Fire Peak disciples would not have brought them here if that were the case. Senior brother Jiang, what happened here? Ji Bian asked. They clearly remembered that there was poisonous fog in this area. In recent times, probably within the last month, I don't know why, but the sea fog suddenly receded. We're not sure where it has gone for now, the senior at the Golden Core realm said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was surprised. Within the last month. Could it be the influence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? He was concerned. Usually, anything that could be influenced by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was not ordinary. The Sea Fog Cave was not safe. Should we go inside and check? Qiao Xiu suddenly asked. Jiang Hao silently took a step back and intended to leave this place. After all, it was not a sect mission, and he was not obliged to take any risks, especially since he had seen a figure here before. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl had been affected by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and now, even the poisonous fog here had been affected. Although the two couldn't be equated, they were somewhat similar. Ordinary poisonous fog wouldn't be so greatly affected. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment needed to maintain balance, so it couldn't suppress everything. What do you think, Junior Brother Jiang? The Golden Core Realm Senior asked. I think it's better to leave it to the seniors who are more suitable to investigate this matter, Jiang Hao respectfully said. In that case, let's go back. The senior at the Golden Core Realm also didn't want to take any risk. Before leaving, Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet. The only text left on it now were the 3 characters, Heavenly Note Sect. The sentence in the language of the Heavenly Spirit Tribe had disappeared. Jiang Hao didn't speak and began to retreat. He knew that there was probably some powerful creature here, but it couldn't be left at will. The Heavenly Note Sect had too many mysteries. The mining site, Devil's Den, and now the Sea Fog Cave. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was found in Devil's Denver. Other treasures might be in the mines, but he wasn't certain. So far, only the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was in his hands, and he could confirm the existence of some sinister creature inside. As he returned to the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao planned to find an opportunity to go to the Lawless Tower and ask the seniors there about the situation in the Sea Fog Cave. They had been there for quite some time, so they should have made some discoveries. In the evening, he arrived at the Lawless Tower and inquired with the guard at the gate. The Sea Fog Cave? The senior in the black robe frowned slightly. The situation is not good. This surprised Jiang Hao. If the people of the Lawless Tower felt that the situation was bad, then it must be very bad. Soon, he got his answer. Disappeared? Jiang Hao exclaimed. Yes, senior sister Insha led a group inside, but afterward she disappeared. Although we are still trying to find her, there has been no news for several months, said the senior brother in the black robe. Jiang Hao had met her before. She was one of the few people he had interacted with the most. But they should not be in immediate danger, at least for now, the senior brother in the black robe said. Jiang Hao nodded. He really didn't want anything to happen to the senior sister because she was the one he was most familiar with. If she were to remain in the Lawless Tower, it would provide some assurance for his future visits. Moreover, her status and position were not low, and she was easy to communicate with. Such people were not easy to come by. He arrived in front of Zhuang Yuzhen. He couldn't think of any way he could be of any help to him. Senior, you are still in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao was surprised to see that Zhuang Yuzhen was the same. Even after being here for so long, Zhuang Yuzhen could maintain his cultivation. It was truly remarkable. He can stay here because of my silver tongue. Otherwise, he would have been gone long ago, said Hai Luo, the Heavenly King, with a sneer. You brat. You flatter yourself too much. Zhuang Yuzhen chuckled. Jiang Hao looked at Heavenly King Hai Luo in puzzlement. The value that Hai Luo provided should have been long gone. The people from overseas who had been captured had been released after their kin had paid their ransom. So, why was Heavenly King Hai Luo still here? Did no one pay your ransom? Jiang Hao asked. Ransom? What a joke. Do you think I can't leave willingly? I'm just bored and playing around. I'm not stuck here. Hai Luo sneered. Let me ask you a question. How much do you know about the Heavenly Spirit Tribe? Jiang Hao suddenly asked because he remembered the writing in the Sea Fog Cave, especially that one sentence. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, 100 Ways to Make You Kneel and Beg for Mercy. Chapter 456, 100 Ways to Make You Kneel and Beg for Mercy. Heavenly Spirit Tribe? Zhuang Yuzhen furrowed his brows slightly. The tribe must be located overseas and isn't a particularly notable group. Are there any other details, like legends about their tribe? Jiang Hao asked. He wasn't particularly concerned about it, and it wasn't a major issue. He was just curious. Even if someone with ulterior motives found out about him asking questions, it wouldn't matter because senior sister Insha's disappearance might be related to the Heavenly Spirit tribe, so he was just trying to help. There are quite a few, said Hailuo. It is said that the Heavenly Spirit tribe used to be a major tribe. It was called the God Clan. The words Heavenly Spirit say it all. It was believed that all living creatures born out of heaven and living under them were a manifestation of them. It said that they had astonishing natural talent and were in harmony with heaven and earth. They possessed divine abilities. However, at some point their status changed, and they were rejected by heaven and earth. They even struggled to cultivate. Today they are just a moderately sized tribe. Even members of their tribe are polite to me when they meet me. You brat! Zhuang Yuzhen sneered. Hailuo was taken aback. Old scum, are you provoking me? Inside this tower, I have 100 ways to make you kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to their argument but felt something was amiss. Why had the Heavenly Spirit tribe suddenly lost their protection? Was the Sea Fog Cave related to them? He had seen the writings there, and the one who went to investigate the area should have seen them too. The Heavenly Spirit tribe must have been investigated as well. It meant that the danger in the cave might be manageable. Old bastard, aren't you still rotting here? Surprisingly, the esteemed Divine Corpse sect hasn't even offered to ransom you, said Hailuo sarcastically. You little brat, do you think I've lost my value, just like you? Zhuang Yuzhen retorted. Jiang Hao asked a few more questions about the Heavenly Spirit tribe, their special abilities, and any abilities that could have a significant impact. However, he didn't get the answers he was looking for. With a helpless shake of his head, Jiang Hao got up and bid them farewell. In fact, Zhuang Yuzhen came here because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The reasons behind it and the person who provided the information had not been disclosed yet. The lawless tower wouldn't easily let him leave. Heavenly King Hailuo, on the other hand, had no value anymore. He wasn't useful to the Heavenly Note sect. That's why one could be let go after accepting ransom, while the other couldn't. After leaving the lawless tower, Jiang Hao thought about the Sea Fog Cave. Want unparalleled talent? Come to me, and I will grant it to you. Those were the words he had seen on the stone tablet. What does it mean? Jiang Hao muttered to himself. The matter seemed to exceed his capabilities. All he could do was keep an eye on it. After all, he wouldn't enter the Sea Fog Cave. He didn't know how dangerous it might be inside. At the marketplace, Jiang Hao planned to sell some talismans, so that he could get spirit stones to take care of the spirit herbs. He had already planted the holy medicine seed, but it required spiritual stones every day for its maintenance. He didn't want to use the spirit stones he had on him, so selling talismans was the best solution. He had made quite a few when he was in the Star Moon City. It was enough to sell and earn a bit of spirit stones. After setting up the talismans, he sat cross-legged on the ground. There were not many customers today, so his income wasn't that high. Junior brother Jiang? Someone approached shortly after he sat down. It was his senior sister Ling Tian. Senior sister Ling Tian had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and it seemed like she wasn't too far from reaching the Golden Core realm. Senior sister Ling, Jiang Hao greeted her politely. I heard you're going to advance to the Golden Core realm soon? Ling Tian crouched down and smiled. Jiang Hao shook his head. That's all just nonsense. Ling Tian looked at Jiang Hao and glanced around. I also think the rumors are too far-fetched. It doesn't seem like you would use the Blood Wish path. However, I've heard that more people are learning about the Blood Wish path lately, and some have even started practicing it. Jiang Hao smiled but didn't explain further. He would wait for junior brother Han to return before displaying his cultivation realm at the Golden Core realm. He wondered if Ling's senior sister would choose to believe the rumors at that time. Given his talent, it might seem like a rapid promotion. Do you need any talismans, senior sister Ling? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. By the way, junior brother Jiang, are you going to start making higher-grade talismans? Ling Tian asked as she held a healing talisman and 100,000 swords talisman in her hand. She bought a total of 20 healing talismans and 100,000 swords talisman. I'm thinking of learning them, Jiang Hao said. Ling Tian paid 900 spirit stones and then picked up one healing talisman. Since I bought 20 of them, do I get one for free? Sure. You can even choose the 100,000 swords talisman for free, Jiang Hao said. Healing talismans were 30 spirit stones each, and 100,000 swords talisman was 60 spirit stones. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I always feel comfortable buying talismans from you, she said before taking 20 healing talismans and an additional 100,000 swords talisman. She paid 900 spirit stones in total. Not bad at all. A customer who spends 1,800 spirit stones on me deserves such treatment. If senior sister Ling Tian reached the Golden Core realm, she probably wouldn't be weaker than him. He was even looking forward to her advancement. However, it was hard to believe that a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator could spend 1,800 spirit stones on talismans. I and my seniors are preparing to leave for a while to advance to Golden Core Alchemist. These items are essential for our safety, Ling Tian said. After Ling Tian left, Jiang Hao set up his stall again. He sold 3 healing talismans and 200,000 swords talismans in the end. He earned a total of 150 spirit stones. Along the way, someone bought 5 divine walk talismans for 1 spirit stone. Jiang Hao had made these talismans and always put them on display. However, they were never in high demand. It was surprising to see someone buying it. After closing the stall, Jiang Hao went to the Snow Lotus Pavilion and bought Jade Spirit Liquid and Ordinary Spirit Liquid. 1 bottle of Jade Spirit Liquid cost 300 spirit stones, and there were 30 bottles in total. He also bought 10 bottles of Spirit Liquid. In total, he purchased 5 bottles of Jade Spirit Liquid and 10 bottles of Spirit Liquid. 1,800 spirit stones were just gone. Today, most of the earnings were spent. He still had a few bottles of Jade Spirit Liquid on him that he bought in the Star Moon City. The price was 280 spirit stones each. It was slightly cheaper. In the beginning, he felt that the spirit stones were reducing too quickly, so he didn't buy them all. It was a typical small vendor mentality. Jiang Hao had already reflected on himself and would probably do the same next time. Planting sweet leaf cold grass required about 5,000 spirit stones in total, which was quite expensive. However, he had won the seed, and the prospect of getting a purple bubble was too tempting. Jiang Hao looked at the corner where the sweet leaf cold grass seed was planted. It had only been 7 days, and there were still 42 days to go. After 42 days passed, it was already mid-September. Jiang Hao walked into his courtyard, and sure enough, the sweet leaf cold grass had sprouted tender shoots. Next to it was a floating purple bubble. Jiang Hao hurried over. It is indeed a purple bubble. I just don't know how many more days it will take for other bubbles to appear. In theory, holy medicine seed should produce blue bubbles, but it was uncertain how soon they would appear. However, he now knew how to plant them. It was best to continue watering the plant with spirit liquid. After being influenced by divine items long enough, plain water could be used. It was quite expensive in the early stages. 5 days later, a white bubble appeared. 10 days later, a green bubble appeared. 15 days later, a blue bubble appeared. After observing for another half a month, Jiang Hao found that the white and green bubbles were not produced on regular days, but the time interval didn't fluctuate much. Blue bubbles, on the other hand, took at least 15 days to spawn. Now, in mid-October, Jiang Hao focused on the immortal peach tree. He needed to check on its progress for another incarnation. Chapter 457 Chapter 457 He will come to kill you at night. Chapter 457 He will come to kill you at night. Seeing the number of spirit stones required, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He could afford it. Even though he had repaid 1,500 to the law enforcement hall during these few days and had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones on the sweet leaf cold grass, he still had 25,000 left. This was due to the diligent sales of talismans in recent days. However, after the incarnation, he probably wouldn't have many spirit stones left. If he wanted to accumulate over 10,000 again, he would need to sell heavenly rejuvenation pills. Fortunately, he didn't need spirit stones for the time being. He could continue to manage with just a few hundred spirit stones for the tea he used for Hongye. She only visited once every few months, so he didn't need too much tea. This time, the incarnation might result in another purple bubble, which means I'm just one bubble away from gaining another divine ability. Jiang Hao was in anticipation for another divine ability. Each divine ability had its uses, and it could significantly boost his combat power. For example, when combined with the reappearance of Hidden Spirit, his strength far exceeded what it was before. After picking some peaches, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden. He gave the peaches to Chingqiu. They were still delicious and had no other changes. Senior brother Jiang, something has happened recently, Chingqiu said in a hushed voice after receiving the peaches. Several people have died in the ice. Moon Valley's Spirit Herb Garden, and it's said to be the work of the Blood Wish Path. This has already affected the progress of the Spirit Herb Garden, and their people have started investigating. They even got the law enforcement hall involved. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. How long has this been going on? It's been several days. People have been dying serially. The management of the Spirit Herb Garden wouldn't have reported it unless they couldn't take it anymore. They don't want to make the issue too big, Chingqiu said. They would have endured it because they didn't want to seem incompetent. Were they all ordinary people? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Chingqiu nodded. Without the sect backing them, the law enforcement hall wouldn't go all out. Because everyone assumes that you, senior brother Jiang, practice the Blood Wish sect, the blame has been shifted on you. They want you to explain. Some people from the Ice Moon Valley even said that those individuals had long wanted to work for you, so they died for the Blood Wish path. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He felt like someone was targeting him, but he hadn't provoked anyone lately. The Spirit Herb Garden had not had any conflicts with others. Why would he be targeted suddenly? Could it be senior brother Qianchen? His intention must be to make the sect pay attention to me, not make me the target of everyone's hostility within the sect. Jiang Hao didn't respond to this matter, and he chose to ignore the Ice Moon Valley's request for answers. Although the deaths might be blamed on him, the Ice Moon Valley wouldn't be targeting him personally, but rather the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Currently, no one from the Cliff of Broken Hearts had come looking for him, so he didn't want to press it further. If they wanted him to apologize, then he would apologize. As for compensation, that would be troublesome. The next day, a senior brother came over to the garden. He was in the Soul Ascension realm. Jiang Hao had never seen this senior before. He appeared to be in his late 20s and looked calm. His aura was astonishing. He looked to be in the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm, but judging from the aura he secretly emitted, he was probably already in the late or even the peak stage. Are you junior brother Jiang Hao? The senior asked. Yes, senior brother. May I know who you are? Jiang Hao lowered his head respectfully. Bai Yi said. The senior disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts? Jiang Hao was shocked. Hello, senior brother Bai, Jiang Hao said. I'm here for the matter concerning the Ice Moon Valley. I have a question for you, Bai Yi said softly. Of course. Please ask away. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He realized that he would need to respond to the rumors. Did you kill those people? Bai Yi asked. No, Jiang Hao said. Before he could think of an explanation, Bai Yi nodded. I see. He then turned and left. The next day, the Cliff of Broken Hearts responded by admitting to the killings. They had killed the people, and since they were dead, that was the end of it. If they were short on people, they could just recruit a few ordinary non-cultivators and count them as compensation. If they thought the Cliff of Broken Hearts was temporarily without a master and they could push them around, they could come and try. Jiang Hao was stunned by this response. Bai Yi had directly admitted to it, but it didn't seem like he was yielding. His tone seemed to be saying that if anyone dared, they could come to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I thought that senior brother Bai wasn't reckless, but he might provoke more trouble if the others decide to confront him directly. But if the others don't confront him head-on, then they can only swallow their pride and keep quiet. Senior brother also mentioned our master. He probably wants other branch masters to get involved. After all, our master led a team to the Bright Moon Sect. If something happened to our branch now, it would easily upset the sect's balance. As expected, the matter was smoothed over by the Law Enforcement Hall, and it seemed that they had identified the real culprits and were pursuing them. Jiang Hao had gained some insight into senior brother Bai Yi. However, without Lu Xingchen's presence, he had no information about the individuals who had taken action this time. Otherwise, he could try to appraise the person targeting him, but it might have been just a coincidence. In early November, the matter with the Ice Moon Valley had completely dissipated, and Jiang Hao met another person, Pei Yuan, who practiced the Blood Wish path. His aura was dense, and he had already reached the Golden Core realm. How could it have happened so fast? Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. When he first saw Pei Yuan, he was only in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. But soon, he reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, they were already at the Golden Core realm. The Blood Wish path's progress couldn't have been this quick. Pei Yuan looked at him with a mocking smile, as if flaunting his achievement. As he got closer, Jiang Hao noticed that although Pei Yuan's aura was dense, his cultivation was not solid enough, and his spiritual sense carried a hint of black energy. His body also had a touch of death energy. He won't live for more than 20 years if he doesn't advance further. Golden Core realm cultivators had a lifespan of 500 years, but with such advancement, Pei Yuan had less than 20 years left. Senior brother Jiang, you haven't reached the Golden Core realm yet? Pei Yuan sneered. Junior brother Pei, you are truly remarkable. Did you have guidance from your master? Jiang Hao asked. Pei Yuan suddenly changed the topic of their conversation. Senior brother Jiang, you are only at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, while I'm in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. According to etiquette, you should address me as senior brother, right? Isn't that so, junior brother Jiang? Jiang Hao remained silent. Jiang Hao sensed the killing intent emanating from this person, as if he was determined to kill him. Did Pei Yun have a beef against him? Was it because Jiang Hao hadn't guided him in the past? He appraised Pei Yuan. Chapter 458 Chapter 458 Don't try to deceive me with petty illusions. Chapter 458 Don't try to deceive me with petty illusions. The feedback this time was somewhat unexpected. It was the first time he had witnessed a fellow disciple daring to make a move within the sect. Is it because he has only 20 years left to live, so he wants to leave? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. It seemed that when a person was at the end of their life, they could do anything. It was better to avoid such people in the future, as they might become fanatical at the slightest inconvenience. With a hearty laugh, Pei Yuan left. He seemed satisfied to see Jiang Hao lower his head. However, the killing intent remained. As he watched Pei Yuan leave, Jiang Hao felt that this person might end up killing quite a few others, and he was just one of them. If he wasn't the first, then things would be much easier to handle. However, if he was the first victim, openly confronting the enemy might lead to trouble. Jiang Hao shook his head. He was not in a hurry and he would deal with it calmly. At night, Senior Brother, Pei I was forced to follow behind Senior Brother Sheng. I wasn't the one who robbed your resources back then. I saw that you didn't look well, so I even gave you a piece of spirit stone. A Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator had a wound on his abdomen. He kept retreating until he was in a corner against the wall. Gave me a spirit stone? Pei Yuan asked. Pei Yuan, with fresh blood on his clothing, gradually approached the man with a cruel smile on his lips. Back then, did you think I should be grateful to you? You robbed me and still expect my gratitude? What a joke. Are you trying to insult me? Don't worry, I've already killed Senior Brother Sheng, now it's your turn. But during the Sect's mission, I saved you, said the man at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm in terror. Saved me? Why did you save me? Wasn't it because you wanted to rob me? Pei Yuan thrust his longsword forward. Although the man had defensive magical treasures, they were ineffective against a golden core realm cultivator. The sword pierced his body. Pei Yuan laughed maniacally. He pulled the sword out and was ready to decapitate the man in front of him. The bloodied sword swung swiftly. At that moment, a faint light shot past. Clang! The sword was repelled. Who is it? Pei Yuan looked back. He had been keeping an eye on his surroundings and hadn't noticed anyone approaching. The only explanation was that he had fallen for an illusion created by the person before him. It's me. Jiang Hao appeared at the doorway and looked at Pei Yuan. Huh! Pei Yuan looked slightly surprised. You are here? I was about to come find you after I'm done here. Why the rush? I have a few questions for you, Jiang Hao said. Illusion. Pei Yuan realized that the senior brother who had been beside him had disappeared, and he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. The only explanation was that he had fallen for an illusion cast by the person before him. I guess so. Jiang Hao nodded. I want to ask you, who taught you the blood wish path? Hearing this, Pei Yuan burst into laughter. You noticed it too? The blood wish path cultivation I practice is the most authentic one. And why are you talking to me with such an attitude? Don't tell me you think a mere illusion can trap. Let's change the topic. Who is Yinwei? Jiang Hao asked. Who? Pei Yuan appeared puzzled. Jiang Hao was surprised. So, Pei Yuan didn't know Yinwei was the one guiding him. Had he used a false name? I actually don't know anything about the blood wish path, Jiang Hao said. Pei Yuan just smiled. At the moment, just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, he suddenly moved. A red sword aura slashed toward Jiang Hao. It had a hint of madness. The sword pierced Jiang Hao's body, but it turned out to be just a shadow. A long knife sliced across Pei Yuan's neck. For an instant, he felt that his entire life force dissipated. What's your cultivation realm? This blow far exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't understand why he was thinking about this at the last moments of his life. Early stage of the primordial spirit realm, Jiang Hao said. With a thud, Pei Yuan fell to the ground. Before leaving, Jiang Hao delivered 2 more blows and then retrieved the valuable items from Pei Yuan's storage treasure. He then returned the storage treasure to the body. After that, he backed out of the room. At this moment, the person at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm was lying in a corner in confusion. Pei Yuan had disappeared as if he had just left. He wanted to leave this place, but his injuries were too severe. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. When he saw the person's face, he felt dread. Pei Yuan is dead? The eerie feeling left him with lingering fear. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't move. He abandoned all dignity and shouted for help. Help! Help! Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao sat under the immortal peach tree and began to take stock of his gains. This time, he acted fast to avoid trouble. Since the other person had struck first against someone else, it made things much easier. Killing someone who had already murdered someone would not necessarily result in punishment. As long as the heavily wounded individual had the courage, they could easily take credit for the act. Even if the law enforcement peak knew that someone else had committed the murder, they would not investigate it seriously. They certainly would not resort to the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. So, acting at that moment was the safest option. The only regret was that he hadn't been able to obtain any more information. As rumors became more exaggerated, there might be people coming to him in the future seeking guidance on the blood wish path. That would be troublesome. He just hoped that others wouldn't be as short-tempered as junior brother Pei Yuan. Otherwise, it would not be good for anyone. Putting aside these questions, Jiang Hao began to inspect junior brother Pei Yuan's belongings. Naturally, he was most interested in spirit stones. There were no surprises. Pei Yuan had little to no savings. It only amounted to 135 spirit stones. People who had just advanced to the Golden Core realm were not very well off. The only item of note was a simple Foundation establishment pill, but it couldn't be sold since it was usually sold by the bottle, not individually. There were no magical treasures, but there was a book and a token. The book was titled Blood Divine Path Lifeblood Refinement Technique. Divine Path. Jiang Hao was surprised. Wasn't the blood wish path an evil technique? He began to read the book because he was curious. He could understand it at the beginning but became increasingly cryptic and difficult to understand toward the end. He activated his clear and pure heart ability. After a long time, Jiang Hao had a general understanding of the contents of the book. The blood wish path required a blood vow. The more sincere a person was, the more effective their blood would be. It caused fewer side effects. The less sincere the person, the more one's lifespan would be consumed to make progress in the blood wish path. Absorbing blood in one go was the most effective method. Splitting it up greatly reduced the effect but had a lesser chance of side effect. The blood gourd was used for steady and prolonged cultivation. This method was considered evil because it required the death of too many people to create just one blood gourd. Jiang Hao had also read through the cultivation techniques, which he could roughly understand. In fact, the cruelest aspect of the blood wish path was that both parties needed to be sincere in their vows for it to be the highest quality blood vow. In essence, it meant using the lives of one's most loved and dearest people to pave the way for cultivation. Chapter 459 Chapter 459 I Have a Friend. Chapter 459 I Have a Friend. Jiang Hao put away the book and picked up the token. One word was written on it, Spirit. Spirit? He said in puzzlement, and then decided to appraise it. The appraisal result was very straightforward. It was clear that Pei Yuan intended to leave the Heavenly Note sect and head to the Heavenly Spirit tribe overseas. What puzzled Jiang Hao was where Pei Yuan had obtained this token. Perhaps he bought it from someone, or maybe he stole it. But it didn't matter. After inspecting everything, he still couldn't find any information about Wei. However, he just wanted to know who this person was and had no intention of making contact or investigating further. If he could find out, that would be enough. If not, he wouldn't force it. For now, he wanted to continue with his current life and focus on his cultivation. In the early morning, the stone tablet vibrated. It was about tonight's gathering. This time, it was a genuine gathering, unlike the previous ones that were all about the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It was a good opportunity to ask about the elder from the Blood Shadow Sect. If he succeeded, there would be the next step to consider. At noon, while Jiang Hao was tending to spirit herbs, 3 senior disciples arrived. They were dressed in attires that were unique to the law enforcement hall. They looked very serious. "Junior brother Jiang, there are some questions we need to ask you," the senior at the forefront said politely. "Please ask, senior brothers," Jiang Hao said respectfully. "Junior brother Pei Yuan was killed last night," said the other disciple bluntly. "He visited you yesterday. We want to know what you talked about." Jiang Hao did not hide anything and recounted all the details of their conversation. After listening to him, the seniors nodded. "Junior brother Jiang, we think you had a motive for murder, so for now, please stay within the sect," the leading senior said. "Until we reach a conclusion, you should be ready to cooperate with us at any time. If you have important matters outside, you must inform the law enforcement hall. Otherwise you—" "Senior brother," at this point, the other disciple interrupted. "There's no need to explain." "Why?" The leading senior was puzzled. "Senior brother, you have just returned from outside and may not be aware," the junior disciple whispered. "Junior brother Jiang's name has actually been on the law enforcement hall's suspect list for more than 10 years. He's associated with quite a few traitors. Moreover, he ranks high in the merit hall, and the task hall often talks about assigning him new missions. They can't wait to send him out." "What's going on?" The leading senior was utterly bewildered. "On the list for more than 10 years? High rank in the merit hall? The task hall is eager to send him out? In that case, I won't say much more. Junior brother Jiang, you understand, right?" said the leading senior seriously. "Our restrictions will only last for 2 months. If we don't return in 2 months, then this matter will be considered closed for you. As long as you're innocent, you don't have to worry." "I understand." Jiang Hao nodded. Only 2 months meant that the matter was considered minor. After all, Pei Yuan did kill a fellow disciple. They were investigating the cause of death, mostly out of curiosity about the one who retaliated against him. The person from last night dared not admit to the killing. But if it were Jiang Hao himself, he probably wouldn't admit it either. It's better to avoid trouble when possible. After that, the law enforcement hall disciples left. Being familiar with the law enforcement hall had its advantages. As long as it wasn't a major issue, they were usually accommodating, and the task hall and merit hall also put pressure on the investigation. After all, they were after spirit stones. After seeing the disciples off, Jiang Hao resumed tending to the spirit herbs. He had already checked the herbs sent by the 100 Bones Forest. They were still helping him infuse spiritual energy into the garden, but he couldn't figure out why. Was it for reconciliation? It had been a long time, and he should find the time to see how Bai Yi was. At midnight, Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet, took a deep breath, and entered it. This time, he didn't know what kind of task he would receive, so he had to be cautious. He was worried that someone might want him to handle affairs in the southern region, which he couldn't do easily with his current strength. If someone asked him to do it, he couldn't refuse, but if he accepted the task, it would be problematic. It was okay to be involved once or twice, but over time, he might be questioned. So, if possible, it would be best to avoid such matters and continue to keep a low profile. Fortunately, due to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, his reputation had improved significantly, and they wouldn't easily ask him for help. In the public area, the four of them paid their respects to Dan Yuan and then sat cross-legged on the ground. "Do any of you have questions about your cultivation?" Dan Yuan asked. It was the standard opening to their gathering. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao couldn't come up with any cultivation-related questions. He could ask about the blood wish path, but that wasn't really a cultivation question. He would have to wait and see if there was an opportunity later. "Senior, I have a friend who recently used a curse, and it seems to have gone wrong. He's afflicted by an uncontrollable curse. Is there any way to alleviate it?" Gui asked. Dan Yuan glanced at Gui. "To what extent does it need to be alleviated?" "Just a little relief would be fine," Gui said. "In the eastern region, there's a plant called mind relief grass that can help alleviate curses, but it requires a special method," Dan Yuan said. "One think you know the rest." "Indeed." Gui nodded. "In fact, there's another method." Dan Yuan looked at Jiang Hao. "Friend Jing, you should know about it, right?" "I don't know, don't ask me." Jiang Hao felt helpless. However, Dan Yuan would never ask anything without reason. By asking now, it seemed like he was seeking his opinions, which meant this thing was related to him. So what was it? Jiang Hao thought of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. That item could suppress curses. "I know, but Gui might be hesitant to use it," Jiang Hao said in a low voice. "What is it?" Gui looked puzzled. "Go to the Heavenly Note Sect and borrow the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl," Jiang Hao said. Gui was speechless. This was quite challenging because the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was not something an ordinary person could use. Even borrowing it might lead to karmic consequences and various other problems. The sealed Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl is said to have miraculous effects, but I have never seen it. Friend Jing seems to have completely grasped it. Dan Yuan looked at the others. After confirming that there were no more questions, Dan Yuan said, "Do we have any news about the Saint Bandits?" "It seems that the Bright Moon Sect has some information about the Saint Bandits' origins. They most likely come from the Heavenly Spirit Tribe," Sheng said. Members of the Bright Moon Sect had fought against the Saint Bandits, so they had some knowledge about them. The Heavenly Spirit Tribe? Lu found it hard to believe. The Heavenly Spirit Tribe overseas? They are the Saint Bandits? Jiang Hao was also surprised. In an instant, he recalled the words from the Sea Fog Cave. "If you seek talent, you can find me." Those words were indeed similar to the Saint Bandit style, and they used the Heavenly Spirit Tribe's language. For a moment, he was worried that the Sea Fog Cave might have a direct connection with the Saint Bandits. "This information is crucial," Dan Yuan said with a smile. "Sheng, you can consider asking whatever you want, or you can also choose to cancel a portion of the previous transaction." "I'll choose to cancel it," Sheng said. Dan Yuan nodded and didn't assign any more tasks. Sheng turned to Jiang Hao. "Friend Jing, I've completed your task." Jiang Hao nodded. It was Lu's turn now. He had to find a way to make Lu owe him a favor. Chapter 460 Impersonating Someone. Chapter 460 Impersonating Someone. After discussing a few more matters, the gathering came to an end with Dan Yuan's reminder. Once Jiang Hao left the public forum, he took out his notebook and wrote down the things that they had discussed. This time, there were quite a few things to focus on. The Saint Bandits might be associated with the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, which suggested a connection between the Saint Bandits and the Sea Fog Cave. Qi Tian's undercover mission had begun, and they would need to rely on Lu for further information. He could then find more information on the end of all things and about Sanxing. Gui might come to borrow the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. He needed to handle this situation carefully and preferably avoid mentioning the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. There were sightings of the people from the Heavenly Note sect underwater, and it was speculated to be Senior Sister Insha and others. The sea fog cave might connect to the underwater world, and the individuals emerging from there were likely from the Heavenly Spirit tribe, which was also connected to the Saint Bandit. These were the 4 main points. The third was the most crucial because it directly involved Jiang Hao. The 4th point was also important. If he could help, he would. However, there wasn't much information available at the moment. Fortunately, Lu had already started investigating the matter and would provide updates on the situation. Jiang Hao also needed to be cautious about one more thing. Lu would know that those individuals were disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, and others might find out too. He didn't know if that would cause trouble for the sect, as many would be curious about how they reached there. If there are valuable treasures inside, many people will want to explore it. In the near future, some people might come to visit or send undercover agents to gather more information, Jiang Hao muttered. However, the sea fog cave was not well known within the sect, so not many people would investigate it. After putting away the notebook, Jiang Hao began writing information about San Sheng. After a long time, he had almost written half a book. San Sheng didn't have a tragic past, he acted capriciously, and his emotions were unpredictable. One moment he could be enjoying a drink, and the next, he could draw his sword to kill. It was said that he originally came from the prestigious 10,000 Dharma sect. He offended one of the sect's elders, fled, and then returned with a new identity. This time, he had a good relationship with that elder. When the elder fully trusted him, he struck him with his sword. At this point, his cultivation had surpassed the elder's, and he was toying with him. After leaving the sect, he roamed the southern region. He left a smiley face whenever he killed someone. Each smiley face was unique. Jiang Hao had seen some of these smiley faces on the stone tablet and sketched them. What surprised him, however, was that there was no repetition among the recorded smiley faces. Nonetheless, it was evident from the records that San Sheng was ruthless and unpredictable, with no code of conduct. To completely impersonate him, one needed to obtain his treasure, the 1,000 Faces treasure fan. This fan had been taken away by the Black Heaven sect, but San Sheng would likely retrieve it. The method to activate the fan was known only to him, after all. So, if someone had the fan and could use it, they would be considered to be San Sheng himself. The information contained the method of use, which Jiang Hao had read carefully. It was very comprehensive. There was also information about what San Sheng had done for the end of all things. After writing all this, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then appraised his notebook. He needed to verify if this information was genuine. It seems to be genuine. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. However, having this identity wouldn't help him find the other members of the End of All Things. He needed to figure out the contact code. Otherwise, problems could arise. But to completely take San Sheng's place, he needed to obtain the 1,000 Faces treasure fan. It won't be easy to get from the Black Heaven sect. Jiang Hao thought that Sheng could easily obtain it. Fortunately, he didn't need to use this identity for the time being. When he did, he would most likely be going outside, and there was a high possibility that Hong Yuye would come with him. With her help, obtaining the 1,000 Faces treasure fan might not be difficult at all. With these matters sorted out, Jiang Hao put away the notebook and began cultivating. A little while later, he opened his eyes and decided that today was as good a day as any to visit Bai Yi in the 100 Bones forest. With his decision made, Jiang Hao left his house. At the entrance to the valley, he stood in place and used the powerful perception that he learned from the Nameless Manual to spy on Bai Yi. Soon, he sensed Bai Ye's aura. It was still at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, and his injuries hadn't completely healed. It's strange. Why is he still suppressing himself with such minor injuries? Perhaps he sensed that I might take action, so he has been restraining himself? Jiang Hao believed this was highly likely. If that's the case, he probably won't leave the sect. I can't kill him. Bai Yi had contributed a lot to the sect and was a true disciple. Killing him would mean an affront to the Heavenly Note sect. Once the Heavenly Essence soul modeling mirror was used, he would also meet his end, which wasn't worth it. He decided to wait a little longer. In the valley, Bai Yi sat on a chair and gazed at the sky. He felt that he might have escaped a calamity. As long as he continued like this, he would survive. After a while, Lian Qin walked to the courtyard and was surprised to see Bai Yi there. "Senior brother Bai, aren't you going to go inside and rest?" I felt a connection to the stars. It seems I can see my own star in the sky, albeit faintly. Bai Yi smiled as he looked at the stars. It hasn't diminished yet. Perhaps I will also have a stroke of good luck one day. But one wrong step, and there will be no turning back from the calamity that follows. In the future, every step will be like walking on thin ice. Even though I might escape one calamity, I could die in the next one at any moment. Lian Qin didn't fully understand her senior brother, but usually, he was right. "Do you have any news?" Bai Yi asked. "I conducted an investigation outside and found that more people are practicing the blood wish path lately. The major sects are preparing to take action because the influence of the blood wish path has spread to their side," said Lian Qin. "Fingers are being pointed at Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, especially due to the rumors. Now everyone seems to assume it's him. Moreover, with his cultivation almost at the golden core realm, people think it's highly likely. While he didn't harm ordinary people in the spirit herb garden, he is almost certainly doing so outside. This has almost been confirmed. It's impossible. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower is in his courtyard. He wouldn't be practicing the blood wish path. There should be some connection to senior brother Qianchun, but the situation is more complex than anticipated. There might be other individuals manipulating things behind the scenes. Go and investigate, but don't get involved too deeply. It might not be someone we can handle," Bai Yi said. Lian Qin nodded. Then Bai Yi, who had been gazing at the stars, suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Don't rush to investigate the situation within the sect. Look into the situation outside. There might be some clues." Lian Qin nodded. 7 days later, Lian Qin walked to the courtyard. "Did you find anything?" Bai Yi asked. "I found someone who uses the blood wish path. There was an attack outside. They mentioned Jiang Hao's name and even the Cliff of Broken Hearts," Lian Qin said. Bai Yi frowned. "Go to the Cliff of Broken Hearts and tell him the news." Chapter 461 Chapter 461 Impersonating Someone 2 Chapter 461 Impersonating Someone 2 Qi Tian went overseas to collect information for Jiang Hao. It was so far away that Jiang Hao couldn't contact him. If he made the other party send messages frequently, it would be too risky. So, he couldn't let Qi Tian contact him. He needed to make Qi Tian wait for him to make contact, and the method of contact couldn't be him going there personally. The best method was to have Lu find Qi Tian when the time came and send the message. With Lu's abilities, finding Qi Tian shouldn't be difficult. This would also let Qi Tian know that no matter where he went, he was still under someone else's control. That way, he could be of better use. But for now, Lu had no favors he needed, so the only thing Jiang Hao could do was wait. There was no need to rush. It would take several years for Qi Tian to integrate into the end of all things with his cultivation realm. Regarding the end of all things, Do you want to know about the eastern or southern part? Sheng asked. The southern part, Jiang Hao said. In the southern part, I have an identity that you can use. Everyone assumes they belong to the end of all things. You can use that identity. The person never appears, so impersonating them wouldn't be a problem. You can rest assured of that. Does this work as compensation for the previous deal? Sheng asked. He was referring to the reward for helping him find Gu Qing. At the time, Jiang Hao had mentioned the end of all things, but there had been no information until now. Sheng had given him a whole identity to use. Sure. Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, the identity was delivered through Senior Dan Yuan's stone tablet. It was the identity of San Sheng. Following that, a pile of information was provided, and Jiang Hao had to try to remember it and write it down later. It seemed easier to remember things on the stone tablet compared to outside. Perhaps it was because his consciousness had entered the tablet. Gui, did you receive the items? Sheng looked at Gui. Yes. Gui nodded. With that, all the tasks related to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment were fulfilled. Gui fell silent for a moment. Will the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl really work? Could she not come to the sect? Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless but maintained an indifferent attitude. Under the seal, it can be used to suppress curses. Is it safe? Gui asked curiously. Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. It should be safe unless something unexpected happens. Gui nodded. She understood what he meant. But there was still a major issue. Can I borrow it? The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was no ordinary item. People at the gathering would need to ask Jing for permission if they wanted to borrow it. It wasn't as simple as finding the person only. Sure. Jiang Hao sighed. He didn't want to agree at first. Getting in touch with Gui would bring trouble. As soon as she got close, she would discover the presence of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower in his possession. That would lead to more complications, so he preferred to find a way to avoid it. I plan to use the star-shifting teleportation technique soon. Do you have any good defensive techniques? Lu asked. Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but he was unaware of such methods. I have a set of defensive techniques related to the star-shifting teleportation technique, but it will take some time. How long will it approximately take? Lu asked. It will take around 2 months, Sheng said. All right. Lu wasn't in a hurry. Jiang Hao would have to wait until they had no transactions between them. Have you all noticed that there has been an abundant harvest, and the spiritual energy is rising everywhere lately? Is this all due to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Asked Gui. Lu agreed. The same is happening overseas. It's incredible. Because of the help of the purple energy, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has almost reached the level of great luck. If she does something in the future, she can become a person who embodies great luck. The impact it brings is immense, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was indeed extraordinary. However, he didn't envy it because the responsibilities borne by the one practicing it was not simple. After learning about the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, they discussed other matters in the surrounding area. I mentioned earlier that there was a situation at the bottom of the sea. They are still investigating it, and something strange happened recently, Lu said as he looked at everyone. It seems that a group of people appeared at the bottom of the sea, but they disappeared quickly. Out of curiosity, I went to take a look and found the same phenomenon. People appeared and then vanished. It felt strange, as if they weren't really there, as if it was just their shadows. However, I saw their attire and had it checked by someone. It turns out that these people might be from... Lu looked at Jiang Hao. They might be from the south, from the heavenly. Note Sect. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it. People from the Heavenly Note Sect? Why would they be at the bottom of the sea? Why would people from the Heavenly Note Sect be at the bottom of the sea? Gui asked. That was what Jiang Hao had wanted to ask. He felt that the gathering couldn't do without Gui around. I don't know, but that place is strange. At first, I thought something was about to emerge from there, but I couldn't find anything. After investigating further, there was nothing special. It wasn't until those people appeared that it felt strange, Lu said. If his assumption was true, the likelihood of Senior Sister Insha and her group appearing at the seabed was quite high. He had to keep an eye on the situation. But Lu might not mention it next time. After some hesitation, Jiang Hao said in a low voice, "It may be related to the Saint Bandits." Jiang Hao wasn't just making things up. It was indeed a possibility. The Saint Bandits belonged to the Heavenly Spirit tribe, and the writings in the Sea Fog Cave were also in the Heavenly Spirit tribe's language. The fact that members of the Heavenly Note Sect appeared at the bottom of the sea could mean that they reached there from the Sea Fog Cave. Although it was all speculation, everything seemed to fit. However, what was strange was that, if the Sea Fog Cave was the passage to the bottom of the sea, the Saint Bandits should have appeared from the Heavenly Note Sect as well. But that wasn't the case. There was likely another passage somewhere else. Saint Bandits. The others were surprised. Dan Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. Indeed, there's a possibility. Lu, you can pay attention to that area, and you can ask one question as a reward. All right. Lu nodded. If you find something more, Jing, you can also ask one question as a reward, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked him. This unexpected gain meant that Dan Yuan's answer would be valuable. However, he didn't know what to ask for. Fortunately, he was not in a rush. He would need to find some clues before he could ask a question. Otherwise, asking a question without any clues would mean paying another price. Chapter 462 Chapter 462. The ring was still on the Demoness wrist. Chapter 462. The ring was still on the Demoness wrist. That's possible, Jiang Hao said after thinking for a long time. Based on the information from the gathering, the Saint Bandits are likely to contact individuals who are willing to use any means to enhance their cultivation, especially those with low innate talent who practice unique techniques, like the Blood Wish Path. After gathering various pieces of information, Jiang Hao began to understand. The recent proliferation of the Blood Wish Path was likely the work of the Saint Bandit. However, there had been no reports of anyone having their talents stripped away. This seemed to go against the Saint Bandits' ideology. It was possible that they were biding their time and waiting for the right moment. Some of the geniuses within the sects were likely being targeted, and all it would take was one opportunity for the Saint Bandits to strike. But this would almost certainly result in their deaths, as the Heavenly Note Sect would never allow such individuals to leave alive. Are you planning to go after them? Hong Yuye asked after swallowing a piece of fruit. Senior, you must be joking. As a mere Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, I won't be venturing into that kind of danger, Jiang Hao said. Going after the Saint Bandits was akin to seeking death, especially after witnessing the overwhelming strength of the Saint Bandits back when he was in the Bright Moon Sect. Even if the Sea Fog Cave was inhabited by some unknown creatures, it was not a place he could approach. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, whether he was at the Foundation Establishment Realm or the Primordial Spirit Realm, it didn't make much of a difference. Foundation Establishment Realm? Haven't you reached the Golden Core Realm yet? Hong Yuye chuckled. Jiang Hao bowed his head and didn't reply. In fact, he should have advanced to the Golden Core Realm by now, but he was waiting for Junior Brother Han to return. The chaos caused by the Blood Wish Path outside required his help. However, advancing at this time would put him in a precarious position. It would be best to quell the rumors before advancing. But he needed to think about how to do that. In a few days, do you plan to contact your undercover agent through the gathering? Hong Yuye asked. Yes, even though the other party may not be obedient, as long as he goes overseas and enters the core of the end of all things, that will be enough. When they find him there, he won't have a choice but to provide information, Jiang Hao said. The strength of Lu was enough to make Qi Tian understand how insignificant he was if he was unwilling to cooperate. Unless he decided to die, he would have to give some information. If it weren't for the fact that Lu didn't need anything at the moment, Jiang Hao would have asked Lu to send a message to Qi Tian. Senior, can Gui borrow the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl? Jiang Hao asked. This was something he needed to ask about. Borrowing something like this was dangerous, and he had to ask. What if something went wrong? It would be hard to imagine the consequences. Her friend seems to be cultivating the thousand curses body. While being eroded by curses is a part of it, as long as it can be suppressed, the final step can be completed. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl can help her, but it's best to not suppress it. Instead, you should transfer it, Hong Yuye said while eating a peach. Transfer it? Jiang Hao was puzzled, especially regarding the thousand curses body. He had never heard of it before. Suppression is just making the body adapt, while transfer is a rebirth, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He still couldn't fully understand it, but he made a mental note of it. If Gui could understand it, he would be able to avoid danger. He just hoped that Hong Yuye wouldn't be too profound. It should be fine. With Dan Yuan present at the gathering, he should be able to understand it. Senior Dan Yuan's knowledge and power are unquestionable. Even if others don't understand, he can. Having him around allows me to talk about things I don't understand myself, as someone will help explain them to me. After all, he has experience. Jiang Hao thought to himself. After that, Hong Yuye remained silent and quietly ate the peach. In the evening, Jiang Hao began to set up an array for the immortal peach tree. Hong Yuye sat nearby and watched the peach tree. Once everything was ready, Jiang Hao sat in his chair and looked at the peach tree. During this time, he brewed a pot of tea. As Hong Yuye drank her tea, the red and white sleeves fell down. Jiang Hao noticed that his ring was still on her wrist. This made him a little concerned, as he had been thinking about whether to speak up and ask for it back. However, in the end, he decided against it. If she didn't return it willingly, it would only lead to trouble if he asked for it. Losing one ring wouldn't make much of a difference, and he could always ask for the one the spirit beast had. What kind of tea is this? Hong Yuye asked as he looked at him. It's Thousand Snow, Jiang Hao said and lowered his head. It was ancient spirit tea not too long ago, and now it's Thousand Snow? Are you planning to switch to red sleeve fragrance next time? Hong Yuye said teasingly. Senior, you jest. It's just that it's been difficult to buy good tea lately, Jiang Hao said. The ancient spirit tea cost 500 spirit stones, the Thousand Snow cost around 200, and red sleeve fragrance cost 100. He didn't need to reduce his standards to this extent. However, it seemed that Hong Yuye wasn't interested in hearing this. A powerful aura surged like a tidal wave. At midnight, the immortal peach tree began to emit a faint light and spiritual energy was rapidly being absorbed. Veins appeared in the branches, and all the spiritual energy was converging toward the final fruit. It lasted for most of the night. Early the next morning, the entire tree turned into ashes and fell to the ground. The fruit had also been absorbed. A ray of sunlight shone from the sky and fell upon the red and white figure in the courtyard. She slowly approached the ashes and squatted down. She eventually found a seed in the ashes. After examining it for a moment, she stood up and handed the seed to Jiang Hao. Do you need to go through the incarnations 4 more times? She asked. Yes, 4 more times, Jiang Hao said as he took the seed. What happens after 4 times? Hong Yuye asked. It might take thousands of years for it to mature, Jiang Hao said. After 9 incarnations, it would turn into a divine tree. After that, it might not mature in just a year. Hong Yuye didn't speak further. She watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and disappeared. Next time, remember to prepare some new tea. Hong Yuye's voice reached Jiang Hao's ears. Finally, everything completely dissipated. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief and knew that he would have to buy tea again. He wondered what kind of tea costs 250 spirit stones for such a small portion. Thankfully, it wasn't consumed too quickly, and he couldn't finish too many pots in one night. The most important thing was that Hong Yuye only visited once every few months. After appraising the immortal peach tree seed, Jiang Hao planted it. In 4 days it would take root and sprout. In the spirit herb garden, Ching Chou greeted him as soon as he arrived. Senior brother Jiang, I found out some information. What is it? Jiang Hao asked. The commotion caused by the blood wish path was huge, and I also heard your name mentioned, Ching Chou said in surprise. While I was on my way out, I saw someone being chased on the road, and their silhouette resembled yours a bit. I thought you had come out of the sect. Later, I found out it was someone being chased for absorbing the blood vow. He called himself Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He had a mask on. His appearance is somewhat similar to yours. Jiang Hao frowned. It seemed that these people were really using him as a scapegoat. He knew someone was behind this. Especially since so many of them were practicing the blood vow Dao, there had to be something fishy going on. Senior brother Qian Chern had always kept his practice of the blood wish path hidden, so it was unlikely that it was him, unless he was using this as an opportunity to achieve his own goals. If that were the case, then Yin Wei might also be his associate. However, he had a feeling that there was another person involved who was adding fuel to the fire. He needed to find out who they were and put an end to it. Chapter 463 Chapter 463 I suspect he's waiting for an opportunity to advance. Chapter 463 I suspect he's waiting for an opportunity to advance. Listening to Ching Chou, Jiang Hao felt that this matter was becoming more and more troublesome. Simple rumors wouldn't affect him, but so many imposters had appeared, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. Senior Sister Qin had seen it, and now Ching Chou too. He was curious if it would end if someone was caught. Probably not, as they would need to catch the real culprit. Senior brother Jiang, the situation isn't looking good, Ching Chou said. Yes, I understand. Jiang Hao nodded and instructed Ching Chou to focus on his tasks and not worry too much about this matter. Ching Chou couldn't say much more about it. He knew that Jiang Hao's abilities and methods far exceeded his own understanding, so he just followed his orders. After taking care of the spirit herb garden for a while, Jiang Hao got up. He looked around the entire garden but didn't see anyone suspicious. In his opinion, this situation was likely orchestrated by someone, and they might still be watching the area. That person was the key to resolving the issue. Waiting for the other party to show up wasn't impossible, but it would be hard to control the situation. At night, within the disciples' quarters of the flowing waterfall, 2 men in their mid-20s with late Foundation establishment realm sat facing each other in the hall. They looked delighted, as if they had finally found hope in their cultivation paths. Who would have thought that the blood wish path could help us advance so quickly? Said the man with a scar at the corner of his eye. He sounded excited, as if it was the first time he had advanced in his cultivation realm in a long time. Yes. The blood wish path allows for such rapid progress, but I feel like more and more people are taking action now. Too many people are dying, said the frail-looking man in concern. Don't worry. It's all thanks to the senior from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, anyway. He's a senior in the blood wish path. Don't be fooled by his late foundation establishment realm cultivation. He might just be hiding his true strength. There's a good chance he's already in the golden core realm. We're advancing so quickly, so he shouldn't be slow either, the scarred man said. What if he finds out we're impersonating him? Asked the frail man. There are so many impersonators out there. Some willingly give us their names. So, if they're looking for someone, they'll probably go for others first. Besides, within the sect, he wouldn't dare to mess with us, the scarred man said. He understood the rules of the sect. If you played your cards right, it could be your protective umbrella. That's true. Once we reach the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, we can exchange information on how to enter the Golden Core realm. After that, we just need to consult some seniors, the frail man said in agreement. Indeed, once we enter the Golden Core realm, we won't have to worry about anything anymore. Speaking of which, why do I feel like the sky is darker today than before? The frail man said. Is it? The scarred man was puzzled. Without thinking too much, they continued discussing their future plans. In a corner of the hall, a figure gradually appeared. It seemed like he had just arrived, but it also felt like he had been there all along. When the two men left, he walked out of the corner, exited the hall, and left the courtyard. Under the moonlight, his figure became clearer. It was Jiang Hao. He had been investigating the situation. The commotion caused by the blood wish path was becoming significant, and he couldn't ignore it anymore. While he wasn't concerned about simple rumors, the appearance of imposters raised serious issues. The person targeting him hadn't shown themselves yet, so he needed to find them and resolve the situation. He had been watching two individuals, Huolai and Bao Cheng. Ching Cho had found out that they both cultivated the blood wish path willingly. So, he had come here to investigate. His original intention was to ask them in person, so he pulled them into the heavenly cauldron. But he found out that they were going to visit their seniors and decided not to show themselves. He appraised one of them. He confirmed that they were practicing the blood wish path. It was similar to what he had discovered about Pei Yuan. It appeared that they were also getting help from Yin Wei. Finding Yin Wei would likely yield valuable information. As for Qian Chen, he couldn't investigate that yet. The undercover agents hadn't sent him any information. He was only aware of 3 undercover agents who were also his acquaintances: Lu Xingchen, senior sister Ming Yi, and senior sister Hualo. Lu Xingchen was currently away and would take some time to return. Hualu rarely had contact with him, and senior sister Ming Yi should have been sending him information, but he didn't know what she was doing now. Jiang Hao returned to his house and began to study the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. He had to completely comprehend it before Chu Chuan's return and make modifications to adapt it to the Foundation establishment realm. If he couldn't modify it, Chu Chuan wouldn't be able to learn it. Every time Baiji came to the 100 Flowers Lake, she felt scared. She couldn't even breathe freely. And in the entire sect, apart from her, no one else was qualified to approach this place. The sect master hadn't left here since emerging from seclusion. She no longer concerned herself with sect matters. She was investigating something else. It seemed that someone was targeting the Heavenly Note sect, and there was a certain possibility that they might be from the end of all things. The sect master's plans surpassed her expectations. Baiji took a deep breath and approached the pavilion. She saw the sect master sitting there like a peerless beauty. She looked detached from worldly affairs. She was afraid to stare at the sect master too closely. He bowed respectfully. Sect master, after a short wait, Baiji heard her speak. Speak, said the sect master. Lately, it seems that various major sects want to use the blood wish path as a pretext to target us. There should be other motives behind it. Hong Yuya looked at the teacup on the table. What motives? There's a good chance it's related to the mines. They brought back some items before, and although they weren't extraordinary treasures, they might be convinced that there are valuable treasures in the mine. However, considering the short time gap, they shouldn't have had a reason to act so soon. There might be other instigators, Baiji said. She didn't mention Jiang Hao being in the thick of it all because it wasn't a significant matter. As long as he remained in the sect, regardless of what those other sects wanted, the Heavenly Note sect wouldn't hand him over to them. Last time, they nearly made a big mistake. Now that they understood Jiang Hao's value, those people wouldn't be able to take him unless they were willing to provoke the entire Heavenly Note sect. They probably hoped for a conflict to achieve their goals. Is there anything else? Hong Yuya asked. She seemed uninterested in these matters. Jiang Hao has returned from outside, and so far, there's nothing particularly unusual about him. His cultivation realm is still at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. According to my speculation, he might be waiting for a good opportunity to advance to make it seem less conspicuous, Baiji said carefully. This time, he should have received guidance from someone behind the scenes. However, he hasn't advanced yet, which suggests that the timing isn't right. He is still on the suspect list, but there's been no evidence of any betrayal toward the sect. The person behind him is extremely cautious, and we haven't gained any information so far. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuya said calmly. What about the sea fog cave? Chapter 464 Chapter 464 Who would impersonate their master? Chapter 464 Who would impersonate their master? The poison fog in the misty fog cave suddenly retreated, and there are unknown dangers inside. Our people have disappeared after entering that cave. However, there's one piece of information from overseas that is worth noting, said Baiji and paused. The original message stated that in a special place beneath the sea, there appeared the shadows of the Heavenly Note sect disciples. We suspect it's related to the sea fog cave. We've sent people to investigate overseas, and we've also started paying attention to the sea fog cave. No one has entered it again for the time being. As for the news from the End of All Things organization, they seem to be searching for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl and have made some progress. Although they were stopped by those overseas, it's already too late. They are planning to send people out for exploration soon. We haven't found Azure Mountain's contact yet, so it's going to take some time, said Baiji. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuya said. Baiji nodded in agreement. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is a success. Seize this opportunity, and you might make further progress, said Hong Yuya. Baiji was momentarily stunned, but she lowered her head and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. After you find out more, come back and find me. You may leave now, Hong Yuya said. Baiji left. Although she didn't understand the extent of the impact of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, if the sect master said there was hope, then there might be hope, after all. However, the most urgent matter at hand was to manage all the affairs properly, both regarding the sea fog cave and the surrounding sections. Half a month later, in early December, Jiang Hao was still working in the Spirit Herb Garden. Lately, things had been relatively calm within the sect, but there was significant commotion outside. It was rumored that many members of various sects were planning to hunt him down. Most of them were Foundation Establishment Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators. Even some seniors from other sects seemed to be involved. They were challenging the Heavenly Note sect. Why would they mobilize such a force just to deal with someone in the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm? That was Jiang Hao's first reaction. It was impossible to find him unless they knew there was a treasure on him. Otherwise, the cultivators from other sects weren't fools. While it was acceptable for Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to take action, it didn't make sense for seniors to get involved. These powerful cultivators had ulterior motives, and Jiang Hao felt that someone behind the scenes was orchestrating everything. The other sects were undoubtedly aware of this, but they would act if it aligned with their interests. They certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity, especially because many members of the Heavenly Note sect had gone to the Bright Moon sect, and they had recently clashed with Overseas Powers and the Heavenly Saint sect. In just 10 years, the Heavenly Note sect had clashed with Azure Mountain, the Heavenly Saint sect, the Overseas Powers, and the Devil's Denver. Then, a group of people went to the Bright Moon sect. Currently, the Heavenly Note sect was short of time. In the evening, Jiang Hao left the Spirit Herb Garden and visited the Task Hall of the Law Enforcement Hall. "Junior brother, you're here again?" The senior at the counter sounded surprised to see him. "Are there any missions available?" Jiang Hao asked. In the end, he accepted a mission to find a fellow sect disciple, which would cost him 1,500 spirit stones if he failed. For him, that was quite a lot. After the incarnation of the immortal peach tree, he had less than 1,000 spirit stones left. Before leaving, he used the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman to conceal himself. The effect would last for 3 days. After 3 days, he had to return. This time, he followed the 2 fellow disciples who were going to find Yin Wei. He wasn't sure about Yin Wei's strength, so he could only observe them. If Yin Wei was too powerful, he would retreat immediately and wait for the sect's response. This time, he left a ring outside as a precaution. If there was not much commotion, he would retrieve the ring afterward to prevent it from being discovered by others. "Let's go. We don't have much time left." "I didn't expect the sect's mission to delay us," said Bao Qing impatiently. "We should have enough time." "Just move quickly," said Huolai earnestly. The 2 of them departed from the sect's residence and flew on their swords. They headed away from the sect. However, neither of them noticed that a figure was following them all the way. They traveled for an entire night before finally arriving at a stronghold in the early hours of the morning. This stronghold had recently been established and was guarded by many people. The weakest of them was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Before entering, Bao Qing and Huolai put on their masks that could block prying eyes. Once they passed the guards, they headed straight for the central location. Jiang Hao sneaked in from the side and went unnoticed. There's a formation, but it's not strong. Although Jiang Hao didn't know much about the formations, he could sense their power. Inside, he found several people. Each of them was wearing masks. Occasionally, he could overhear their conversations. "I went to a relatively remote city earlier. I went there to absorb all the fresh blood to help me advance to the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, I encountered people from the Black Heaven sect on the way. I nearly got caught. Before leaving, I taunted them. I told them that they should go to the Heavenly Note sect to find me if they had the guts. I told them that I'm Jiang Hao and I won't change my name or hide my identity. They were furious. They said, 'I'll kill you one day, Jiang Hao.' By the way, who is this Jiang Hao? Is he famous in the Heavenly Note sect?" said a middle-aged man as he laughed heartily. "I killed an entire family in front of a child in the village. Then, I told him that I was Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Now, whenever that child hears the name, he screams in terror." The 2 men laughed. However, they didn't notice that the heavenly cauldron enveloped them in a split second. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the young man's chest, and blood dripped from the tip of the blade. Immediately afterward, a cold voice followed. "Is it still funny?" The young man was shocked, and he released his inner power in an attempt to counterattack. but moonlight flashed in his eyes, and a long blade cut across his neck. In a state of terror, the young man felt his vision blurring. "Is it no longer funny?" asked the cold voice. In his state of fear, the young man lost consciousness. He would never know who had killed him or how it had happened. On the other side, the middle-aged man looked back and saw someone holding a long blade in the night. The figure resembled a ruthless butcher. "Fellow disciple." Suddenly, the aura of a golden core realm emanated, followed by the aura of a primordial spirit realm. "Friend." Senior, I didn't know that you were here. Please forgive me," the middle-aged man said in fear. "I'm willing to serve you as a slave." "A slave?" said the cold, indifferent voice in amusement. "Which slave would dare to impersonate their master so casually?" "Impersonate their master?" The middle-aged man realized something at that moment and was filled with shock and terror. Moonlight appeared. The figure had already appeared behind the middle-aged man. In an instant, he felt his consciousness fading. Finally, he collapsed. Chapter 465. Chapter 465. Sorry, I'm not someone who likes to be famous. Chapter 465. Sorry, I'm not someone who likes to be famous. Looking at the two corpses, Jiang Hao added 2 more strikes to make sure they were dead. After that, he took their storage treasures and masked. After trying one of the masks, he burned them. Once they were reduced to ashes, he dispersed the heavenly cauldron illusion. Observing the people coming and going, he realized that everyone here was pretending to be him, most likely at the instigation of someone inside. So poor. There were hardly any spirit stones in the storage treasures of the 2 people. Those who had fallen so low as to come here to learn the blood wish path were rarely highly talented individuals. Although they advanced quickly, they didn't have many years left to live. Those with sufficient talent wouldn't have ended up like this. This also meant that those who came to learn the blood wish path were usually ordinary members of their sects, and they indeed didn't have many spirit stones. Even with their cultivation improving now, they couldn't earn much in just a few months. Shaking his head, he headed toward the center. As he approached, he saw many people waiting in line. It seemed that only 1 or 2 people were allowed in at a time. Hualai and Baocheng were also waiting. So, Jiang Hao joined the line. However, unlike the others, he wasn't just waiting. Instead, he used the knowledge from the nameless manual to sense the cultivation realms of the people inside. It was a kind of perception that probed not the cultivation realms of others without attracting attraction. It was to avoid detection. At one point, he sensed countless auras. These auras were intertwined and carried a sense of despair, misery, and sorrow. Soon, he noticed an aura that didn't carry any of these emotions. It was coming from the central wooden hut. Through the blend of all the spiritual energy and aura heading there, Jiang Hao could sense that whoever was in that hut was in the Soul Ascension realm. Soul Ascension realm? Jiang Hao was surprised. Then, he sighed. The people spreading the blood path wish aren't practitioners of the blood path themselves. It seems they're only using it to achieve their goals. In fact, he didn't need to care about such people. But these people insisted on involving him. All of them were struggling for survival in the cultivation world, so why make things difficult for each other? While waiting in line, he overheard some people discussing something. "This time, I'm going upstream in the Eastern River, so you guys better not go there. I'm going downstream." Suddenly, someone behind Jiang Hao said, "Since you've chosen these directions, I'll go to Fallen City." Fallen City is a bit close. It's said to be a place of the Heavenly Note sect. Getting discovered there can be dangerous, someone said. What's there to be afraid of? Just take it one step at a time, and they won't pay attention to you. If worse comes to worst, can't I use Jiang Hao's name again? Isn't he also from the Heavenly Note sect? This way they might have some en idle, a near FNR the RU Ren Hahint Tiana, said. Haha, that's true. Speaking of that, this person's name is really useful. Everyone's using it. I wonder how he'd feel if he heard about it. Someone in front laughed. Why is it so useful? Jiang Hao asked curiously. He's famous and is in a demonic sect. He is probably a vain person. He'd love others to use his name. Otherwise, why hasn't he refuted any of the claims for so long? The person in front said. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. He understood one thing. Different actions brought out different consequences. At first, he thought that ignoring everything would calm things down, and gradually, the rumors would fade away. But not paying attention to them could also lead to many people using those rumors boldly to their advantage. Rumors might not affect him, but the impersonation and doing things in his name would have a significant impact on him. Speaking in his name and doing things in his name would inevitably draw the attention of those in the cultivation world. What he couldn't understand was why they wanted to use his name. There must be someone pushing from behind. Is Fallen City the closest city around here? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Yes, friend, are you also going there to look for blood vow? Don't go too far. Kill half, at most. Try not to destroy the city. I'm doing it bit by bit. I also need them to reproduce, right? Otherwise, where would we get so much nourishment? The man behind him said. Jiang Hao remained silent. Fallen City. His family was over there. After a brief wait, there were fewer people in front of him. From them, Jiang Hao learned that tonight, everyone would stay and cultivate for a while and leave only tomorrow. Jiang Hao was relieved by this news. As long as they stayed, that was good. Next, Jiang Hao walked in. He could unleash his power at any moment. When he entered the room, he saw a man sitting on a wooden chair. He looked calm and was dressed in white. His hair was tied up with a bamboo stick. He looked like a scholar. Sir. Jiang Hao greeted him respectfully. He appraised the man. I advise you not to make a move, Jiang Hao said. Feng Jing was somewhat surprised, but then, he smiled. Friend, are you here for the blood vow? I came for Yin Wei, but unfortunately you are not him, Jiang Hao said calmly. Ha. Feng Jing lifted a teacup and smiled. Friend, don't be upset. Look, Yin Wei is right there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao almost turned around to look. It was at this moment that Feng Jing made his move. With his early-stage Soul Ascension Realm aura erupting, a long sword appeared in his hand as he leaped toward Jiang Hao. He aimed to kill with a single strike. However, he found that the person hadn't turned around. At some point, a silver-white long knife had appeared in his hand and struck against Feng Jing's attack. During this process, he even saw the opponent's aura becoming thicker. It overwhelmed everything. Feng Jing was shocked. The other party was attempting to ambush him. He had pretended to turn around, but in reality, he was accumulating power for an attack. In the blink of an eye, the knife and sword clashed. Boom! A powerful force erupted. The blade shattered the sword and cut across Feng Jing's shoulder. Clang! The long sword broke and fell to the ground. Feng Jing's shoulder was injured. Blood gushed out. At this moment, he took a step back. Friend, we can. Moonlight swept across. A single slash ended Feng Jing's life force. Then, the blade rose again, and the second form of the heavenly blade, Mountain Suppression, was activated. Friend! Boom! With another slash, Feng Jing was dead. Seeing this, Jiang Hao stepped forward and added 2 more strikes to make sure he was dead. He then picked up his storage treasure. After that, he looked at the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator nearby. The person was cowering on the ground with a look of terror. Do you know Yin Wei? Jiang Hao asked. No, I don't. The person frantically shook their head. Do you know Jiang Hao? I don't know him either. You have seen me now, so you know me. Sorry, I'm not someone who likes to be famous. The person looked at the figure in front of them in despair. Chapter 466, Chapter 466. Smiling San Sheng. Chapter 466. Smiling San Sheng. In the hall, Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought about the next step. Once he resolved matters here, the commotion would likely calm down to some extent. The reason he hadn't been deceived by Feng Jing earlier was that he had secretly activated the heavenly cauldron. Under its illusion, how could Yin Wei have appeared? So, when he sensed the opponent's sneak attack, he outwitted him. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. During the confrontation, he also activated the Immortal Mountain Sea Shield to increase his strength. The opponent was quite skilled and managed to avoid a direct hit. However, regarding Yin Wei, he needed to inquire with others to see if he could gather some more information. Feng Jing was too powerful. If he started playing tricks, Jiang Hao might not be able to firmly suppress him. Down the mountain, a group of people was rapidly approaching. The leader was a late Gold Core Realm man. He looked composed, but he felt slightly uneasy. After a while, they stopped in a hidden area, and some people followed suit. What's wrong, senior brother? Ren Shuang asked. They were disciples of the Black Heaven Sect, and were sent on a mission to investigate the commotion regarding the Blood Wish Path. The people practicing it were acting recklessly and cruelly. The sect couldn't afford to stand by, even though the distance was quite far. This mountain is close to the Heavenly Note Sect. Although it's not that near, it's still within their range. We should be cautious, Sidu Jian said. Senior brother, do you think that the one behind this attack might really be Jiang Hao? Or did he order someone to do this? Ren Shuang asked curiously. By now, she had recovered to the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Soon, she would advance to the late stage. Whenever Jiang Hao was mentioned, she instinctively touched her neck. She still remembered what happened back then when he slashed at her neck. His gaze had been cold and calculative, as if he could kill her at any moment. Even though her cultivation had caught up with those from that time, that feeling of trepidation had never left her. It's not him. He's not the kind of person who gets involved in such matters. Clearly, someone wants to push him into the spotlight, Sidu Jian said. If the immortal sects target him, would the demonic sect send someone too? Ren Shuang asked. No, Situ Jian said firmly. Last time, they didn't send anyone, and they're even less likely to do so this time. If such a person appears, we either make friends with them or avoid them. Junior sister, you must think it over carefully. Don't act impulsively. If you're on my team, it's best to remain silent. If you say the wrong thing at the wrong time, don't blame me for the consequences. Ren Shuang lowered her head and didn't respond. After waiting for a while, Situ Jian and the others continued forward. A short while later, the outline of a mountain village came into view. It seems the information was correct. There really is a gathering of Blood Wish Path practitioners here, Situ Jian said. He sent someone to contact the seniors in the vicinity. There was definitely an expert behind the proliferation of the Blood Wish Path. Although he was in the late Gold Core realm, the Blood Wish Path had lots of Gold Core realm cultivators and even powerful backers. There might even be primordial spirit realm cultivators among them. In any case, it was safer to call a Soul Ascension realm senior for backup. After notifying the others, they waited. However, the village was unusually quiet. Sidu Jian tried to project his senses and found that there seemed to be no signs of life inside. So unusual. Let's go around the side and take a look, he said. After a while, they arrived at a guarded area. Surprisingly, the guards seemed to be looking inside. Something must have happened inside the stronghold. Moments later, cries of alarm rang out, and the 2 guards fled on their flying swords. Wait. If no one chases us, we'll intercept them. Sidu Jian didn't hesitate to make a decision. Soon, they captured the 2 guards. What did you see? Sidu Jian asked. They're dead. All of them, one of the guards said. He was trembling in fear. They're all dead. Sidu Jian was surprised. Yes, the guard said. You two, come with me. The rest of you, stay here and wait for reinforcements, said Sidu Jian to his group. Finally, he took Ren Shuang and a junior in the early stage of the Golden Core realm and headed in. At first, they were cautious, but after entering the main gate, they were shocked by the scene before them. There were many people here, but all of them were lying on the ground. Their bodies were broken, and their vitality extinguished. The methods used were extremely cruel. Separate and investigate carefully, Situ Jian instructed. Ren Shuang and the others didn't hesitate and began to examine the area. After some time, the junior in the early stage of the Golden Core realm returned. Junior brother, what did you find? Situ Jian asked. All their storage treasures are gone, and there are no survivors. Furthermore, everyone here is a blood wish path cultivator. They range from Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm, the junior said. Situ Jian wasn't surprised. He had seen it as well. Moreover, after circling the area, he found that there was no sign of struggle. This indicated that the killer was stronger than all the people here. Senior brother, come over here and look, Ren Shuang shouted. Situ Jian didn't hesitate and hurried over to her. It was a square, with massive wooden pillars erected. Ren Shuang was in front of one of the pillars. What's wrong? Situ Jian asked. There were bodies here, but nothing seemed unusual. There. Ren Shuang pointed at the wooden pillar. The 2 of them looked over and saw a carved smiley face on it. It was a grotesque, malevolent smile. Situ Jian was taken aback. He had seen a similar smiley face in a book before. Smiling San Sheng. The Black Heaven sect knew about this person because his magic treasure was still in their possession. Is he telling us that he's here and can come to our sect at any time to take back what belongs to him? Ren Shuang asked. Situ Jian couldn't say for sure. It wasn't something he could consider. He would leave it to the seniors to decide. Let's figure out what happened here first and then wait for the seniors to arrive. The Blood Wish Path practitioners should quiet down for a while after this. Most of them are here. This was their mission. Although they didn't know what had happened exactly, their mission was accomplished. Any other unexpected discoveries would be left to the sect to figure out. At this moment, from a hidden spot in the sky, Jiang Hao watched Situ Jian and the others. It seems like I've seen them somewhere before. After some thought, he finally remembered. Situ Jian, a disciple of the Black Heaven sect whom he had met at the mines. He was indeed quite skilled. Now he had reached the late stage of the Gold Core realm. Then, he turned and left. In fact, he wanted to stay for a while to see if someone was pretending to be dead or if any of the Saint Bandits were aware of the situation here. He hadn't expected that he would find the disciples of the Black Heaven sect, who had arrived just in time to clean up. Jiang Hao disappeared from the spot. He returned to his residence in the Heavenly Note sect. He went inside and sat down. This time, he had retrieved quite a few storage treasures. It was a good opportunity to see how many spirit stones he had collected. He took out the nearly shattered storage treasure, which belonged to Feng Jing. As a Soul Ascension Realm cultivator, he shouldn't be too poor. However, if he were the same as Jiang Hao, he might have only a few hundred spirit stones. Fortunately, Feng Jing was different from him. After a quick check, Jiang Hao found 9,679 spirit stones. Considering his cultivation realm, This was still somewhat lacking. But luckily there were other things inside. Chapter 467 Chapter 467 The world is unpredictable, yet he heads toward danger. Chapter 467 The world is unpredictable, yet he heads toward danger. This time, his trip had yielded quite a bit. There were many masks, but the quality varied. Some were just ordinary masks. Not everyone could afford to spend thousands on a good mask. But these masks weren't easy to sell, so they had to be put aside for now. They could be sold later when the opportunity arose. There weren't many things in Feng Jing's storage treasure, but at least they were easy to identify. First, there was a pill that was crimson. It contained a significant amount of blood energy. It seemed to be meant for primordial spirit realm cultivators. Feng Jing was in the soul ascension realm, so he could indeed use it. However, the specific properties of the pill needed to be appraised. The knowledge regarding pills was vast, and he didn't have time to study it right now. His cultivation had just been raised, and it would take a lot of time to increase his knowledge. This was an inevitable part of his journey. The world of cultivation had accumulated knowledge for countless years, and there was a wealth of information on various subjects. A small cultivator like him couldn't comprehend it all. In addition to the pill, there was also information on the blood wish path techniques, which were more comprehensive than what Pei Yuan had. There were also some spirit herbs. He also found a treasure called the Heavenly Halberd, which was of high quality and was suitable for the primordial spirit realm. It was quite expensive. Apart from these, there were various miscellaneous items. There were some ordinary pills and other pretty useful items. It was difficult to estimate the value of the pills, but there were definitely several thousand spirit stones worth in that storage treasure. The Heavenly Halberd was the same. Jiang Hao had made a profit of over 20,000 spirit stones. Not bad. After collecting the items, Jiang Hao began inspecting the storage treasures of the other people. At this point, he realized just how difficult it was for ordinary cultivators to survive. 20 spirit stones, 30 spirit stones, 15 spirit stones, 60 spirit stones, 95 spirit stones. Aside from these, everything else was ordinary treasures and pills. There wasn't a single useful item in their storage treasure. In contrast, he had the primordial heavenly blade and the immortal mountain and sea shield. He wore the 9 heavens battle armor and also had the 9 golden rings. He practiced the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, wielded the 7 forms of the heavenly blade, and possessed a nameless manual that helped him immensely. He was much luckier than them, so he had to be extra careful and understand the consequences of his actions. Jiang Hao obtained 3,645 spirit stones from the storage treasures. When combined with what he already had and the ones he got from Feng Jing, it totaled up to 14,026. Quite unexpected. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel moved. His original intention was to resolve the problem, not to earn spirit stones. Besides spirit stones, the most valuable things they had were probably the mask. Unfortunately, they weren't easy to sell. Ordinary items could be sold within the sect. As for the Heavenly Halberd and that pill, he would have to wait for the right opportunity. The masks were the same. There were too many of them, and they could easily be recognized. As for the Heavenly Halberd, there was nothing to worry about. Being a primordial spirit realm treasure, the price range wasn't too wide. As for the pills, he would have to appraise them later. But there was no rush. After collecting all the items, Jiang Hao destroyed some of the useless ones to save space. It was still daytime, and he planned to visit the spirit herb garden and take care of some matters. He wanted to continue collecting bubbles. On the way, he glanced at his interface. There was still a long way to go for the lifeblood and cultivation. But he was only one divine ability fragment away, which was worth celebrating. One was provided by the sweet leaf cold grass, and the other was provided by the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to acquire another divine ability during the next incarnation. The next day, Jiang Hao appraised the pill. Mostly effective for those at the primordial spirit realm or below. Jiang Hao understood the pill's properties after reading the feedback. This pill was similar to the blood-burning secret technique he had learned before and the fourth form of the heavenly blade. They were all desperate techniques with consequences. Unfortunately, it's not very useful for me. With its function clarified, Jiang Hao decided to sell it when the opportunity arose. At noon, Qingqiu brought some news. He said that the Black Heaven sect had killed a group of Blood Wish Path cultivators. They said the strongest was at the Soul Ascension realm, and the weakest was at the Foundation Establishment realm. After this news came out, there didn't seem to be any more Blood Wish Path cultivators in the vicinity. Most people believe that only you are left, Qingqiu said. Jiang Hao nodded. As long as there were no imposters pretending to be him, everything was fine. By the way, there's another news. It's said that a person named Smiling Sand Sheng has appeared. Qingqiu frowned. They say this person is capricious, behaves strangely, and doesn't care about either the immortal or demonic sections. Jiang Hao tended to the spirit herbs and remained silent. Smiling Sand Sheng was an alias he had used. They needed to have a target, so he gave them one. It just happened to match up. I heard that the Black Heaven Sect's people are on guard. It seems that the mysterious person is most likely targeting their sect this time, Qingqiu said. Jiang Hao was surprised, as he hadn't considered that. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't bring any trouble to him personally. In the eastern part of Heavenly Victory Prefecture, Baizhu sat cross-legged in her room. A faint black mist enveloped her body and distorted the surroundings. Soon, the black mist dissipated and was concealed by a powerful force. It's difficult to suppress it. Although some treasures can temporarily suppress it, they are not enough to achieve the best result. She hesitated. Do I really have to go to the Heavenly Note sect? It's just too dangerous. While that method might be very effective, the level of danger was incredibly high. A slight mistake could lead to her demise. Even the slightest leak of the aura would be enough to get her killed. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at the black mist in her hands again. In the end, she made up her mind. She would go and take a look, and then make a decision. She needed to return there. Something is strange. Jing was previously in the Heavenly Note sect, so why didn't he receive any news about the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower? Was it not discovered, or is there some other reason? While the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower was not easy to find, with Jing's strength, there was no way he couldn't have found it if he wanted to. Baizhu shook her head and brushed aside the thought. Instead, she began to pack her things and prepared to leave the eastern region. Previously, she had to leave the southern region because of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. She never expected that she would now be rushing back to the south for the same reason. Chapter 468 Chapter 468 The Heavenly Note Sect is under attack. Chapter 468 The Heavenly Note Sect is under attack. In the eastern region, near the sea, Qi Tian followed behind a man. The man looked to be in his 30s, and his aura was not weak. Junior brother, you already have your revenge. Do you still want to join the end of all things? Asked the man as he turned around. It's not enough, Qi Tian said. All right then, otherwise it would be difficult to enter the end of all things, even with me leading the way, the man said. Qi Tian nodded. He understood. This time he truly wanted to become stronger and then return to the Blood Shadow sect. As for the person who had asked him to gather information, he was somewhat wary. That person might have no way to contact him overseas. He didn't need to send a message, so it was like going off the grid. He didn't need to worry too much. Even if that person came here one day, he would have to find him first. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly said, "Senior brother, I want to change my identity. At least change my name." "No problem," said the man. "I didn't inform you earlier, but I'll tell you now." The man looked at Chi Tian. "On the way, you can think about your last wishes. If you die midway through the mission and your strength allows, there is a chance that your teammates may help fulfill your last wishes. At the very least, they'll help you die in peace." Chi Tian was surprised, but he remained silent. At the Heavenly Note Sect, Jiang Hao waited for several days. Finally, he heard the good news. The matter with the Blood Wish Path seemed to be settling down. Even if someone occasionally appeared from somewhere, the immortal sects swiftly dealt with them. However, these were not people from the Heavenly Note Sect, so it didn't create conflict between the sections. But the previous conflicts were still there and ready to be ignited at any moment. After all, Jiang Hao's name still carried weight. And that was enough for him. No one impersonated him, and his reputation stood as it was. As for whether the other sects would use him as an excuse to target the Heavenly Note Sect, it depended on what the other sects thought. Yin Wei might appear some other time. Until then, Jiang Hao hoped for some peace. However, the sect issued an order to be on high alert. It seemed like they were going to engage in a conflict with someone. This surprised Jiang Hao. He was tending to the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden. Even the others appeared a little fearful. They knew that they would have to continuously process the herbs and provide them to the sect. In the afternoon, Miao Tinglian came to the spirit herb garden. "Junior brother Jiang, prepare to many orders OT spirit herbs. I heard that Azure Mountain is fighting back, and many other immortal sects are in support of them this time. Using the Blood Wish Path as an excuse, they might start a war in a few days. This time the enemy was primarily Azure Mountain, and they may reach the sect soon. The situation is not good," Miao Tinglian said. "The sect is still recuperating from the last fight, and our master has also gone out." "Are we weak right now?" Jiang Hao asked. "Yes. It's just that I didn't expect them to act right now. Before, they struck without warning, and now the Blood Wish Path has stirred up so much trouble. They are using it as an excuse to attack. I think even without the matter with the Blood Wish Path, they would have still attacked, especially with Azure Mountain taking the lead. They have to bear the brunt of this attack. The other immortal sects will reap the benefit. I wonder if Azure Mountain has gone crazy since they chose to attack the Heavenly Note Sect when they are so weak right now." Jiang Hao was also surprised. It seemed that Azure Mountain was eager to defeat the Heavenly Note Sect. But wouldn't this put them at a disadvantage? Did they think that the Heavenly Note Sect would just decline to fight, and their sect would rise as a result? Did other sects give them such confidence? Other sects were involved earlier, but only on a small scale. Now, it's likely to be a full-blown fight, Jiang Hao said. Miao Tinglian left after that. She seemed very busy. After she left, Bai arrived. He looked calm as he explained that the sect might soon go to war. Then, he said, "I heard some things about you, junior brother, and I know about your attention to detail while solving problems arising here in the garden. So, I'll leave the maintenance of the spirit herb garden to you. I'll have some others stay on guard as well. If you face any problems, you can directly notify me or have those juniors convey the message to me." "Understood." Jiang Hao nodded. It was his duty and he would do his best. It didn't need to be perfect, so long he didn't make any major mistakes. 7 days later, the war broke out. The sound of bombardment and blasts echoed continuously in front of the Sect. Jiang Hao glanced in the direction of the sound and was shocked. This was the clash between the power of formations and the attacks of strong individuals. Even now, he could only keep a safe distance. Of the 12 branches of Heavenly Note Sect, most of them participated in the battle, except for the 3 branches whose masters were not present. Up to now, the teams primarily led by Azure Mountain did not have an advantage. After all, the terrain favored Heavenly Note Sect, so causing substantial damage to the other side was not easy. Except for occasional visits, Jiang Hao spent most of his time in the Spirit Herb Garden. He feared that something might go wrong. He also had to consider how to escape if Heavenly Note Sect were to lose. As long as he didn't take the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower with him, it wouldn't be too difficult to escape. If he took it with him, he might attract everyone's attention. Although this conflict was started by the Blood Wish Path, they had never mentioned him during it. It seemed that one lesson was enough, and no one wanted to implicate him. At night, when Jiang Hao returned to his residence, he had a feeling that someone was watching him. But he couldn't quite pinpoint the direction. When he reached the courtyard, the feeling disappeared. Is it a spy or Elder Baiji's people? Someone would obviously come knocking on his door because of the flower. It was normal to have someone keeping an eye on the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. But he still had to be careful, as he could only perceive some things. The other person's strength might turn out to be higher than the Soul Ascension realm. I don't know what's happening outside right now. Jiang Hao stood on the balcony and looked out. He couldn't see much. But there were some rumbling sounds and beams of power flashing at the outskirts of the sect. It went on incessantly. If the Heavenly Note Sect was defeated, the entire sect would undergo a purge. At that time, he would have to escape with the things in the courtyard. If there was a teleportation array outside, it would be much more convenient. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a safe place to put it for now. So far, he could only use the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman to leave. He had already demarcated the soil in the courtyard and sealed the spirit herbs within the universe in a palm ability. Once the Heavenly Note Sect's large defensive array broke, he would activate the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman and flee. That wouldn't work without taking the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower with him because Hong Yuye would be watching him. Moreover, if he was found by the members of the Heavenly Note Sect, it would be better to escape soon with the divine item to be safe. A few more days passed, and it was already late December. The casualties in Heavenly Note Sect were increasing, and the losses were not small. Jiang Hao felt that it wouldn't take even a month for the large array to be broken. The situation in the Spirit Herb Garden was getting worse, and many ordinary people in other Spirit Herb Gardens had already collapsed from exhaustion. According to Senior Sister Miao Tinglian, the greatest pressure fell on the mines. It was almost about to be breached. Once breached, the fate of the mines was unknown. But one thing was certain: the treasure there would be looted. Jiang Hao felt helpless. He knew that if the mines were breached, someone would definitely come to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Many immortal sects knew about the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. The treasure of the mine was still unknown, but the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower was real. Chapter 469 Chapter 469 The Heavenly Note Sect Falls. Chapter 469 The Heavenly Note Sect Falls. At the 100 Flowers Lake, there were faint ripples on the surface of the lake. They were caused by raindrops falling. It was drizzling. Baiji stood in front of the pavilion. Sect Master. At this moment, Hong Yuye, who was in the pavilion, was sipping tea and staring in the direction of the lake. She was lost in thought. After a short while, she put down her teacup and asked, "Is the sect under attack?" "Yes," Baiji nodded. They used the Blood Wish path as an excuse. So far, Azure Mountain has mobilized its entire sect. The Black Heaven Sect, the Sunset Immortal Sect, the Wind Lightning Sect, and other immortal sects are also participating in this war. The number far exceeds that of the previous Azure Mountains Dao Conference. It seems that their goal is to win this time. What's your plan? Hong Yuya poured herself some tea. It seemed like a casual question. Baiji had prepared herself for this and carefully chose her words. Azure Mountain's actions this time are a bit unusual. After investigating it, I found that someone had incited them. They resolved disputes and placed Azure Mountain at the forefront. According to his words, as long as the Heavenly Note sect falls, they can absorb resources and recover to their peak, or even surpass it. And then, Hong Yuya took a sip of her tea. I suspect this person has ulterior motives because he has no reason to go to such length. Either he is being compelled by someone or he has ulterior motive. Azure Mountain is related to someone in the overseas regions. Although we have some clues, we have not been able to catch the mastermind. This person is very likely the one we are looking for. Therefore, in the subsequent battle, our main goal is to capture him, Baiji said. What about the other sects? Hong Yuya looked at her. Our sect is in a weakened state, so it is obviously not the best choice to confront all the immortal sections. Their main goal is the mine, so we'll let them go at it. It's also an opportunity for us to explore that place. If we don't suffer a little, or if they don't gain something, it will be difficult to quell this situation. Therefore, I believe that as long as we achieve our goal, some necessary losses can be accepted. This way we can also buy time to recover and avoid such incidents in the future, Baiji said. Hong Yuya quietly sipped her tea. Baiji was worried. She didn't know if the sect master was satisfied with her plan. But in her opinion it was the best strategy. There was actually another option, which was to ask the sect master to take action, but that would lead to hostility from other sections. Things could easily get out of hand, and she naturally wanted to avoid such a situation. She dared not offer any opinion on whether the sect master should or shouldn't intervene. The teacup made a noise as it was placed on the table. Baiji lowered her head. The management of the sect can be continued according to your own ideas, Hong Yuya said. Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. The situations of the sect could indeed be handled according to her own ideas. If the sect master didn't agree, she would take action that very day. Back then, Jiang Hao had been like that, and it was only then that she realized that she might have been wrong from the beginning. Now, she understood even more why the sect master valued Jiang Hao. This time, it didn't involve anyone else, so she didn't need to worry too much. The most troublesome thing was actually the mines. It was hard to determine what would happen there, but these costs had to be paid. If the mine was temporarily lost, other important places would be left alone. Many people knew about the existence of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. If these people targeted the flower, it would be troublesome. Every time Jiang Hao returned home, he could feel the hidden gaze. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the gaze would disappear. He tried several times to find the location of the spy, but he couldn't find any traces. He didn't know if their cultivation realm was too high or if they had a special treasure. It's possible that their cultivation realm is high. They might not have concealed their gaze because they were certain I might not detect it. If that's the case, someone is secretly trying to protect the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Now, with many sects besieging the Heavenly Note sect, continuing the battle would undoubtedly lead to the Heavenly Note sect's defeat. Moreover, during the attack, someone might sneak into the sect. Once they came for the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, the divine item would be in danger. Therefore, it was natural for someone to try to protect it secretly. Not long after returning to his residence, Jiang Hao headed to the spirit herb garden. Now, that place needed to be closely watched. The other spirit herb gardens were not as secure as his, so those who needed spirit herbs would prefer to come here. However, they didn't have all kinds of spirit herbs. When Jiang Hao left, two shadows breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a man who had been watching the surroundings of the house said, "What are we watching this place for?" "I don't know. Senior sister Insha was in charge of this job, but she disappeared recently. So, we have to take her place," said the woman whose eyes were closed. Jiang Hao. I've never heard of this name before. He might not even know that there are two people secretly guarding his house. The man smiled. He is in the Foundation establishment realm. I heard that he cultivates very fast and relies on opportunities to advance. But some people say it's because of the blood wish path, said the woman with her eyes closed. The blood wish path? The man was quite surprised. Yes, I inquired about it. He treats ordinary non-cultivators very well, and his actions are not like those of someone from a demonic sect. He wins people's hearts and makes many people willingly offer themselves to him. The possibility of the blood wish path is not low, said the woman. I look down on the blood wish path. After hearing what you just said, I find that this junior brother is a bit unpleasant, said the man with a smile. His actions have nothing to do with us. Whatever path he chooses is his decision, said the woman with her eyes still closed. And try not to stare at him too much. What if he notices? It's unlikely, right? Even if he is in the Foundation establishment realm and is sensitive, he can't possibly notice us, said the man. It's better to be careful. After all, we're on a mission, said the woman. Okay, there's really nothing worth paying attention to. Before I knew about the blood wish path, I was a little curious. Now that you've mentioned his possible connection to the blood wish path, I don't want to pay attention anymore. It's not that interesting, said the man disdainfully. A few days later, Jiang Hao saw several branch masters taking action. He even saw Elder Baiji, which meant the current situation wasn't very optimistic. He also heard that the mines were about to fall, and they might start withdrawing from the mines. All these changes seemed to indicate that the Heavenly Note sect couldn't hold on for much longer. In the past few days, he hadn't sensed that gaze again. He didn't know if the people had left or stopped spying on him. Anyway, he needed to be prepared. If someone broke in, he would have to leave. With his cultivation realm, he couldn't do much. He might not even be able to protect himself, much less fight seniors. The timing had to be right, too. He needed to escape after the hidden people were defeated. Otherwise, he might easily be held responsible for deserting. I wonder if the sect master will take action. Jiang Hao was curious. The sect master should have even greater strength, and if they intervened, they might have a chance to resolve this crisis. But how could a normal person stay in seclusion for so long? Perhaps the current sect master was already at the end of their strength. If they took action, it might be easy for other sects to see their true nature and make it even more dangerous for them. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the mines. Even though he didn't see it, Jiang Hao knew that it had been breached. For a moment, he tensed up. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.